Hello everyone, and welcome to King Abdulaziz Race Course here in sunny Saudi Arabia. My name is Michael Adolphson, and we're going to go through 12 fantastic races this afternoon, including 4 thoroughbred races to start, and then we have day 2 of the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz World Cup, which is 8 fantastic Arabian races ending with a bang for sure. We're bringing in Tom Collins to my right, and we had a great day of Arabian racing yesterday, the last 8 races, and you actually got a few winners you didn't expect.
Yeah, 5 winners yesterday. It was a pretty good day, actually, on the whole course of things. I was anticipating maybe 2 or 3, not 5.
It's tough, but, it's tough going.
It is tough going, but we've got a similar card today, as you say. Lots of class towards the back end of the meeting as well, and hopefully we can rack up at least another 5 winners. Here are 3 Arabian horses that you should be looking out for later. This is Jcsa Al Dahab in the white silks, who won over 1,600 metres last time up. A 5-year-old mare who is rated 70, Jcsa Al Dahab looks for a 2nd consecutive win in race 9 on the card today, but faces a competitive field. Next is Merba Khaladia, who looks to record a 3rd career success in the 2,400 metre race, the penultimate contest on the card. Naif Alanazi partners this 6-year-old horse who will break from the inside post. And finally, we have the brilliant Asfan Al Khaladia in the featured Group 1 contest that ends the card for 100 plus rated horses. This 5-year-old is 11 from 11 in his career and looks to remain unbeaten in a race worth $1.5 million.
It's going to be really fun today. As you say, Asfan Al Khaladia, you were a big fan of him. Myself, I am a huge fan of Talal Al Khaladia. He has not been seen since the Saudi Cup day when he just romped in the richest Saudi dirt race, the richest Arabian dirt race in the world, the Ubaya Classic. So looking forward to that. It's going to be me versus Tom in that race. We're both big fans of opposing horses from the same yard.
Yeah, well, between them, they've got 18 wins from 19 races, so it should be a phenomenal evening.
Well, let's get out to our award-winning commentator, who's going to take us through the menu today, as well as some of the horses in the very first race.
Michael, Tom, thank you. Very good afternoon to you and everyone. Looking forward to today's action. Of course, as the guys have already touched upon, a little bit different in terms of its makeup today. The first 4 races, thoroughbreds events, which we can see in the schedule there. The first due off in around about 15 minutes' time. It's a handicap 0 to 75 over 1,400. We follow that with a very similar contest, but just moving up to the 1,600-metre trip. We then have restricted win races. The first of those is for horses who have only won between 0 and 2 races over 1,800 and 1 to 2 previous wins in that 450 event, which is also over the 1,800-metre trip. Now, after that, we've got races 5 through to 12, which will be the Arabian bred races as part of our second day of the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz World Cup event. The first of those, race 5, is a maiden over 1,200 metres. That's for 3-year-old colts. The 6th race is a 1,200-metre event again. It's another maiden race, this time open, 4-year-olds in action in that. 7th race on the programme is an open event over 1,600 for 4-year-olds and upwards. 4-year-old only, 8th race on the card is over 1,600. And then we move into handicaps. Race 9 is 0 to 70 over 1,200 metres. Race 10 is 70 to 90 over 2,000 metres, and we go up to 2,400 for race 10, which is a 0 to 95. It's getting bigger and better as we go along, and as the gents have already touched upon, we build to that 12th race on the card, which will be that 100-plus rated event featuring Asfan Al Khaladia. There's 4 runners in that race for the Al Khaladia stables. Let's have a look at the field for our first. This beginning event is a handicap 0 to 75, local bred over 1,400. Number 1 is Abo Khalaf for Thurb Altimiyat. Number 2 is Doa E, Rayan Alabaid. 3 is Saif Al Falah, looking for a 2nd win from 32 starts, rather exposed. Number 4 is Sad Al A's, Khalid Al Mimoni. And 5 is Azam Badawi, a 2-time winner. Number 6 is Escandro, Mohamed Saeed. And 7 is Wadhahi for Luis Morales. He's a regular runner, isn't he? We've seen him several times before. Number 8 at the bottom of the page is Laith Al-Sara, who will be the mount of Khaled Al-Rashid. That is a jockey change to some publications. Over the page we go. Number 9 is Hathav, Ricardo Ferreira. 10, Hawaii, Camille Ospina. 11 is Our Rifle, Forwas Wanas. Number 12 then is Dante. Just one win on her card so far. Number 13, Estidad for Abdullah Al-Credis. 14 is Zina. Also just won once so far from 7 previous tries. And 15 is Kanaja. That one has got 3 wins next to her name. She'll jump from wide in stall 19. No 16, that's a non-runner here. 16 doesn't go. So then we have the 17, which is Art and Eddie Castro. And number 18 is Wassam Al-Riyadh, Alex Moreno. 19 is Polaris, Tariq Al-Mansour. And 20, Kebab at the bottom for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. The reserves do not go here. The scratch coming after the point in time when the reserves could get in. So no 21, 22 or 23. That is our field then for the first of the day. Looking forward to this. A mix of action this afternoon. And we will soon be having runners in the paddock for the first. So we go back to Michael and Tom.
Thank you, Alex. We have a Saudi-bred 4-year-olds and up about in just in a second. We have 1,400 meters, and we're going to bring in the 4th member of our crew today. This is Shamila Haley, who had such a great day yesterday. Shamila, how's it going out there?
Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you for joining us live on YouTube. As always, happy Friday. It's the second day of racing we have this weekend, and it is absolutely star-studded. The last race is a Group 1 contest, and we've got the Manifa Cup winner, Asfan Al-Khaladia, and the Obeya Classic winner, Talal Al-Khaladia, going head-to-head for the very first time. They're both the stars of the Khaladia stables, and so that will be a fantastic contest to look forward to, worth $1.5 million as well. So no joking around here today. It absolutely is all business after race 4 with the Khaladia races for the Prince Sultan Cup. But I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio while I give these horses a once over before giving you my paddock selection of the day.
All right, thanks so much. We're going to go over some of these horses one by one. This is Abu Khalaf. 3 wins from 39 starts, comes off one of those victories.
Flew home from off the speed. That was on Friday last week when we had a lot of rain on a closing track. Today he might not get the same conditions and carries a huge penalty.
Number 2 is Doai, is 3 wins as well. This one from 41 starts, 7th last time.
Has the widest draw in stall 20 and hasn't done enough this year to suggest he can win this.
Saif Al-Fala is number 3, being shot in just a second. There he is. 6-year-old gelding has 1 victory from 32 starts.
Far from prolific, winning seems difficult for him, and again he's drawn wide in 15.
Saad Al-Ayez there in the yellow is 1 for 17, comes off a 9th place finish.
Trending the wrong way. He actually started the Riyadh season pretty well by finishing 3rd at meeting 63, but hasn't got close since.
Number 5 is Alzem Badawi is 2 for 17, 7th last time.
The trainer had a winner yesterday, Gaith Al-Gaith. He's not completely ruled out in this race.
Number 6 is Escandro, 1 for 13.
Just no shows in 3 runs this term. Needs to see a much better performance today to feature.
Watahi is number 7, 4 wins from 42 starts.
He's been beaten by more horses than he's actually beaten this year, so that doesn't suggest he's going the right way.
Laith Al-Sara is 2 for 16, comes off a 4th place finish, 2nd 2 back.
Consistent in defeat, he's definitely a place player from a good draw.
Hathaf is number 9, nice and relaxed in the parade ring, 2 for 12.
Long-backed individual. He finished 4th over 2,000 metres last week. Takes a big drop down in trip.
Number 10 is Habawaya, looking well there. 6 wins to her credit. This 5-year-old mare has 26 starts.
She racked up 2 consecutive wins in Taif over the course of a week, but she seems to have lost her form.
Number 11 is Al Rifle, 1 for 13, comes off a 13th place finish.
That came just last Thursday. Seems to have gone backwards since the early season Riyadh efforts.
Dante is number 12, 1 for 23, 2nd in his last 2.
That second last time up was where she flew home from the back of the pack over the course and distance on a speed favouring track.
Estidad is number 13, 1 for 11.
Layoff since the opening day, 17th here.
Zener's number 14, 1 for 7, was 5th last time.
Big step up last time based on the reappearance 18th. Could be a factor today.
Kanadger's number 15 is 3 for 21, 8th last time.
Very on her toes in the paddock. She used to be owned by the Red Stables, has moved on since and is going the wrong way.
16 is Scratch. Number 17 is Art, is 1 for 13, 9th last time.
Taif suits this horse a lot better than Riyadh, unfortunately. The last victory back in meeting 43 came at that aforementioned venue.
5-year-old mare number 18 is Wassam Al Riyadh, 1 for 9, was a winner first up, but 12th last time.
Regressed so far this term, since being upped in class from Maiden Company.
Number 19 is Polaris, 1 for 4, won her last.
Recent wins suggest that this gelding could play a part today. Tariq Al Mansour had a winner yesterday. He'll be looking for another winner on the card this afternoon.
Number 20 is Kebab for the Red Stables, 1 for 11, comes off a victory.
Finally broke through last time, had lots of opportunities in winnable races. Got the job done last time out, draws well in 5, but is facing more talented opposition.
Well, that's the field. Let's go see what Shimita likes in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Michael. Hopefully I can find you a winner in this first race of the day. I'm going with horse number 20 here next to me, Kebab. We'll jump out of stall 5. I think that's a really nice stall for him. He's a 5-year-old caught by Frozen Power. First last time out at meeting 79. And he's just, I'm pretty sure I chose him as my last paddock pick at meeting 79 the last time he run, because he is just an eye catcher. Abdullah Alofi on board, so great jockey booking there as well. I also have to give a mention to horse number 9, the mount of Ricardo Ferreira, for also being a paddock selection, but I will be sticking with Kebab. And 2 negatives for you, horse number 4 and horse number 6 being very naughty, getting very hot and sweaty behind the saddle.
All right, thanks so much, Shamila. There's the one going down the post. A couple of these coming out of a rarity for us in a race like this. A couple of these coming out of wins.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of these horses carrying penalties. Abu Khalaf, the horse in shot right now, is carrying a big penalty for the victory last Friday. We can see, hopefully, that here. Just look back in the pack. Yellow and black silks there, just in between horses. Comes through with a late run. This was a day, if you remember, I'm sure you absolutely do, but hopefully you guys at home remember as well, if you tuned in last Friday, that there was a huge rainstorm throughout the meet on Friday, before racing and then during racing, and the track was real suitable for closers. The first time all year that we've really seen it. Pace didn't hold up at all, and this was a prime example. The closers came through, and Abu Khalaf was one of them.
Kind of hard to tell, but I think all 6 of those horses were closing from the outside.
Exactly.
But from the camera angle, you can't really see it.
Yeah, they were. So it was a track that suited his run style. I don't think today's the same.
This is Dante and Shad. Here he was second on the 23rd of December.
It's a similar kind of display here. You'll see coming from off the speed, Dante this day. But I thought it was a better run on a track that actually suited the front runners. Dante was towards the inside, encountered a bit of trouble on the bend, again had to switch out at this point, but runs home pretty nicely and is unfortunate actually to go down and lose this race. Obviously the rider today, Adel Al-Faradi, it was in fine form. He had 3 winners yesterday, he had 6 winners last week, so here's a guy who's really racking up the successes, and the fact that he's on board Dante is a big plus. I prefer this footage than the footage of Abu Khalaf, and Abu Khalaf has a big weight to carry today, 64.5 kilos. Dante actually gets in pretty nicely off a mark of 72.
All right. Horses, some good-looking horses for the rating in this race. I noticed that in the parade rings. This had to be a difficult call for Shamila to sort of pick them out. The 20 does look really well, but is stepping up and is obviously draws well, but is lowest in the ratings in Kebab.
Yeah.
Any chance at all to sort of back that up?
I mean, he has got a chance. I do like last time out winners in races like this, because you tend to get lots of horses who have been plying their trade at the level without being successful, in 0 to 75s, for example, and Kebab obviously won last time. But this is a horse who's had so many opportunities in winnable races. I know he broke through last time up and it could have given him a new lease of life, but he just travels well and doesn't find much off the bridle, and that puts me off him. I'm not saying he can't go close, he definitely could, but I've got to look elsewhere. I'm going to be with that horse we've just seen in the footage, Dante. I like that filly's chance. She's drawn well inside. I like her likely pace set up in this race, and obviously Adele on board is a huge uptick in rider there. The best jockey around at the moment over the last few weeks. So Dante for me, but it is wide open.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a few that could have a chance.
One that caught my eye in the parade ring, I hate saying this every single time, it was a Gaith Al-Gaith trainee. They just always turned out really well, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't point it out. Azem Badawi, number 5, looked, I thought, extremely well. Sort of not only warming up a second ago, we saw him in the shot, but seems to be one that can't be ruled out on rating, at least 75 rated in here, and is sort of in the mix. Any chance for him to get back to the winner's circle?
For sure, I don't mind the draw at all. He's trending the right way. His last 2 runs have been better than what we saw at the end of the title season and his first run here in Riyadh. And Gaith Al-Gaith is a very good trainer with these types of horses as well. For one of the leading top 5 trainers, he has a lot of 0 to 75 rated animals, and he tends to win a fair few of these events. So no, I wouldn't completely write off this 4-year-old colt. I think there are others with better chances in the race, but that doesn't mean that Azem Badawi can not win.
And I think it's important kind of to note that sometimes one of the reasons I put so much stock in how they look in the parade ring beforehand is because it usually shows an attention to detail. Usually that translates into their training as well. Good-looking horses can come from bad barns all the time.
Yeah.
But it takes a horse that just looks kind of average, that's kind of upped its game in the parade ring for me, that it kind of catches my eye usually. And this is the one that I am going to go after. So I'm going to go after Azam Badawi, number 5. Give him a chance to up his game a bit. The 4-year-old, newly turned 4-year-old has some chance to do so. You're going to go with number 12, Dante.
Yes, awesome 12.
And number 20 from the Red Stables for Shamila. Now let's go up to our, as we said before, award-winning race caller, Alex Fussy, who's going to take us through the call of the race and also give us his thoughts on it.
Thanks, Michael. Yes, runners circling behind the stalls. We won't be far away from a load. I did think this race was a little bit more interesting than the traditional 0 to 75s that we get. We've got quite a few in-form runners, which the gents have already touched upon. Kebab did look very well in the prelims, but again, would be a little bit of a concern on the backup for me. He's generally quite consistent, isn't he? Polaris, certainly a player on the recent success. That was at meeting 79. Tariq Al-Mansour will do the steering there. Dante, interesting, of course. Tom's Fancy. She's got some decent form figures of late, but she has only won once from 23. Is that a little bit of a concern? I would also keep an eye out for Hathaf, number 9 here, who was a winner at meeting 77 and followed that up with a fair 4th last time as well. I thought he had a nice pitch in stall 3 and could run a pretty solid race. They are starting to load forwards now, so we won't be far away from our first slice of action today, the first of 12. As always, a reminder, races 1 to 4 thoroughbred events, and then we go to the Arabian action from races 5 to 12 as day 2 of the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz World Cup being run here at Riyadh for the first time. These races normally are taking place at the Khalidia Farm track, but for the first time here at Riyadh today. Right, we've got 5 or 6, perhaps even a few more gone forwards now. There's the 14 about to head up, which will be Zania, stall 7. Little look, but no problems, has gone in. Azam Badawi is in as well for Gaith Al-Gaith. Michael liked his chances, still 9. If you're following that runner to keep an eye on from the start. There's Dante, Tom's pick. Green jacket with that yellow circle on the body. Coming up and forwards to stall 4 again. She's got a nice position to jump from. She's just gone in. Got a handful left, about 5 to go. Hawawaya coming up into the starting stalls. There's Kebab, who still is to go. Will be stall 5 for him. He won't be running. We've got 4 left. Abu Khalaf coming up. Wadhahi goes in and Kebab is in as well. It looks as though Polaris will be the final runner forwards, and it's stall 14 for a very worked up gelding indeed. He's on his toes, trotting forwards and backwards. Being rather worked up here is Polaris, that is for sure. Handler's trying to get behind him, but it's proving a little bit tricky at the moment. 1 or 2 handlers nearly scattering to the floor there. But anyway, he's back in the right direction now, and we are getting behind. So hopefully this time will work. It will indeed, by the looks of it. Plenty of hands on deck, and they're all set to go. Stand by. They're off. Racing away here, they go over 1,400 metres for this local bred handicap, 0 to 75. Laith Al-Sara, very slow to go. Also up the inside, Hathaf didn't get the best of breaks. A good beginning by Kanaja, the blue colours, white cap right up there. And charging forwards with Doa E, the orange and black diamonds, and we'll see them all off with a good early burst of speed. Saif Al-Falah, not far off them on the inside of rival Zania, also tries to get rolling forwards. Sad Al-Hayes is in amongst that next wave of runners as they start this left-handed turn. Pretty well stretched out here. Abu Khalaf's got it all to do. Al Rifal also right out of the ground as they take this turn. Up top then, it is Doa'i who continues to press on and is clear. 2 lengths is the advantage for home. Shows up from Kanaja in second. Third place now is with Sad Alays, who continues to improve. Wider, Wedhahi's getting rolling. Polaris is right down the centre of the racecourse, and Kebab is starting to weave through. Pace starts to collapse here. 200 to go. It's Wedhahi who now hits the front. Goes on by a couple of lengths over Polaris and Kebab, both trying to close in. Dante is finishing a bit down the centre, but heading up to the line, it's Wedhahi who got the run on them, is 3 lengths clear and wins. Polaris will finish in second. Third place has gone the way of Abu Khalaf, who's come from absolutely nowhere to still third right on the line. Success then for Wedhahi in our opening event. Luis Morales has another winner, a 5th win as well for this gelding. He's quite a win machine comparatively. And he's gone on to win in good fashion, having been well placed off a collapsing speed. It's 1:26.40 on the clock. And the winner has gone on to take it by 3 lengths at the line. Beats Polaris in second. There is Abu Khalaf, who got up to third from a very unpromising position. Safe Al-Fala was eventually in fourth, and again was another runner closing. Dante, best of our selections, in 5th there, and just another neck off them. So that is how things have played out in our opening race of the day. Wedhahi is the winner, and the order of finish is 7, 19 and 1.
Well done, Lewis. Good race, Lewis.
Well, very good race, thank you. Alhamdulillah. You know, he broke well. He was in the middle of the horses waiting for a good way to go. 600, I find it. And he just started running in the last 400, alhamdulillah. Thank you so much.
Wedhahi wins our opener today, a local bred horse's handicap 0 to 75. This horse is rated 74, so nearly the top rated, but has had a pretty average season, to be honest. The last time Luis Morales rode this horse was in July back in Taif, where he finished 16th over 1,200 meters. So he's come a long way since then, and has added a 5th win to his name. And well done as well to trainer Fakir Alamir for this brilliant win and training performance. And he is the trainer and owner of the horse as well, so I'd say it means the absolute world to him. It'll be interesting to see what Luis thinks about the horse, how he's grown since Taif maybe, and could maybe explain why he's had a pretty average season and what has changed from today, because he was up against some pretty competitive horses, to be honest, and they didn't get very close. So Louis was pretty much leading the whole time. So we'll grab a word with Louis just now. After he gets his helmet back on. You look nice, I promise, Louis.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about this horse. The last time you rode him was back in July in Taif. He's had a pretty average season, but today he looked pretty strong.
Well, he was. I was looking at the program. He was dropping in class because he was also. I think last year he was like an 84, 83 his rating, so he dropped like 10 points. And I saw the race; it was pretty fair for him. So I put him in the middle of the horses and I wait, to see what happened. In the last 400, he was clear outside and he ran.
Did you think he was going to win today? I mean, no wins this season, 12th, 13th places. Like, what's brought on this improvement?
Well, honestly, I saw the race. I give him a little bit of chance. I saw a lot of chance of him today, but I'm not going to say like I was like a confident 100%. But this is our job. Try to do the best for the horses and give it the opportunity to win.
You're riding some nice Arabians later on in the card. Do you think you have any chances?
Well, if you're in there, you have a chance. And then everything can happen.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Louis. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we got a horse turning back the clock a bit in Wadahi, who has 4 victories in the past, but has been off form recently. Nice little sort of blunt as always, Louis Morales, telling us that he wasn't confident in this horse, and I think neither of us were.
No, absolutely not. I mean, just reading off this horse's last eight finishing positions, finished 16th, 13th, 15th, 18th, 17th, 13th, 13th, 12th. Not got close at all. I mean, he broke well today. You can see right in the middle of your shot in the blue and the red silks. And to be fair, if you go all the way back to last August, he did win a 0-75 handicap. But I am searching for reasons with this horse. It's not easy to find that he was easily going to come back to form.
Yeah, as a 7-year-old who, Louis kind of mentioned that he kind of dropped about 10 pounds in rating. Maybe that helped a little bit. And that he thought if you put him in the right spot, that maybe he could gain a little confidence and win the race. And that's what he did. Sometimes the horses will jump up and run races that kind of, especially older horses, and now he's turned 7 years old. That can turn back the clock a bit. But this, as always, is from a standard kind of horse player's perspective. It's kind of a line-through race for it. You never expect it to win, and you can't feel bad that you didn't have it.
No, just very tricky to predict this horse was going to come out on top. Just watching this drone footage, Louis actually gave him a brilliant ride. He sat chilly in the early stages, just behind the second flight of horses. By this point, he's tipped out 4 wide on the track, 5 wide on the track, and is making his run, and the horse does pick up immediately for him. Yeah. Again, the pace didn't really hold up in these 0-75 handicaps, but the closers, who eventually finished 3rd, 5th, and further back, they were never able to get within 2 or 3 lengths of this winner.
Nobody's really gaining on him whatsoever. It seemed just he was just in a better position than all the other horses who had any run. Yeah,
tactically and efficiently ridden, I think, by one of the best riders here in Louis Morales. We should talk about the 3rd, which was Abu Khalaf. Look all the way back in your shot, yellow and black silks towards the rail. He makes a big late run to eventually finish 3rd. He was carrying 64.5 kilos today. It was a good performance from him. It's just the pace didn't collapse enough for him. You can see him tipping really wide, just in behind the horse with the red cap right now. He's going to surge through for 3rd. My selection in the white cap, just in front of him at this stage, green and yellow silks. Dante eventually finishes 5th. And they kind of did the best of any of the closers.
Yeah, he ran really, really well. That was very impressive considering it's the first time in my time here that I've seen one of those overweight horses.
Yeah.
Those beyond 62 kg horses that have actually run really well. So that might affect his rating a little bit, to be honest. He might actually get a couple pounds out of that.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, he was able to run in a 0-75 today despite this new adjusted rating of 84. But I think the handicapper will probably think that mark of 84 is at least justified based on that performance. Yeah. He may get given a pound or 2, may get left on 84, but what he won't be is dropped.
Yeah, he's gonna. I mean, if he does find himself in tougher company next time, he's going to have to get a little bit lucky. But that was that's a race that's going to bring him forward.
Yeah, it's not a bad effort. It was probably one of the better 0-75 handicaps we've seen here. Yeah. There are plenty of horses coming in form, and although the winner was hard to find, the race itself kind of went to form aside from that victory.
Yeah, well done to Connections. Hats off to them. We're going to move forward here. We have a 1,600 meters Saudi bred 3-year-old handicap, 0-75 rated. We're going to go up to Alex, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Cheers, Michael. Yes, let's have a look at this field then. Another big field race coming up. Number 1, Estorweb, the mount of Khalid Al Mimoni. 2 is Al Majd Al Majid. Don't say that in a hurry. 0 from 5. Number 3 is Ana Al Saif, Victor Gutierrez. Number 4 is Al Masir, 4, Ricardo Ferreira. 5 is Nakesh, looking for a first career success, but has already placed a couple of times. Number 6 is Al Wajar, Abdullah Al Lawfi. Number 7 is Tawi Al Baid, Mohammed Al Hubayl. Number 8, Leu Eunuch, again another one we've seen quite a few times already this season. Number 9 is Simon. Let's hope he keeps it simple. Number 10 is Macho Boy for Alex Moreno. And 11 is Moscow for Tariq Al Mansour. 12 is Sur Al Kuwait, Ali Al Mimoni. And 13 is Til Al Fad for Abdullah Al Shurab. Number 14 is Gala Sad, 0 from 4 so far. Did run well on debut, it's all gone a bit south since. And number 15 is a non-runner here, so no 15 in this lineup. 16 Habir for Fahad Al Faradi. 17 Kasib Al Maidan, 0 from 5. His current record. And then we go to the 18. She's a previous winner, Mota Basila, who was the winner last time at meeting 77. Camila Ospina will do the steering. 19 is Fiber for Thurb Altimyat. 20 Nassim Al Raid for Eddie Castro. And the 21 will get a go here. Easy Horse will be in this lineup. Fawaz Wanas is going to ride, and he will jump from stall 15 with the 15 previously out of this contest. 20 of them over the 1,600 metre trip for this local bred handicap, 0 to 75. And right on cue, they're making their way into the parade ring.
All right, thank you so much, Alex. We're gonna try to pull this race apart. Does this look like one that might be pulling your hair out trying to figure out who's gonna win this one?
Yeah, this is tricky. Obviously, this is all of these horses' first attempts in handicaps. They've just turned 3.
Estorweb is the first. Is not for 5 thus far. Was 10th last time.
That came in an open race, yet to win. I don't really like maidens in races like this.
Al Majid is dead, very much on his toes. 0 for 5 as well. 7th last time.
The penultimate run was promising, but again, yet to break through as a 2-year-old. Now runs in a handicap first time up as a 3-year-old.
Ana Al Saif is the 3rd horse here. 1 for 8 thus far, and that win came 2 back.
Pretty good maiden victory actually back at meeting 78. Last time up was a little bit disappointing given how well he won that day.
Al Masir is 1 for 6. That win was 4 back. He was 5th last time.
Struggled ever since the victory. I think the trip's an issue being by commissioner.
Nakesh is number 5, 0 for 3 thus far, but does have a pair of seconds.
I say I don't like maidens in handicaps. I'm going to make an exception for him. He ran very well behind a white stable horse last time. Jcsa
is number 6 right there. It comes off a victory as 1 for 5 thus far.
Won by 2 3/4 lengths last time at meeting 76.
Tawi Al Baid, number 7, 1 for 4. He heard his debut, but was 10th last time.
This handicap spot is needed after failed attempts in higher grades.
Number 8 is Leia Nuyak, is 0 for 5 thus far, comes off a 7th.
Struggled to be a main factor in maidens. I don't think she'll go close from this draw.
Number 9 is Simon. 3 runs thus far. No really bad runs, but no victories either.
Some promise, actually, on all 3 starts, especially last time on the Riyadh debut coming off a layoff. Adel Al Faradi being booked has to be a major sign in this race.
All right, number 10 will be in shot in just a moment. That's going to be Macho Boy. Is 0 for 8 thus far, 10th in his last 2.
Gone backwards recently, just no-show both times. If you go back to meeting 61, it was a fair second, but in a weaker race than this. Drawn in stall 19, Alex Moreno's going to have to be at his best.
Number 11 is Moscow's 1 for 9. That victory came 3 back at meeting 71.
Strong travelling filly, horse number 11, there she is. The draw doesn't help today, she's in stall 18. Her last run was a bit of a step down on her previous efforts too.
Does get Tariq Al Mansour, who is in form in the saddle. Number 12 is Sur Al Kuwait, 0 for 5. Was 3rd 3 back, 9th last up.
Small break since the last run, that came at meeting 68. We'll need to improve today.
Til Al Fad is 0 for 7 thus far, number 13. Was 6th last time.
Couple of placed efforts to show from the maidens, no victories so far.
Khalasad is 0 for 4 thus far, a son of Motown.
Best run came on debut and nothing since.
Number 15 is out, number 16 is Haber, 0 for 4, 7th last time.
Just generally lacks talent at this stage of his career. He could be a slow developer.
There he is right there, the son of Preakness winner Exaggerator. Number 17 will be in shot in just a moment. That is Kasib Al Maidan, who is 0 for 5 thus far, but comes off a well, a trio of bad performances since a second at meeting 41.
Yeah, exactly. One good run, 4 bad ones. It's hard to suggest that today is going to be another good one.
Number 18 is Mota Basila, who was 1 for 4 and comes off a victory. Hasn't really run poorly for White Stables.
It's run pretty well. Won last time up, brings winning form to the table. Camilo Ospina rides. Last time up, I think this trip proved that Mota Basila doesn't want any further. It gets a little bit tired in the final 100 metres over this distance, despite being by premium tap.
Number 19 is Fiber, comes out of an irregular run, finishing 12th.
Rare blip last time. It wasn't a very good performance at all after being super consistent before that. Had 14 outings without a win.
And number 20, looking quite well, is Nassim Al-Red, 0 for 3 thus far, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Steadily improving, but only rated 65. Eddie Castro rides. Doesn't get too many mounts for the red stable.
And last but not least, Easy Horse is 0 for 5, Fabos Juanas gets the ride.
Draws into stall 14 today due to the non-runner. Last time up finished 15th. Best run for this horse came in tight for meeting 22.
Go out to Shamila and see who she likes in this race.
Hopefully I've landed you on the winner for this parade ring selection, and it is horse number 18, a 3-year-old filly by Premium Tap, just coming up behind me here now with Camila Ospina. The White Stables have redeemed themselves, and they did have a winner yesterday, so they are back on form, and I am very firmly sticking with them. You know I love my Premium Tap fillies. They always look so good in the parade ring, so I couldn't not choose her. It would be a crime of humanity. A horse that I also really like the look of is horse number 5, actually, but like Tom said, picking a maiden in these type of really competitive races can be quite difficult. Obviously, Mota Basila already has 1 win to her name, so looking to add to that. As for paddock negatives, only 1 for you in this race. Horse number 2, very much on toes in the preliminary stages, was being very difficult to saddle up as well.
Thank you so much, Shamila. So we're gonna, she's sticking with, no surprise there. She's got the White Stable horse, number 18, Mota Basila. Obviously a big player. On the rating in these handicaps, it's interesting. It's a 3-year-old. They just freshly turned 3-year-olds. Kind of their first chance, a lot of them, to run in a handicap.
Yeah, there's no 2-year-old handicaps. So as you say, first attempt, we can pick up some of the 2-year-old footage though. And this is Nikesh on the inside. White Stable horse eventually wins this race, but Nikesh doesn't go down without a fight. I thought it was a very good run. Obviously showed early speed this day, was way clear of the 3rd, 4th, etc.
I think she kind of played the mouse and the cat and mouse game that day.
Basically, but look, he ran a winning race if this White Stable horse wasn't in the field. And for this reason, now going into handicaps, I think he could probably blow them away off the front end. Mohammed Al-Daham rode him. I know he gets tired late, but he did put in a big burst around the turn, which allowed him to scoot 4 lengths clear of the remainder.
There's Al-Hajja in shot there, number 6. Comes off a victory on the 14th of December.
Probably your selection, given she's trained by Gaith Al Gaith.
No,
it was a
no,
fine
but
run.
he'll win now because of it. I didn't select it.
It was a fine run, made a nice little move on the turn and closed in on the front runner and kicked clear on the wrong lead, which is a bit concerning. This is also a very weak maiden, and she does win by 2 3/4 lengths at the wire. Abdullah Al-Alfi rides. He doesn't get too many rides for Gaith Al Gaith. I think he needs to step up in this spot. The draw in 7th is absolutely fine for her, but yeah, I think there are horses with better chances. And
for people that don't know the difference between the right and the wrong leg, kind of explain that.
Yeah, when you turn in, you want to be on your outside leg. First leg to put down, the front right leg, and then when you turn into the straight, you want to move to your front left. Basically allows the horse to change up in gear because they can get tired being on one leg throughout the whole race.
Yeah, for anybody who ever ran hurdles in their entire life, it's like jumping over a hurdle on the turn.
Yeah.
If you land on the wrong leg, you're going to basically go out another leg.
Yeah.
You're going to go out another lane and possibly get disqualified.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's and they need that kind of extra. It's like hopping on one leg as well. Like if you're ever skipping and you switch legs and you get that extra burst, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting that I mean that was a weak race, to be fair.
It was.
And I do you think if he would have changed leads, would have been that much more dominant in that race?
To be fair, I don't actually know because...
And more fancy.
Yeah, well, I would like her a little bit more, that's for sure. She'd be more... Obviously, it gives signs of professionalism and you never know. If she burst clear to win by 5 lengths because she changed leads that day, then I would like her more in this spot. She's not definitely ruled out. I mean, Al-Hajja could win. There's no doubt about it. She's unexposed and Obviously, coming in with a victory is better than coming in without a victory. Saying that, my selection is coming in without a victory, and that is Nikesh, the first horse that we looked at there in the footage. The only negative I have for Nikesh is the draw in 15. Mohammed Al Daham's going to have to be very good from the outset, given he is a speed horse, wants to be on the front end. But I think he's probably the most likely winner. I don't love that he's coming in as a maiden, but as I say, in 3-year-old handicaps, I can make an exception because they haven't had many outs.
Yeah, that's a good question. And so most of these, or say over half of these horses are coming in as maidens into the handicap. A lot of them, it's their first chance to run in a handicap as a freshly turned 3-year-old. Do you how much more credit do you give a winner in this kind of a scenario?
Well, at least we know they want to win. You know, that's got to be a big bonus. However, because of the programming system here, with no nurseries or 2-year-old handicaps, some of these horses have just been running in maidens against very good rivals that have been then winning in open races, or they've won their maiden, then gone in open races themselves and struggled against better opposition. So it's really tricky to really decipher who's the best horse in here. I will stick with Nikesh though, horse number 5.
Yeah, you're going to go with Nikesh number 5. Shamila is going to go with Mutabasila, number 18, who looked quite well in the parade ring, a winner last out. I'm going to give Nassim Al Rayed a chance to jump up and break his maiden. I thought he looked fantastic in the parade ring, and I'm a big fan of Eddie Castro's. We're going to go to Alex, see who he likes, and listen to the call of the race.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, runners circling down at the starting point, and we are getting close to post time. Not the most unoriginal selection here for me, but I'm with Nikesh as well. I thought he's shown more than enough in the 3 starts so far to get off the mark here. He has got to come from a bit of a wider berth in stall 15, but shouldn't be any troubles at all. This race, a little unusual actually, because normally, again, I would side with horses that have got previous winning form, but there is only 6 of them in this field of 20 runners, so I think it's likely that we might see, hopefully Nikesh, but if not, someone else picking up a first career success here. Nassim Al Rayed has obviously put in some decent placed efforts so far. Mutabasila was that last time out winner at meeting 77, so he's respected 4 connections, and of course with the assistance of Ospina in the saddle. We are loading up, so we are moments away from our second slice of action today. Just a reminder that in this race, runners not in stall order down the race card, which can sometimes, or can quite often be the case. We have got the more European traditional drawn stalls positions here. So if you're following Nikesh, stall 15, as we mentioned, Mutabasila will come from stall 1, so she's got the inside position. Nassim Al Rayed will come from stall 20, so he's going much wider out if you're a supporter of his. Eddie Castro has got to negotiate the widest position on the course. Runners continue to pop themselves into the starting stalls. That we have got, I'd say, about 6 or 7 there now. Just at the moment, Macho Boy is going up to stall 19, who's out wide, and also Anna Al-Saif has gone forwards to gate 10, the mount of Victor Gutierrez, one of the previous winners, actually. That was 2 starts ago at meeting 78. Coming forwards next is Al-Majd Al-Majid. Stall number 4 for him. Easy Horse, the reserve who's got in. He's a bit fractious. Don't forget, it will be stall 14, his position here. And for Wanas, there goes Simon. Got a pale jacket, slightly different to those that some publications have. It's more white with the brown stripe and cap than the light blue on some showings. Saw Al Kuwait coming up and in, and also Mutabasila is yet to go in. So we are nearly ready now. That one's in. So Easy Horse is the last. Going backwards rather than forwards, and also edgy. Going with the trot approach. Let's see if that works at all. We're getting closer. And we're in. Set. Quite a hold. A very long hold. They're off. Racing away from the stall, saw Al Kuwait shifted a little left-handed, had a bit of a knock-on effect, pushing 1 or 2. This is a 0 to 75 handicap over the 1600-meter trip. Right at the back end of the field already is Fiber, dropping to the tail. A good early pace comes from Macho Boy. Screeching off, goes clear by a couple of lengths. On the inside, Mota Basila did well from the starting positions and is bang up there early on. Into the outside of those is Anna Al-Saif, a star jacket coming right forwards there, followed by Al-Masih, who wants to get a handy roll. Deeper, Nassim Al-Red is trying to overcome that wide draw and has got to the leading line. Tawi Al-Baid is also in amongst them as they go into the turning point. Lay Oyunik is in centre field. Back to the inside is Til Al-Fad, the check jacket, red sleeve. So racing around the outside of rivals is Nakesh. Going quite wide, will be fully 8-10 deep on the turn as they start the swing back towards home. So it's Macho Boy out in advance of the field by a length and a half. Anna Al-Saif is in second. All of those in behind are rowing away. Mota Basila seems to be going up and down on the spot. Down the centre, Nassim Al-Riyad is trying to box on. 1 or 2 is starting to weave through. Leo Unique is trying to run on as they work their way inside the final couple of 100 metres. Can Macho Boy see them off? It's getting pretty tight up top. Leo Unique is edging ever closer. Macho Boy is all out with the lead from Leo Unique as they go to the line. Tight one. Macho Boy, Leo Unique will flash past together. Nassim Al-Riyad will finish in third. Habir, I think, was the closer and might have snatched 4. So it's a good battle between the pair. Macho Boy trying to see off Lay Oyunik, and it looks as though that could well be the case. It is the case. Macho Boy has done enough. A good little tussle between the two, and the riders having a little joke about it afterwards, it would appear. Here's the line. Yeah, the bob just going the way of Macho Boy, who wins by a head in a time of 1:41.36. So it is a first career success for this colt, who previously had 2 10th placed finishes. So it is proving a little tricky to spot out the winners so far today. Alay Oyunik is second in a very good battle, was beaten just ahead. And Nassim Al-Red did quite well for third position, a further length and 3/4 back in third, as we say. The fourth did go to Habir, who could be one to just mark down in your card because he stayed on from an unpromising position. That's how things have panned out then in our second race. The order across the line, 10, 8 and 20. We were treated to a good finish.
Alexis, good race. Tell me about.
Thank you, Salman. مبروك to Faisal, Abdul Mona, the horse, me. Well, he was good. I just make the pace. I was thinking somebody come to pass me, but he keep the pace until the finish. So, well done to everyone. Thank you, buddy.
يلا يا شباب اعطونا وجيهكم. يلا يا شباب.
Alex Moreno wins the second race of the day by the skin of his teeth on board Macho Boy for owner Ali Mohammed Al Mahari. This is a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Catalina Cruiser out of Cappuccino Gal. Fantastic name. Jumped out of stall 19, so we're drawn pretty much out in the car park, and no bother to him, but it was really, really close in those closing stages. Wasn't sure that Alex was going to keep on holding on for the last 200 metres, but they absolutely did, and it's great to see the jockeys joking around as well. Rayan Al-Tureish just punching him, getting over the line for beating him really closely. I think if it was another few metres, I think he would have got Alex, but thankfully, this race was only over 1,600 metres. Now, Alex has ridden this horse all the way back in August during the Taif season, where he came third over 1,600 metres. So another Taif horse to talk about, and how he's grown since then. Congratulations, Alex. I didn't think you were going to hold on.
Well, I was thinking too, but I keep until the finish.
It was really tough in those closing stages, like the last maybe 200 metres of the race. Were you confident?
Not that much, I was hearing the horse come from behind. I say, I hope he come late. So that was happened.
Well, it was a great battle to the line. And how did he come jumping out of stall number 19?
Well, actually, he's a speed horse on the long distance. I rode in Taif one time, finished third. He was in the front, he was leading. So today I just break, nobody gone, I just make the pace.
Has he grown since Taif, do you think?
Not that much, but he do it.
So what else are you looking forward to today? I know you don't have any runners in the Arabian card because you just want to go home and sit in bed all day, but...
Don't be jealous.
Thank you, Alex.
Oh, that is fantastic. And we are jealous. Not that we're not looking forward to these fantastic rest of the races. But yeah, nice ride here. Obviously, we should have taken a little bit more note and probably mentioned that Moreno jumping on this horse is probably a big deal.
Yeah, I didn't realise he'd get such an easy lead. Just look at the camaraderie as they cross the line between the two winning pilots here. Camaraderie used in the loosest term. I think Alex Moreno receives a punch here. Look at that. Unbelievable. That right arm's probably dead right now, but yeah.
I think, yeah.
Look at that. Ryan's going, well, yeah.
I don't think I can repeat what they're saying.
You've done me again, Alex. That's what you're saying.
From the start here. I mean, you say easy lead, but this horse came running in.
He did, but nothing else went forward to try and challenge him. No, I did see the sectionals and they were quick.
He lets him out a notch to get him over.
Yeah.
And he doesn't put on the brakes probably until about a furlong after this, but once he gets a clearance, it's very impressive. Catalina Cruiser, he looks just like him. He's got a big old blaze chestnut. Was a very, very fast horse for John Sadler and Horonis Racing. And his offspring are showing plenty of speed.
Yeah, this horse definitely has the pace. And it's interesting, no horse went up alongside Macho Boy here. I think Montebasilla could have gone the white stable horse. Just press the leader at the very least. I mean, they're 6 wide on the track, but nothing's really pressing the leader. That's my issue.
And once he got over, it looked like he took a big breath.
Yeah, exactly. They just allowed him to take a breather on the front end. And I think Alex could have gone faster if he was pressed, but he just wasn't. He obviously quickened up there on the turn. You can see a couple of the other pace horses are now struggling, including Montebasilla. But the leader's still a length or so clear, and that distance never really erodes. The eventual runner-up is just in that second flight, in the white and green silks, trying to get a run between horses, which he does get any minute now.
Off camera here, was very frustrated as the person who picked the 20 on the outside. I thought he had a big chance to win if he just would have changed leads, and I'm glad we mentioned it earlier in the before this race, that changing leads is very important because it could have been the difference between winning and losing for this 20.
Yeah, it ran pretty well, to be fair. Your selection now was Nassim Al Araid, eventually finishing third, but as you say, didn't switch leads. And
the other two did.
Yeah, that would be the difference. I mean, he's lost by a length and a quarter, maybe, length and a half at the wire, and yeah, when you don't switch, you get very tired. My selection, pretty much like yours as well. I mean, yours ran better than my selection, Nikesh, but just so wide on the turn. I wonder if this Jewish will look at this.
Quick correction there. The winner was on the correct lead,
the second
and the second horse was not.
Yeah.
So there's another example of why you need to be on the correct lead when you're turning for home. Moreno gave this horse just a peach of a ride, as we'd say.
Yeah, very good ride from Alex. Good to see him have a chat with Shamila as well. We didn't see him. See him yesterday.
He's going home after the 4th race.
He is. Yeah, he is. Fair enough.
I know. I mean, tomorrow we're back. It's business as usual. So we have lots of thoroughbred races tomorrow, big fields and 12 races. So I'm sure that he's going to rest a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be hoping for another winner today, though. He's got a good ride in race 4 for the Red Stable. So all is not lost for Alex. That's not him completely done. Obviously, the Arabians are not his favourite discipline.
Yeah.
Despite huge prize money, though, I thought he'd be willing. Obviously not.
That's true. I think if he had a ride in the last race, he's not turning it down.
Yeah.
Because they're paying through fifth, and it's $1.5 million US on the line. But back to this, I do think that one thing we do take out of it is that obviously this horse is a very quick horse. I'm not sure he's going to do this again if he gets pressure. But I wouldn't mind seeing him drop back in trip to 7 with that kind of speed.
He's been very in and out this year, hasn't he? He's posted a couple of second place finishes, one in Taif, one in Riyadh. But the last two outings, when 10th, were just disappointing. Obviously now running in handicaps has helped him. He's probably the best treated horse in the race. But the runner-up, Lei Oyunak, has run very well, and we can see him in shot right now.
Yes. Nice little punch there. Perhaps he'll change leads next time so he doesn't have to deliver it. Moving on to our third race today. Going to go over the Saudi Cup distance of 1,800 meters on the dirt here. We have Saudi-bred 3-year-olds, non-winners of 2 in this spot, but maidens can run, and we'll see a few of those.
I just have
Alex. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, just briefly. I just saw that Alex was actually wearing the cap of the rider who eventually finished second, Ryan A2A, which was written on the back of his cap. So they quite clearly had a little chat before the race. And
yeah, from one Alex to another. Let's go to Mr. Fussy. Our award winner is going to take us through the runners and riders for race 3.
Smoothly done, Michael. Thank you. Let's have a look at the field then for this upcoming contest. Number 1 is Mucho Caracis, 0 from 1 so far. Nate Felinazzi will be on board. Number 2 is Kawa Allah for Luis Morales. 1 on his debut, meeting 73. Interesting horse. Number 3, Ibn Al-Wakaz, debutant. Mohammed Aldaham. Number 4 is Yanwi. Just 1 previous go. It wasn't really all that promising. Number 5 is Tayar Ali's, Abdullah Al-Credis. And 6 is Fonda for Alex Moreno, looking for another winner. And this horse has already won twice before. Number 7 is Al Sayik for Tariq Al Mansour. And 8 is Anal Al Tib, who just is on the bottom of that page, 0 from 2 so far. No number 9, that's a non-runner here, so the 9 is out. We go to the 10, which is Shibil Al Maymania, 0 from 2 for him as well. 11 is Savage, just had 1 previous start, down the pack in 10th on debut. Number 12 is Seyhod for Khalid Al Mimoni. 13 is Eklas for Victor de Gutierrez. And 14 is Min Baria, Del Al-Furedi. Number 15 is Salam Farzan for Wigberto Ramos. And 16 is Al Rajay, who finished right down the pack, 17th on his first go. Al Debla is number 17 for Eddie Castro. 18 is Hanu, Abdullah Alofi. 19 is Azumak, Camilo Ospina. 20 is Shea Eek for Fahed Al Faredi. And 21 will get a start here. Marasht for Ali Al Mimoni will come into this race and will jump from stall number 9. 22, 23, both of those reserves do not go. 20 of them standing by, and they're on their way into the paddock here for our third of the day. So we go back to Michael and Tom.
All right, thanks so much, Alex. We're going to try to pull this one apart. It's going to be a fun one. We'll have a runner by runner in just a moment. So non-winners of 2, as a lot of these horses are newly turned 3-year-olds. We do have a few maidens in here because there are only so many wins to go around.
Yeah. It's an interesting race. There's a quite prolific horse in Fonda, horse number 6, who is the mount of Alex Moreno. He'll be hoping that he gets another win on the board, but the majority of these have never won before.
Mucho Caracis is the first horse there. 0 for 1 thus far, was 17th in that run.
It's technically 0 for 2. I don't know why he's not got that written down on the race card. Last time up at meeting 41, he was going to win the race, unshipped to Nate Felinazzi on the bend in a dramatic incident. Today could be his day.
Kawa Allah is number 2, 1 for 1, and comes off that victory on meeting 73.
Impressive win that day. I liked him, actually. We were here. That came over 1,200 metres, and he gave a lot of signs that he needs a bigger stamina test like he's getting today.
Ibn Al-Aqwas is number 3, a first-time starter by Patriot Act.
Tough spot to debut in. It's a pretty hot race. I think a maiden's probably the best option for him, but Mohammed Al-Daham rides, and this trainer, I haven't seen too many horses of his run on this track.
Him in shot yet. The much like me, the camera guy really likes the 2.
Yeah, to be fair, he's the horse to beat, definitely.
There he is. There's Ibn Al-Aqwas.
He'll probably come on a touch for the run. He looks like a big-bodied individual.
Gets a capable rider in Al Dahami in the saddle. Number 4 is Yan Hui, 0 for 1, 16 first out. Any forgivable aspect of that?
No, didn't show anything on that debut run, not for me today.
Tayer Alayez is number 5. Comes up a 4th place finish on debut.
It was a promising start for the son of Closing Bell, but he's had a long time off the track since.
Fonder is number 6. 6th last time, has 2 victories to his credit.
2-time winner, plenty of experience. Arguably the horse to beat on experience and form alone, though there are others with bigger, higher ceilings in this race.
Sleek grey there is Al Sayyiq, 0 for 2 thus far.
Small step in the right direction last time when finishing 6th at meeting 78.
From Sleek to Stone, we have a Stone Grey and Anal Altib, 0 for 2.
Shouldn't be able to win this race. 13th last time, didn't show much encouragement.
There's number 10. This is Shibble. Almeymania is 0 for 2, 10th last time.
Hasn't been seen for 4 months, so this is a pretty tricky spot.
Savage has decided to balk there for a minute, but now he's moving along. 0 for 1 thus far, 10th last time.
It was a quiet first outing as well. Didn't show much.
Didn't show much. Sayhoud, 0 for 3, 16th last out.
Long break since that run. That came back at meeting 35.
In the blinkers, there is Aklas, 0 for 2, 15th last time.
Not a candidate in this race based on what we've seen so far.
Minbarias, 0 for 7, 6th last time.
Fair level of form has shown. Adel Al-Faradi rides this highest rated horse in the race.
Salam Farzan, there with the yellow bridle, 0 for 1, 4th first up though.
Promising debut. Roberto Ramos jumps on today.
Nice upgrade in jockey Al Rajay is 0 for 1, 17th last time.
Needs the experience by the look of the debut effort.
Al Debel is 0 for 1, 6th first up.
Could run a place with Eddie Castro on board. I love the silks of this horse as well with the big Q.
Then we have, are those Qatari silks? I think they are.
I presume
actually,
they would be, yeah.
Yeah, there's a famous, it was a big runner for that. Hanu is number 18 right there, is 0 for 1, 14th first up.
Needs to show a big sign of improvement to factor in today.
I'm going to go to Shamila. We'll finish those in a minute. Shamila, who do you like out there?
It has to be this stunning 3-year-old grey colt, Kawa Ala. Absolutely stunned by him at meeting 73, and he was almost boldly my horse to watch for 2024 if I didn't choose Al Wakad. So I was really impressed by him last time out. Louis Morales is on board, and I think he could continue the winning streak. I think he could make it 2 from 2 wins. So Kawa Ala will be my paddock selection for race number 3. A horse that I also liked is horse number 15, ridden by Roberto Ramos for 4th last time out, but hopefully doesn't do one better and beats Kawa Ala in this contest. As for paddock negatives, there are no paddock negatives to my eye apart from the horse that nearly ran me and my cameraman over just then. But everybody looks fit and primed and ready to go for this 3rd and penultimate thoroughbred contest of the day.
All right, number 19 is Azumak, is 0 for 2. Comes up a 3rd place finish though.
Could go close with Camilo Ospina on board for Gaith Al Gaith.
Number 20 is Shaikh, 0 for 1, 6th first up.
Tough post for a very inexperienced horse.
Murashid is 0 for 2, 5th last out. Winds up the field.
Big jump forward last time, actually, finishing 5th after the 17th finish on debut. Jumps into stall 9 today, not a bad starting spot. Interesting race, isn't it? We've got a handful with very good claims, the likes of Fonda, rated 79, Minbaria, rated 80, and this horse in shot right now, Kawa Ala. Not got a rating yet, but was very impressive on debut over the 1,200 metres.
And that was on the 7th of December.
And we get to see it now, the big grey horse on the outside. You can just see there's clear signs that this horse was unsuited by the trip. Was outpaced at a crucial stage of this race going around the turn, but does grind out victory with a strong late surge down the outside. It just looked like Louis Morales took a while to get this horse organised, but once he did, you can see he really finds his stride.
We talked about him before this race, and we said he was. He said he had a lot of personality, which means he was carrying a little extra weight that day. So maybe he's carrying a little less today. He's a little fitter, so he might even be that much better.
Yeah, I put him up that day because the race wasn't very strong.
Yeah.
And I thought the distance was. He
looks a lot fitter today. You look around right in front of his hindquarters. There's no extra skin, if you will.
Yeah, and also horses from this barn
it
generally need a start anyway. They don't go well first up. So the fact he did win on debut is a big case in point that this horse could be quite talented. And I love the post in stall 2 as well. I think Louis Morales will try and be a little bit more aggressive in the riding style today.
And I do very much appreciate that the handicappers do not rate off of that first win.
Yeah,
they give it another second run in order to get the proper rating on this horse. So often we see that in other jurisdictions. It's a little bit I would say premature, a little bit aggressive to give him a rating. But yeah, I think he should move forward here. I mean, he looks like the serious player. Anybody else that kind of jumps off the page with you?
I think there are 4 horses with proper claims. Kawhi Alla, the horse we just talked about there. Fonda, rated 79 with Alex Moreno. Plenty of experience and definitely has the talent to win this. Horse number 14, Min Barrier, Adel Al-Faradi, top-rated horse, rated 80 in the race. Filly, but doesn't get the filly's allowance, which is a little bit of a concern. And horse number 1, which, if you look on the form figures, you would suggest why, but Mucho Carreras last time, I remember this race back in time, for meeting 41, went straight to the front under Naif Alanazi, was actually moving clear on the turn, and then just decided not to take the left-hand turn and run in a straight line, completely unshipping Naif, who then suffered, I think, a concussion after. So it's interesting that Naif's back aboard. I love the post for him, horse number 1. He's definitely going to make the pace. However, that could set it up for horse number 2, Kawhi Alla, giving him the perfect toe through.
We're seeing Louis have a very relaxed stance on the horse, giving him a lot of rein right there to sort of relax in line. You can tell this is probably how he gets on him in the mornings, if he does, or how he's told to. And this horse is got a lot of personality, and Louis keeping nice and relaxed there. I love to see that. I think he's going to be. He is the horse to beat. His debut was over a mile, right?
No, 1200.
It was over 1200. So he's stretching out significantly. How do you think that he's going to adapt?
I like it a lot. I don't think he was a 1200 metre horse at all. I think they just found a spot for him that looked pretty winnable, and also it was a good way to start his campaign. I don't know whether he definitely stays the 1800. I was kind of expecting they were going to step up to the mile, 1600, but we'll find out today. I just think the slower pace up front, the fact that he's likely to get a good toe against the fence, there are plenty of signs to suggest that, and the fact he's also fitter today.
Big chance, in my opinion, is number 20, who was in shot in just a second ago, Gaith Al-Gaith, Fidel Al-Faradi. You know, comes off a 6th place finish. I love to see a second-time starter with a top 5, top 6 finish. They so often move forward.
Yeah, that is true. I would counter that by saying the draw and the long layoff is a bit of a negative. I'd actually prefer the other Gaith runner in 19, Azumak for Camilo. But again, the layoff there is a bit of a worry. So I'm going to stick with horse number 2, Kawhi Alla. I am scared of horse number 1, Mucho Carreras. Don't write that horse off.
And Shamila was on?
The 2 as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we're teaming up the first time today. Hopefully it's a good note.
Did you have a winner together yesterday?
I can't remember. I mean, we might have done.
Oh, 5-year wins by yourself. Your solo act. Yes, Harry Styles. No, I'm going to go with Al Debel. I just thought the horse looked fantastic in the parade ring. A son of Istan, who's such a good miler. Just going to make his second start. Looks like a horse who can handle the extra ground in the 1800 meters, so I'll give him a shot. And I would not be shocked if that 20 runs into to the screen as well. But yeah, so the horses are circling behind the parade ring. Any other closing thoughts before we
Not
give
really.
Alex a chance to give his selection?
Only the fact that I imagine Mucho Carreras will make the pace. Maybe one of the more experienced horses like Fonda will probably go forward as well. Alex Moreno's just had success in the last race with aggressive tactics. So they're the 2 pace angles, and hopefully our selections get a good toe in.
Yeah, hopefully, mostly I hope the 17 does, because that's my selection. We're going to go over to Alex and see who he likes and let him call the race.
Thank you, gents. Yeah, runners just a little bit delayed actually getting down to the start here. We're very close to our post time, so I expect loading to begin any second. Not very exciting, but Kawhi Alla would be my pick here as well. I thought he had the hallmarks of improving for this step up in trip. Everything that we saw in his debut run suggested that there would be more to come from day 1 to day 2. So he will be the one that I would be on side with here for Louis Morales, looking for yet another winner over here. Right, we are getting ready for a load, but it's just some tack adjustments at the moment for Shibble Almamania, who's just in the middle. I've just been taken into the middle here while the rest circle. So just a few adjustments there before the others go in. Definitely keep an eye out for Fonda. Of course, Alex Moreno already successful today. This colt was a winner at meeting 69 and 78. Just in behind the leading line last time out, but has got a rating already of 79. Actually a rating of 80 for Min Baria, number 14 on the card. And she was a winner right back at meeting 33, so quite a while ago. She has run consistently, but without troubling the judge since. We are going in. Ibn Al-Wakas has just gone forward, stall number 3. Also in blue and white colours, Fonda has just moved into line. So starting this loading up process for our third of the day. A reminder that we only have these 2 more thoroughbred races, and then we go into the Arabian action, building all the way up to that big race, the 12th and last race on the card, which is that 100+ rated event. It's Arabian Group 1 contest, which will see the Al Khaladia stables unleash 1 or 2 of their stars. Just backing away at the moment. This particular runner, Al Sayek, Tariq Al Mansour, needing some handling assistance to push this one forwards. Also going forwards is Al Dabel, has gone into stall 17. A Zumak going up now. Interesting couple there on the outside for Gaith Al Gaith. Stall 19 for Azumak and 20 Shea Ayek. They're both interesting runners. Both coming into this having shown bags of promise on their latest efforts. There's Murashed, who's going forwards to stall 9. The reserve. We've got about 6 or 7 left now. Kawa Allah going to be one of the next forwards. Also on the way up as Hanu, stall number 18. For him, there's the 11, which is Savage. Yanwi goes up, white and red colours. Minbari has just gone forward, so the final one is Mucho Caraces, who goes into 1, and we are ready. Standing by. They're off. Action underway, the 1800-metre restricted win event. Pretty level line, actually, on the whole. Not the best of breaks by Mucho Carasi on the inside. Was likely to go forward, but is towards the tail early doors. Good pace, fast up from Sha'ayek on the outside, who's going to tack right on over and lead them at what appears to be quite a steady early gallop here. Unusually so, not too many contesting it. Up there as well is Murash, the red colours. Got a nice handy position as they work their way towards this left-handed turn. Going forwards, Al Rajay as well. Dark jacket, white cap, not far off them now. Back to the outside of those is the half jacket of Min Baria, yellow and maroon colours as they continue their progress to the exit of the far side. They're very clustered up in the centre. This could turn into quite the dash late on. Dropping back through them swiftly is Yanwi. The white and red on the inner is now last. Starting the sweep, up top it continues to be Sha'ayek who leads the way. Continues to have about a length and a half in hand. Al-Raji is in second place. Min Baria is in third. Back in behind those, 1 or 2 getting scrubbed along. Aldabel is off the bridle. Eklas is also firmly ridden on the inside. Murash, Kawa Allah can't get to these leaders at all. Not much has got into this. It's still Sha'ayek out in front and clear by 4 lengths. Min Baria is trying to close the gap and challenge. It's all rather on the spot stuff and slow here, but it's still Sha'ayek who's clear by 5 to the line and is going to run out quite an easy winner, unchallenged. Sha'ayek getting a little tired late on. The deal is done. Sha'ayek wins. Beats into second Min Baria. Third place went to Fonda, who was a bit of a closer. A long old gap then back to Eklas and Mucho Caraces, who did make a little bit of late progress. Quite an odd little race, that one. Not many getting involved. Sha'ayek was away well on the outside. She had an uncontested lead, which was on the steady side, and she had it wrapped up with over 200 metres to cover. So quite easy stuff for the eventual winner. And she goes on to take it in a time of 1:55.59. It will be a good couple of lengths at the line as well. It is 2.5 of the official margin. Min Baria there in second, Fonda in third, and a long old gap to the rest of the pack, who were headed by Eccles. Quite an odd little watch, that one. Unusually an uncontested pace, and that meant victory for Jcsa. The order 20, 14 and 6 in race 3.
That was a second gate-to-wire effort in a row. A little bit of a trend alert.
Yeah, another from a wide draw. Still 20. They just kind of allowed Farhad Al Faradi to get to the lead again, very much like Alex Moreno in the previous race aboard Macho Boy. This Jcsa was just dominant from the outset. There were no closers. They've got close anyway, not within 10 lengths of the winner. And yeah, it was a bit of a weird watch, wasn't it?
Yeah, he just seemed to be easily on the front, just like last time.
Yeah.
Like easily took the lead, and then nobody challenged in the second furlong there.
No, just allowed him to set his own fractions. They went 11.38, I think, for the first sectional, and from then on they slowed up going into the turn. Farhad then kicked off the bend, and no horse got close. I mean, the runner-up in the third place finishes, Min, Barrier and Fonda, were the two form horses rated 80 and 79, but even they couldn't muster enough of a challenge to meet this front runner. You can see he broke nicely on the outside, and Farhad made his intentions very clear at this stage of the race, just edging across rather than Alex's dramatic move from right to left. And yeah, he's got a 2-length lead at this point. There was no horse from the inside that wanted to go forward.
It's 9 furlongs. He realizes he's got to get this horse under control, and the sooner he gets him down to the rail, the quicker he'll go. So
yeah,
he's keeping him as relaxed as possible out there. He knows he's got the lead.
Well, Nathan Anazi was supposed to be on the front runner up the inside, Mucho Caresis. You can just see him towards the back of the shot in the blue and the red silks against the rail. He decided today to take a pull, which the horse didn't like because he was pretty fierce keen throughout. Keep an eye on him throughout this race. He finishes 5th, Mucho Caresis, and I'm sure he's got the talent to win a race next time.
Yeah, that was a very oddly run race. Any excuses for the favorite here? This number 2 here, Kalawala Ala, basically just didn't get involved.
Yeah, no run at all throughout. He was under pressure at this point of the race. Don't think he actually wants the 1800 anyway, because he didn't stay very strongly either. He fades back through the pack. The horse we're talking about is in the red silks, around halfway down your screen right now against the rail.
Yeah, he's basically coming out of the race at this point, never really looking remotely like the horse that we saw last time. Unfortunate for him, but I'd give him a chance if he's dropping back in trip. I think maybe it was too much too soon for him.
Maybe. He needs to take a big step forward, though, on this evidence. I mean, The maiden he won first up was weak, and he's quite clearly not featured in this race. So I don't know, maybe he's just not overly talented and we thought he was better than he is. But by this point, the winner, Jcsa, has already made a bold bid for the front, and no horse has got within 2 lengths at all throughout this whole race. She's just dominated. Good ride by Farhad Al-Faradi, we should say that. When the opportunity's there, take it.
And Adele Al-Faradi on the runner-up, the 14, gives him also a good ride.
Yeah.
This horse had every chance to do his best bidding, but just wasn't good enough on the day, I guess.
She was at least close-ish turning in. She was within 2 or 3 lengths as they turned for home. She just wasn't good enough to reel in this leader after an easy lead. Fonda was a bit further back in the race under Alex Moreno. Made some late run to finish 3rd and cross the line in the blue silks there. Other than that, no horse made ground except for the one, Mucho Caraces. As I was saying, you'll just see blue and red silks there up the fence next time for that one.
I think he just wasn't getting along with the horse, or do you think he intentionally took a pull, Nate did?
Yeah, well, I think he did intentionally take the pull. Maybe it's because in Taif, when he led last time, the horse didn't bend and unshipped him and left him with a bit of an injury. So they used different tactics today, maybe just out of safety precautions, just in case it happened again. I don't think they're the best tactics for the horse, but you know, safety is the #1 priority. So they were just learning and teaching him potentially after the break. And I think he's probably one of the most hunted horses in the race, given a proper try at winning.
Bit of a red flag that the presumed favorite here, Kawala Ala, did basically finish last.
Yeah.
Which to me, it's too bad to be true.
Backed up badly off the bend. Either just didn't stay at all, but I don't think that's probably the case. Maybe the last 200 didn't stay, but the first 1600 should have been fine, or didn't run the race that we were all anticipating. Maybe you put a line through it, maybe you just treat it with caution.
The jump in distance is really aggressive to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that he's a bit of a long strider and probably has plenty of stamina in the long run, but I'd much rather see a 7 or 8 furlong race after a 6 furlong race.
Yeah, me too. It is a big jump up. You do get that in the US though quite a bit, don't you? 5 furlongs up to a mile and 16th and then drop down occasionally, so.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see, but we do prefer to go 6, 7, 8.5.
Yeah.
You know, we don't get a huge amount of mile races there, despite the fact that we have a Breeders' Cup race over a mile. But you do see horses at least have a 7 furlong gap between the 6 and the mile and a 16th, the 8.5 furlong race around 2 turns. So, yeah, it's a bit of a shocking performance from the beaten favorite, but the winner was all there the entire time and definitely had to earn it from the outside post. So well done to Al-Faradi, Al-Gaith. They've definitely earned their stripes, and their first win in her second start. Shaikh gets it done.
Yeah, horses on the speed or near the speed have dominated all 3 thoroughbred races so far. We have 1 thoroughbred race left, and then it's the Arabians. So
then everything shifts completely, and we have we have to reassume our perspectives in that. We're going to go on to Alex, who's going to take us through the runners for race 4.
Cheers, gents. Yeah, just the 16 of them this time, he said. Number 1 is Faray. Jimmy Carrion will be on board this one. You can see at the top of the list there for this restricted win race, 1 and 2 wins. Number 2 is Harfi. 1 win for him so far, not this season though. Number 3, Moslat, Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 4 is Moeta, Ricardo Ferreira. Number 5 is the Jar, Abdullah Alorfi, winner right back at meeting 62, and then most recently meeting 76. No number 6, that's a non. We go to the 7, Alan War, Luis Morales, 4, Gaith Al-Gaith. Number 8 is Abo Jana. Naif Al-Anazi will be on board him. Naif not in some of your publications, so he will be riding the 8. And 9 is Yamdik. Rayan Al-Taresh will be steering. Number 10 is Jama Al-Muhammadiyah. Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 11 is Haas. That one has had 1 win from 6 goes. Really poor last time. Got to bounce back from that. 12, Laith Al-Hami. Khalid Al-Mimoni. 13 is Thakati. Fahed Al-Faradi. 14 is Wafi Al-Aiz. Adel Al-Faradi looking for a hat-trick. Here is him this afternoon. 15, Al-Nasser for Aswana. 16 is Al-Frani, who has just gone. The 16 is out, so don't include that one in your thoughts and calculations. A late scratching, so the 16 confirming goes, and that means the last one is 17, Motor Shamek for Alex Moreno. So number 6 and 16 now, both gone. 15 of them for this fourth race of the day. Let's see who the gents like this time around.
Another well-matched field. We got some Saudi-Brads over the 1800. Once again, the 9 furlongs. This time, 4-year-old non-winners of 3, and some horses in here. A lot of them, obviously, they have to be winners, and they're winners up to 2 wins.
Yeah, it's an interesting race. Some big stables represented, some big owners. Also some good jockeys in here. Quite a few of the best jockeys actually that we have. So yeah, it'll be an interesting contest. Difficult again to assess, a mixture of talents, but still quite a few at the top end. So the shortlist would be 5 or 6 horses rather than just 2 or 3, and that makes the job a lot harder.
All right, it's going to be fun. And just looking over them, over our shoulders as we are in the studio here, some good-looking horses. Some just, this is going to be hard for Shamila when we eventually get to her to figure out who is the best-looking horse in this race, because we have some genuine lookers in here. And it's no shock at all, because these horses are all winners, and some of them are very much unexposed.
Yeah, plenty of unexposed horses in the field. That's basically a guarantee with races like this. We have horses who have had 2 wins from 5 starts, and 1 win from 2 starts, and yeah, there are lots of unknown quantities in here. There are a few experienced horses that we know quite a lot about, but when we get through the runner by runner in the next minute or so.
The one initially wasn't with the parade ring crew here, but now is with them. We should be jumping right to him right now. There he is. That is Faray, who took a minute to get ready in the pre-parade. 1 for 11, was 5th last time.
Trending in the right direction. Not the nicest looking individual, I'd say. Just a little bit leggy and small, but has some work to do on the figures as well.
Number 2 is Hafiz, 1 for 6, 6th last time. Hasn't really run a bad race yet.
My selection in here, getting out there nice and early. Dropped down in grade today, down to a non-winners of 3. Last time around in a grade 3.
Number 3 is Moslat, 1 for 13, 12th in his last 2.
Struggled since a win back in meeting 44. Tariq Al-Mansour rides today.
4 in shot there is Mawat, her lovely individual. 2 wins and 5 starts, comes off one of those victories.
Bounced back last time at meeting 81 when winning nicely in a non-winners of 2. Steps up in grade to a non-winners of 3 this afternoon. His
stablemate is Dajar, number 5, who's right behind him, also for the Red Stables. 2 for 5 also comes off a victory. Very similar profile, higher rating.
Exactly, very similar profile. No surprise they're against each other because they're very much for muchness in here. That win last time at meeting 76, again coming in a non-winners of 2 event.
Number 6 is out. Number 7, it's going to be Alan War. You see back there with the orange, with the star, with his leaders. That is a one-time winner from 13 starts. That win was 2 races back.
Progressing slowly since coming to Riyadh. The Thai form is not as strong, but third up at this track, you have to pay note of that. The only negative is that the rating of 64 suggests this horse needs to improve a great deal.
Number 8 is Abojana. 1 for 8, was 10th last time, which would look to be his debut locally.
Actually, no, won an open race last December. Debut this season, yeah, the comeback. Nathal Anazi is a good jockey booking. Depends if this horse can refire as a 4-year-old.
Number 9, Yam Deek. 1 win from 2 lifetime runs.
15th in a cup race last time after a maiden victory, but the last start was 12 months ago. Long time off the track for this good-looking type.
Number 10 is Jama Al-Muhammadiyah. 1 for 12, 5th last time.
Struggled to feature so far this season. A couple of 5th place finishes, generally down the field.
Best name all day. Number 11 is Haris. Must be Irish. 1 for 6, 17th last time.
Needed the run last time. At least that's what I'm hoping, because it was a below par performance in finishing 17th. Not one of the better horses in the white stable.
We'll go to Shamila, see who she likes, then we'll finish our horses after that.
Thank you very much, Michael. This was really difficult for me because I have about 5 horses noted down here that I like, but I'm going to go with horse number 2, Hafi, ridden by Mohammed Ad-Daham. He's had really good week previously, so hopefully he can get himself back in the winner's enclosure. 6th last time out, 2nd the time before that, 3rd the time before that, so always been up there in the placings, though he's up against some very competitive horses in horses number 13 and 14, ridden by both the Al-Faradi brothers. I think Wafi Alayez is probably my 2nd pick, and Thikati is definitely my 3rd pick. It was really difficult for me. All these horses look so good in the parade ring for this 4th contest and the last thoroughbred contest of the day. So I will be sticking with Hafi with my fingers crossed.
All right, thank you so much. We will continue with number 12, which is going to be Laith Al-Hami, 1 for 14, and was 4th last time.
I don't think this horse will play a big part today, despite the encouraging recent effort back at meeting 81 went 4th.
Number 13 is Stakati, is 2 for 23, a pair of fourths in the last two.
Could run a place if this race is run at a fast pace, however, will come from off the speed.
Number 14 is Wafi Alayez, comes off a victory, 2 for 9 thus far.
In great form, with the last two races being victories, could easily play a part with Del Alfaredi taking over.
Al Nasser is 1 for 12, comes off one of those victories. Let's look at a piece of form right now. This will be Jcsa coming off of a victory on the 14th of December.
Probably the horse to beat in this race on the back of this win. It was a good effort. You can see him take over as they turn into the straight and really power towards the line. This was in a non-winners of 2 event, stepping up to a non-winners of 3 looks the logical move forward for this horse, and yeah, there's very little not to like in this performance.
Yeah, very much does it within and of itself, and quite dominantly.
Yeah.
We'll also take a picture. Take a picture. We'll take a picture. We're also going to take a look at number 2 here. This is Hafi, who seems to be well fancied by our team here. We have comes off a second place finish on the 24th of November.
Yeah, I can't believe Shamila's gone for my selection yet
again.
Unbelievable.
She's
definitely
sinking the ship.
Definitely copying the notes out there. We get to see that run, hopefully, in the next couple of seconds.
It'll be a little faster than this pace right here.
Here we go. It was a good performance this day from Hafi. You know, this was better opposition. He was put out wide, the second string colours with the yellow cap rather than the red cap which he wears today. And he makes a good late run to finish second down the outside. Now, the negative is that this was the penultimate effort and not most recently. Most recently finished 6th. However, that was in a Group 3 event. This is a drop down. The horse that beat him in this piece of footage we're watching right now is a horse called A Date, who subsequently previously won a Good Maiden, which the form has been franked by the second and the third. It was a good piece of running there from Hafi. If he can return to that, I think he's one of the major players in this contest today.
And those two are definitely Hafi and Jcsa, the 2 pieces of form. We just saw 2 of the leading players in here. I'm really at least physically going through the parade ring. The 2 that jumped out to me. Mowater number 4, I looked fantastic with Ricardo Ferreira aboard, and Yamdik number 9 was on his toes, but not sweating at all. Just absolutely looked ready to run for a horse just making a third lifetime start, looking for a second win.
Yeah, Yamdik would have been my paddock pick, I have to say, on looks alone. I don't think the horse will win today, coming off the long layoff, but on looks the nicest type, that's for sure.
Probably just a little bit fresh, that's why you see him acting the way he is. But the 5, is, on the other hand, is absolutely relaxed. The jockey's asking him to get a little bit more involved right now to warm him up for the running. I'm gonna side with Mowater today. Just give him a chance. I loved the way he presented himself in the parade ring. Absolutely confident and connect as a stallion. Curlin means that this 1800 is going to be absolutely what he needs. A couple we haven't touched on so far. We have Al Nasser number 15. We touched on that one yet?
We didn't, no. It was an improved effort last time when successful back at Meeting 81. Quite a few of these horses ran at Meeting 81. 12, 13, 14, 15. Moati, your selection, Faray, Muslat. It seems like the perfect slot for them to run again today. It was an improved effort, but the previous run was questionable, just last of the whole field. I don't really know what to make of this horse number 15.
And the one that I also thought looked quite well in the parade ring was Mota Mashek, is 1 for 3 lifetime. Another red stable, Alex Moreno, Al-Qatani, have to respect.
Yes, always got to respect anything that Moreno rides. He's a very good pilot. This is his last ride of the day. Mota Shamek is, interesting, coming off the 11-month layoff. Again, red stable horses always go close at this venue, but I don't like the trainer Al-Qatani first up angle. I like to see his horses have a little bit of experience.
All right, so we're going to have to some vital line throughs with some of these major players, which might come to bite us, but we're going to try it anyway. I'm going to go with Mowater, number 4, where Tom and Shamila are both going to go with
horse number 2, Hafi.
All right, we'll go over to Alex and see who he likes in here and listen to the call of our final thoroughbred race before we get to Festival Day 2 of the Arabians.
Yes, indeed. Won't be too far away from the Arabian action, but still one more thoroughbred race to come. I'm going to go with Jcsa here, number 5. Just seems to be in a good vein of form at the moment, like the win at Meeting 76. Got a nice rating of 83, so I'll stick with him in here. A reminder that we've got 3 in the same ownership here, haven't we? So Mowater, number 4, Traditional Silks, red cap. Number 2, Jcsa. We'll have a white cap to be carried here by Abdullah Alofi, and the 17, Mota Shamek, is in the black cap for Alex Moreno. So if you're following any of those, they are the combinations to watch out for. We are circling behind the stalls, so that will mean loading up is imminent. Quite a few in this race have been in decent form, haven't they? So not always the case. Moata, 2 wins this campaign. Wafi Al-Aiz looking for the hat-trick, of course. You've got Al Nasser, we touched upon him. He was a winner last time as well. So the good form brigade with all of these. And we are now starting to go in. So loading up underway. Those couple of runners include Moslat, Tariq Al-Mansour, and Faray. Jimmy Carrion, who goes forwards to stall number 1. Alan Waugh, Luis Morales is in, a winner 2 starts ago, backed it up with a good enough run last time actually as well. There comes Abo Jana. Nefara Nazi, don't forget, on board that one. That's the white cap. Izdajar is a little warm behind, but is into the starting stalls. And there's the red cap, Moata, coming forwards. And he's in. We're in the stalls there with Izdajar. As you can see, the handler up on the side, just keeping him calm. As though the starter just giving out some instruction. Perhaps not happy with the speed of the load. Harfi, Yamdik, they're both coming in. The same story with Yamdik and Haas here, haven't we, with the caps? You've got a red cap on the 11. Haas, who's in those King Abdulaziz and Sons colours. Right, turning Harfi, who's a little bit stubborn, only briefly. He comes in. Yamdik is in as well, so looks as though we're nearly set. Motashan, black cap to 17 is the final one. He's in, set to go. They're off. Racing away over 1,800 this time, a restricted win race from the stalls. Moata was just a bit short of room, actually. The red colours will find itself at the back end of the field. Also, Faray is dropping towards the tail, and behind them now is Moslat. Let's look at the pace then. Good start for Yamdik. White jacket and green cap is bounding forwards. Again, though, it's not all that strong early. There is a 3-way go for the lead, but they're clocking only 59 kilometres an hour. Up on the outside, you've got the likes of Tharkati, a green and white combination. The red cap of Haas is deeper out in that front wave. White cap of Izdajar, the red jacket is just following them. On the inside is Harfi, just off the pace. Quite a nice posse there on the rails. Racing in company with Wafi Al-Aiz. The hat-trick seeker is slap bang in the centre. So on the inside, the pace is set just by Yamdik, but only narrowly. Showing up by about half a length and continues to be pestered by Tharkati. They are then being followed into the turning point by Izdajar. Between rivals and improving is Laith Al-Hami. Spot that combination of red, green and white being pushed into it. Deeper still is Haas, the red cap, also out wide Wafi Al-Aiz as they start this turn. Back to the inside still is Harfi. Will need some gaps through, but appears to be travelling quite well at this point in time as they level for the judge. And doing so, Tharkati has gone on. Moves in advance here of the pace-setting Yamdik. Izdajar is trying to run on. Harfi is now in the clear and closing, but is it too late here? Tharkati got away, got clear by 2.5. Harfi is still coming strongly. Leader drifting right across to the centre. Tharkati is all out, did enough. Held off the challenge of Harfi, who was strong late, but it was too late. Then came Laith Al-Hami and Jama Al-Muhammadiyah. Success then for Tharkati. Horse number 13, drifting all over the shop in the home straight. Tiredness on show there for sure. But Fahad Al-Faradi has steered this filly to victory, and a third career success for her, registering a time of 1:54.41 on the clock, and has beaten off Harfi, the strong finisher, 3/4 of a length, the official margin come the line. Harvey travelled well on the inside, had to switch wider for the challenge in the home run, and was getting ever closer but couldn't make it. Third place then to Laith Al-Hami, who was 3.5 lengths behind your front pair. And you can see on the bob there that it was Jama Al-Muhammadiyah who was eventually a narrow fourth in advance of Izdajar. But again, quite an odd race in terms of the pace. There was a few of them up there early, but they weren't going mad flat out, which has been the case quite often with the way these races have run in the past. So interesting change with regards to that in the last couple of races we've seen. Order of finish then to race 4, 13, 2, and 12.
Well, that's another one of my selections that has come second, and Tom Collins as well. So, but we were still in the placings, so Harvey ran fairly well. But Thakati came in and won the contest, giving Fahad Al Faredi a double on the day. So very well done to him, and Mohammadi Al Sabeh as well, the trainer for Turkey, Mahadi Al Sabeh. This beautiful 4-year-old filly is by Two Step Salsa. Jumped out of stall 13, so she cruised to the finish line, absolutely no problem. And both of the Al Faredi brothers are absolutely flying. And we had this discussion on the way to the racecourse today that Adil Al Faredi could easily have 4 or 5 winners today now in the Arabian races. He's on pretty much all of the favourites, apart from Asfan Al Khalidiyah, of course. So I could really see the party starting in the Al Faredi household this evening. So very well done to Thakati, winning the last thoroughbred race of the evening.
Yeah, this is drifting a bit. He's trying to keep the horse as straight as possible, but at the same time not trying to ruin momentum of the winner.
Yeah, he's done very well to win back-to-back races in similar kind of styles. Obviously, we didn't get an easy lead in this race. It wasn't exactly the same, but went forward. Jumped on, was near the pace. You can see in the green and white out wide here, sitting in about second.
Actually, he's in first in the beginning, yeah?
Yeah.
And then the inside, the 9 comes up and takes over.
Yeah, Yamdeet, the really good-looking white stable horse, pushed through up the rail to make the pace. But they were walking in the early stages. Again, you needed to be on the speed. My selection was the best in the race. I don't say that because I selected the horse.
Because you're a very humble person.
No, this is just analysis. Harvey was the best horse and got given a subpar ride, unfortunately. The best rider won, and Mohammed Al Daham didn't have his best mount.
So right now, the winner is about a neck behind at this point, and you can tell that Al Faredi has purposely not
gone on with things.
Yeah, not let the horse out a notch. Just keeping it as comfortable as possible in a 3.5 path. Right?
Yeah, exactly. You can just you can see alongside the other white
there he
horse,
goes.
just moving across into the 2 path
Yeah.
and saving ground on the turn. The horse I was saying that should have won the race is 3 back on the rail, red silks, white jersey with the blue H written on it, and Mohammed Al-Daham just couldn't get this horse into a challenging position early enough. Farhad Al-Faredi kicks off the bend, you'll see, in the green and white. Meanwhile, Harfi is struggling for room in a second.
Horse that definitely is one of note. My selection, number 4, Mawater, had a fairly hellish trip here. Bad start and gets bumped on the turn, has to correct, almost shifts paths, and then you'll see him come up the rail and have to shift paths once again when he gets cut off. But the winner by this point shoots clear.
Yeah,
And then here comes your horse.
Harfi should have been closer. Mohammed just waited and waited and waited for the gap and didn't push through it either. He was kind of nervous, I think, that the horse on the inside was going to drift out. Harfi finished full of run. Look at him close all the way to the line up the inside. And yeah, Thekati is very tired on the outside and hanging out, but Harfi was way the best.
And I'd like to see the winner, despite the win. Do you think a mile would suit her a little bit better? Or do you?
Yeah. No, I do think a mile probably. 1600 is probably the ideal trip. She can obviously get this distance, but she's not a filly that sustains her run and powers through the line over this trip, is she?
I would imagine that when reevaluating this race, say tomorrow you look at it and say, obviously there's a tiny bit of a speed bias at this point.
Yeah.
How much do you hold that against the winners of most of the 3 races we've seen on the front end?
Quite a bit, to be honest. In the last race, absolutely, she was gifted the lead.
Yeah.
Farhad's ride in the race before. Alex Moreno again made his statement clear, went straight to the front, and that horse bounced back to form phenomenally. In this race, again, I think being on the pace is a huge advantage, and yeah, I would say that she's definitely been flattered by winning Thekati. I'd be wanting to take the second out of the race, maybe the 4th as well. Jama Al-Madahamiya ran a nice race.
I would take the 4 Mawater I would take out of here just because I very much was 3 or 4 moments throughout the race that definitely hindered its performance. And the 9, Yamdik. I think Yamdik showing a bit of run there. I like horse coming off a layoff, shows a bit of pace, looks comfortable and well within itself through the first half of the race, and then gets late, as we say, gets a little tired in the end. Definitely needed the run.
Yeah, 12 months off the track, you can easily make an excuse for not finishing the race out as powerfully as some of the others. Looks the nicest individual as a physical specimen.
You see him there with the big blaze right there on your right of your screen.
Yeah, green cap, just there passing the shot. And very nice looking horse. So you'd expect that he'll come on a great deal for this run. He's no excuses because he was on the front end on a speed favouring track, we think. But as you say, coming off the layoff, you can suggest that next time he's going to run a lot better. So
you're looking at a bit of a speed bias here. How does that affect your sort of handicapping throughout the rest of the card as far as the Arabians go? If it was standard thoroughbred racing, then I would definitely factor it in. With the Arabians, it's very hard to know exactly where they're going to be racing, as in the position through the race, especially the next contest, which is a 3-year-old event for the horses who have never run before. I mean, if it wasn't tricky enough already, a biased track doesn't help. But yes, we will factor it in at some point, I'm sure. This is going to be interesting, especially if you think about in the very end, we have our $1.5 million feature where we have 2 of the best Arabians in the world facing off. So I'm looking forward to it. And how is that, if you think about Talal Al-Khalidiyya versus Asfan Al-Khalidiyya, and if there still is a speed bias at the end, both of them like at least one horse to follow. Yeah. So you think that one's going to, maybe even Asfan, show a little bit more speed than usual because he is coming out of a 6-furlong race? I think they're going to be up with the pace. Both of them will be second or third in the early stages. The Al-Khalidiyya stables have 4 horses in there. One of them will go forward, I'm sure. They will use that horse to set the pace, make sure it's not an absolute crawl, because when the pace is super slow, that allows a shock to happen in races that involves really talented horses. So I think going to our feature, race 12, we're going to have the proper matchup that we're hoping for. I think Asfan Al-Khalidiyya will come out on top. He will be my most confident selection of the day. I know you don't agree with me, but it's okay. We'll find out. No, I mean, I agree it's a proper clash between the 2 best dirt Arabians in the land. But we have a few more races until then, but right now we're going to go to this fantastic feature that Shamila showed to us yesterday, and it's going to put a little bit of focus on some of the heroes that are a bit unsung.
Racing is made up out of plenty of integral teams. Today, today we will be looking at the Outriders. We see them every single race day, but who exactly are they? Let's have a look.
I am Faisal Al-Chamri, working outrider for the Jockey Club in Saudi Arabia, almost 18 years now.
Tell me a little bit about your career and your career before becoming an outrider as well.
Actually, I started my riding because my father and my family always with the horses. So I started riding horse when I'm a little kid. So after I be 9 years old, because before we have a rule for riding the race, so I started riding race from 9 years old until I get 16 almost. Before I come to be outrider, the thing stopped me from riding jockey. I'm taller a bit and I have a lot of weight, so like 56, 58 kilo. And then you're still young actually, because apprentice, you have to lose weight and something. So it killed me this thing to lose my weight. And from 2005 until now, 2023.
And tell me a little bit about your social media presence as well.
Actually, the social media helped me a lot with this job, and even let the people outside know about our job. And we actually, the first 10 years we working, nobody know about our job until the social media came in. And then I started with Instagram. I posted the first video for me, and he took like over 4 million views with the first week actually, and everybody know me, and especially the people before he see us, we just walking behind the horses and coming, the outrider, and nobody know what our job until I share the video loose horse, and then I catch him. Like, it took actually 6 seconds to catch this horse. Until now, this video viral, and always I find him in other accounts. Yeah, especially outside people. When the first Saudi Cup and the people coming from outside, and I never meet these people, and he come and call me by name. He say, we need Faisal going with our horses, especially the American people, because always the American style going with the pony and something. Even the European with the time, and he see our job going success and good, and we actually we have a special way to lead the horses and never make the horse panic or anything. So even the European people now start using the pony in the morning and sometime on a race day.
Talk to me a little bit about the tack that you use as well for the outriding ponies.
Actually, we use it like Western saddle without horn, because before we use this, the cowboy saddle. Sometimes when you reach and catch, actually touch your body, and that actually dangerous actually for the outrider. So we use the flat weather here. And also not same we don't use same saddle for each horse. We switch in the saddles, because some horses have flat weather like a quarter horse, and some horses we have them skinny a little bit. We use different saddle, because we ride and you're talking about almost 6-7 hours. You don't need to hurt your horse back. So thank God we never have this thing happen, because we always carefully with how we use our saddle. You see Shimmy here, I'm walking, to be next to the gate, because all the horses almost load. I have to go there. You see the horse, he going under the gate. Thank God I have nice and speed, move that moment. First, I grab his brass collar, and then I reach and catch his rein, because many times happen, if you go back here, you see the first grab, I grab his actually brass collar, and then because the rein outside, and then I reach and catch his rein. And take from me like from here to here to catch the loose horse, like 3-4 seconds only to catch him. And thank God he's actually far away from me, but thank God I hear the voice, everybody is screaming over there because the horse is going under the gate. Thank God we have him under control, and we bring him back to gate, and he run in a race.
Faisal Al-Chamri and his team work tirelessly throughout the whole year to ensure everybody's safety on track. They really are some of racing's unsung heroes.
It's great to see a little bit of focus on the unsung heroes behind is a job that doesn't get really celebrated. These are people that put their lives at risk and taking care of people who also put their lives at risk, the horses and the jockeys.
Yeah, exactly. They do a phenomenal job here and make sure everything runs smoothly. There are fewer incidents and we get the racing off on time. It could be a lesson learned by plenty of the jurisdictions across the world.
Now, Shamila has been pretty busy. She earlier on caught up with a. We'll get to go to that in just a moment, but we're looking forward to obviously the Arabian horses later on. But in a few moments, we're gonna talk about how Shamila has been very busy. She had a very special guest earlier, Frank Penn, but we'll get to that in just a minute. Are you looking forward to what's going to be a tough race to pull apart in race 5?
Yeah, we've got several tough races. We've got plenty of quality to come on this card. Again, second day of the brilliant Arabian Festival that we've got here, and lots of good horses to come. Race 5 is not my favourite race, I have to admit. We're full of unraced 3-year-olds, but we've got a good race for a good rest of the card today. Shamila's been super busy today, and here's an interview she conducted earlier.
I am joined this evening by a very well-known breeder in Kentucky, Mr. Frank Penn, who has travelled all the way from America to Saudi. Welcome to Saudi Arabia, first of all, Frank.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
And tell me a little bit about you and about your career over the years as well.
Well, we're commercial market breeders, and we run the tobacco business for a long time, and tobacco support our horse habit. But I fell in love with a horse when I was 10 years old, and it's just, horses are my passion. And to be able to work and do your passion is a great life. We live on a farm, we raised our kids on a farm. We're trying to pass those farms on to our other kids, and it's fun, and to see good horses and to raise good horses. We've been fortunate to raise some really good horses, and that's been a lot of fun.
And how long have you been involved in the racing industry and breeding industry?
In the breeding industry, better than 40 years. I've only raced a few because most of the time the cash flow of the farm situation doesn't allow you to race a lot. And the other thing is that if you only race the horses you can't sell, it's pretty tough to be successful because a lot of eyes look at those horses. There's a reason they don't sell. So I keep a broodmare too. We've got one running now, but mainly breed and sell a kingdom.
What brings you over to Saudi Arabia?
Well, my wife and I like to travel, and everywhere we go, I like to go to racetracks. And I've wanted to come here ever since I watched the Saudi Cup. And to see it on television is one thing, but to get to see it in person is another. And to be honest with you, at Keeneland in September this year, several horses were bought by Saudis and shipped over here. And I just wanted to see where they run and wanted to see the facilities.
And what do you think about the facilities now that you're actually here? What do you make of the racetrack?
I'm impressed with it. I think the racetrack is what is a safe-looking racetrack. I think the width of it's great. I think the depth of the track is good. I'm not an expert on racetracks, but I know that the breeding industry in the United States is leaning more and more towards speed, and I'm not a big fan of that. I don't like to see horses working 9 and change as a 2-year-old. They'll never run that fast again in their life. You give me a horse that runs 11, 11, 11, I'll win a lot of races. So I'm impressed with what I see, and I'm really impressed with the horsemanship that I see here. And I wish I could be here longer so I could go to the stables and do those things. But I think with what I saw is happening in Saudi Arabia, if the good Lord lets me live long enough, I think I'll be back.
Do you see Saudi Arabia growing in the next few years with the amount of horses they're buying from the UK and America as well?
Well, I would certainly hope so. You know, the airplane made it international to where you can fly horses, you can race anywhere. And I would certainly hope so. Just remember, you never go to a racetrack unless you see a group of really optimistic people. And I'm an optimistic person, and I don't like to be around pessimists, and you don't find them at racetracks. Whether they're the better, whether they're the owner, whether they're the jockey, they're optimists. And the trainers, my hat's off to them. I would never know how to do that, nor to have any interest in doing that. But the good ones kind of rise to the top, and and they prove year after year that they are very special in that area.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Frank. It's great to have you on the channel.
Thank you for having me. Good to see you.
With Shamila and Frank, of course, touching upon the progress here in Saudi and the facilities and the like. It was very nice to hear that outside praise. Now, we're not far away from our next race, are we? Which is going to be our first of the Arabian action today. We're continuing this second day of the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz World Cup. The first race in that program, the fifth, is a interesting race because we don't really know much about these. It's a 1,200-meter maiden event coming up. Numbers 1 and 7 don't go if you have got a race card on you. So we're down to a field of 6 here. Number 2 will be Shahed Gouda, the mount of Adel Al-Faradi. Number 3 is Jcsa, Abdullah Al-Rashid. Number 4 is Hathal for Nawaf Al-Farouz. 5 is Jcsa Al-Thabab, Khaled Al-Mimoni. 6, Morwash for Abdullah Al-Kredis. And then the 8 is Awaj Al-Ansari for Abdullah Saudi. So they are the 6 runners here that will be lining up for our 5th race, the first in our Arabian sequence.
Thank you so much, Alex. We're going to go through these very, very unexposed sorts. Just like yesterday's beginning of the day was a 3-year-old maiden where we don't have a lot of starts or any for a lot of these. And they have to kind of prove it, and we have to do our best to see who looks the best, who's acting like the sort that we'd like to see, and maybe even a little bit of pedigree.
Yeah, I'll leave the pedigree to you, that's for sure. Just looking over my shoulder, they all look relatively nice types, to be fair. I mean, the 5's got a very short tail, but that doesn't stop him running. The 8 maybe is a little bit smaller than the rest. The saddlecloth kind of dwarfs the horse, but other than that, they all look relatively racy for Arabians. And yeah, we have 0 form to go off, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in the race.
Yeah, and all of them are all the runners are bred in Saudi Arabia. The one that was bred in the United Arab Emirates, Mirjan Ramadan, is scratch number 7. Just to go through real fast, we'll start with number 2 is Shahed Gouda, owned by Hassam Abdullah Al-Damar. Al-Faradi gets the ride here, so obviously Adel is in top form.
Yes, Adel Al-Faradi is definitely a big positive on the 2. The 3 is Jcsa, bred in Saudi Arabia, owned by Abdullah Balharith, son of Nimr. In here, Al-Rashid rides and trains, and he had a winner yesterday.
Yeah, he had a winner yesterday, and he had a good second place run as well. And we'll go on to number 4, Hathal, who to me looks the best among them. Nice little grey, good-looking horse. Got a good size for a 3-year-old Arabian. It's owned by Al-Rani, and Farouz takes the ride.
Yeah, horse 4 Hathal is a gelding, not a colt. And the rest of these are colts in here, apart from the 8. I don't really know what does the B stand for. That's interesting. But yes, horse number 5 is Jcsa Al-Thab.
Ooh, the 2 has begun his race early. Hopefully he's okay.
I mean, this is the point where you're very glad that Adel Al-Faradi's on board. Yeah. Look at that, brilliant horsemanship. Kept everyone safe in the middle. Got the horse under control. Fantastic.
Wow, well done. And number 5 is Jcsa Al-Thab. This is a 3-year-old colt owned by Al-Galayel. Khaled Al-Mimoni takes the ride.
Horse number 6 is Morwash, ridden by Ahmed Al-Kredis. This horse is by Taj Al-Khalidiyah, so the Al-Khalidiyahs are represented in some form in this race. And then we have horse number 8, Awaj Al-Ansari.
Let's go out to Shamila and see what she likes.
Well, it's all going on down here in the parade ring. Horse number 2 momentarily got loose. However, my paddock selection for this race is horse number 4, Hathal OR. No official ratings for any of these horses, and they're all Saudi bred. But this horse just stood out to me from the get-go. Jumps out of stall number 4, a little bit on toes, but a lot of the horses seem to be on their toes, especially after the loose horse incident, but not a problem. Everything is all under control now. I will be sticking with Hathal as my selection for this race. A few 1 ones to mention that are on my naughty list, at least. Horse number 2, definitely after getting loose, seems to have calmed down now that he's out on track. Horse number 3 getting naughty as well, and horse number 8 very much on toes. So they are very inexperienced. We can't hold that against them too much. So hopefully horse number 4, Hathal and Nawaf Al Modihani, can get the job done.
All right, you know, it's going to be a tough one to pull this apart, but we did it yesterday. I think we did okay in this route. We finished second, I think, in this spot.
Yes, yeah, it was tricky though. Adel Al-Faradi should have had the winner in that race. I was with him, but look, I say should have had the winner. You know, we never really know with these types of horses. We can see Frank there. He conducted the interview earlier with Shamila, making friends on the racetrack. So hopefully he's having a good day, and everyone in the crowd is as well. This race is just tough. I mean, at least we don't have the 15 runners that we had yesterday in the 3-year-old Emirates Maiden.
Yes, it could be a lot worse. And those races can be a little bit tricky too, especially for the aforementioned outriders. These young horses are going to keep them on their toes, and you can be sure that they are definitely looking at Shahid Gouda, very much so, between now and the start of the race. Because he definitely got a warm-up within the parade ring.
Yeah, for sure. I imagine it was just the fact that he knew that the race was about to happen. You can see him now. The outrider's there with Adel Al-Faradi and the horse, Shahid Gouda, going down to post a lot nicer than he acted in the prelims. This was going to be my selection in the race. Yeah. I'm going to stick with him, but obviously I'm now a little bit worried.
In horse body language, this horse is just full of beans. He's just he wants to play. He wants to get out there and get the job done. All he knows is that when he goes to the track, he gets to stretch his legs when he works out, and now he's really excited about it.
I kind of like it. I have to admit, in a race like this, it shows that he's at least wanting to get on with his job, whereas some of these are going to be inexperienced from the gate. We might see a couple miss the start or completely blow it. So. Yeah.
And that ride, I mean, the fact that Adel was attracted to this ride.
This is why I like him.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, the horse probably has a bit of ability. I would be shocked if he doesn't show a bit of boot out the gate, considering how much, we'll say, like enthusiasm he's shown so far.
Yeah, this 8 horse is very small. Awaj Al Ansari, definitely the smallest individual in the race. Doesn't mean he can't run. We've seen some fantastic small horses, but looks pony-like there.
Remember, some of the best horses I've ever seen have been barely 15-2 thoroughbreds.
Grand National winner Tiger Roll, 2-time Grand National winner Tiger Roll's very small horse. It doesn't really necessarily translate, but look at the hind end. I know it's not a thoroughbred right now.
The hind end difference between the outrider and the Arabian.
Crazy.
Being very well behaved, the 8 though. I mean, as far as the physicality of the 8, being a 3-year-old, I know obviously has a lot of room to grow, quite literally, but actually a well put together animal.
Yeah, he just needs to grow another 2 hands, I think, to look like he should be in a race. But as I say, don't
be in the pony
rule out
race
a horse.
a few weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. Don't completely rule out a horse just based on looks. It is a negative for me, but it's not, the be all and end all.
2 looking a lot better now that he's calmed down. The 4, who to me and also with Shamila was the standout in the parade ring.
Is that your selection?
Oh, very much so.
Hathal?
I selected before she did, and I just can't come off of it just because. I'm not.
Well,
hopefully, she doesn't sink my ship like she did yours.
I was going to say, I haven't had much luck. I haven't had much luck with Shamila siding with the same horse of mine. To be fair, we should have both had a winner in the last race with Hafi, but you've now jumped on the Shamila train, so good luck with Hathal. I'm going to stick with the 2 though. Shahid Gouda. As we see all the trophies, the best part of the day, look at these trophies. To be fair, I'm a big fan of that one at the front there. That would be one of the leading.
Open air trophy.
Yeah, big fan of that. It's completely different to some of the others.
This is fun. Oh, there's some more of them. Wow.
That's
what we're used to, the big ones.
Yeah.
The big so I'm going to, Shamila and I are going to go for Hathal. We're teaming up for the first time in probably 4 weeks. Yep. Hopefully it's a good sign. And for you?
Horse number 2, Shahid Gouda, Adel Al-Faradi. I think he's got 5 phenomenal chances in these 8 Arabian races, and this could be the first of them.
Let's go to Alex for the first race. This is our 5th race of the day, first race of day 2 of the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz World Cup.
Thank you both. Yes, loading up, about to get underway here. Field of 6 going forwards for this first Arabian bit of action, our 5th race on the card. Good to see Shahid Gouda settled down after those chaotic moments in the parade ring earlier. Well handled, as expected by Al-Faradi, was swiftly under control Everyone's scattered out of the way, and Shahed Gouda was back and calm rather quickly. They are just putting forwards Hathal at the moment, but just waiting for the final push in by the looks of it, and they're going to load some others up as well. Mawash coming forwards. That one's gone in, black and white combination of colours. There is Jcsa Al-Thab. Will go into stall 5, just backing away that runner actually. Waiting for Shahed Gouda. So loading up, continuing now with some of the others. Different shapes and sizes, that's for sure. Hathal possibly the best looker from the parade ring, as you heard there from both Michael and Shamila, so keeping an eye out for him. There is Awaj Al-Ansari, who's moved in. Abdullah Saadi on board, that runner locked away, so we've got 3 in now. Jcsa Al-Thab is there as well. There's the blue and white colours of Jcsa. Bit fractious, a little bit side to side, but now straightens up. Couple of extra hands, and there we go. That one's in, so 2 to go. Shahed Gouda coming on up. Much more relaxed now down at the start. And is in. Final one will be Hathal, who they did put forwards first of all, but took this one out the back in a turn. Has got the blindfold on. How many chances does Hathal get? I'm not sure many. Looking a bit stubborn. Farouz just encouraging a little tap to get this one forwards, but not convinced how fruitful that's being. Handler's trying to get behind. The blindfold's coming off. We might be going without Hathal here. Signal given. They're off. Racing away. They've gone without Hathal, who refused to enter the starting stalls. They go here over 1,200 meters in this first Arabian race of the day. Up on the inside, Jcsa Al-Thab got a nice enough start. White and black colors. Jcsa in the blue and white is also handy, and Shahed Gouda on the outside. Even wider is Mawash. So they're all very well bunched early on as they go into this turning point. So swinging left-handed, it is Jcsa Al-Thab just ahead, only narrowly. Awaj Al-Ansari is in second place. Back to the inside. Shahed Gouda got a lovely seam through there, breezing through. Up in between horses is the Diamonds, blue and white Jcsa at the back of the field. Mawash is now under pressure. Shahed Gouda just ahead by virtue of the inside as they go to the top of the home straight. Jcsa Al-Thab is firmly ridden in second. The others are being left behind. Jcsa is in third, but now starting to struggle as up top Shahed Gouda is into the drive and 2 lengths clear. Less than 200 to go. It's Shahed Gouda. Adel Al-Faradi getting a good tune out of Shahed Gouda. Well, he was het up, worked up in the paddock beforehand, but his energy has been used quite right here. Shahed Gouda, easy success. Beats Jcsa Al-Thab into second place. Jcsa was in third, then Mawash, and finally Awaj Al-Ansari. So number 2, Shahed Gouda goes on to win in fine style for Adel Al-Faradi. Got a lovely gap through. A dream run through on the inside, having been just off the pace very early on. And a winning pick for Tom as well, of course. Goes on to take this in a time of 1:23.24. And has done it by quite a fair few lengths at the line, I would suspect. Yes, it's 8 lengths, the winning margin. Jcsa Al-Thab finished in second, and Jcsa was third, and a further 13 lengths behind. They can get rather stretched out. They went without Hathal, who refused to go in. And the order for race 5, the first Arabian action today, was 2, 5, and 3.
Never underestimate the power of a warm-up, and this one started in the parade ring.
Yeah, it was a really interesting race prior to the off, with the two messing around in the parade ring, causing some havoc. But then in the race itself, Adel Al-Furedi took a pull on the two, didn't manage to go forward, and actually at this point of the race ends up being last of the field, but he's quite clearly helped by the four in front duelling for that early advantage. Then Khalid Al-Mamoni just decides, you know what, I'm going to leave that rail open. And when you've got a rider like Adel Al-Furedi, look at this move here.
Stalking.
Just scooting up the rail, small gap there.
Ooh.
And just manages to squeeze through. To be fair, an Arabian 3-year-old that's never run before, that played up in the prelims, that's pretty courageous to go through that small gap when you gift a rail like that. It's just
a glance back of regret from Al-Mamoni for a second there, not realizing that he was being stalked the entire time with a horse that showed a bit of promise here to put them away. Obviously, we don't know what to take out of this. The quality of these horses, obviously, all of them making their first starts, and what might have been for a horse that looked like a player in Hathal, at least in the parade ring. Very green here, Adel preventing the horse from slamming into the rail, which he wants to do here with the left stick. which at this point is more working as a deterrent than an encourager.
Yeah, he actually finishes off the last 100 metres better in the race. It just shows that he was growing up during that contest, but ended up running out an 8-length scorer. An impressive success, albeit, as you say, we don't know what he beat. The runner-up ran well as well, Jcsa, finishing second, was 13 lengths clear of the third, fourth and the fifth. So the runner-up has been probably beaten by a good one, or at least a
showed
better
ample
horse.
speed. I like the speed the horse showed, and when having to engage the eventual winner from the inside, was sort of surprised by him. I like the fact that the horse kind of dug back in a bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think if Carlo Malamoni could ride this race again, he absolutely wouldn't leave the rail open, but it is what it is. The best horse has probably won the race anyway, given that 8-length winning margin.
And they're probably, I would say, you cut the winning margin in half. If the horse had to go around?
Probably. But he would have won decisively anyway, I'm sure. That gap opened up outside the 5, away from home. It might not have done if he obviously didn't engage early, but Adele Alfredo had plenty of horse underneath him and would have challenged at some point during the race, even if that gap against the rail didn't pan open. It's good to see Adele ride another winner. I think, how many did he have yesterday? 3. He had 6 last week, so that's 10 over the last 5 race, or 4.5 race meets for him. Meanwhile, Camilo's just had 2 in that same period.
Yeah, he's making it interesting. Like we say, there are a lot of races here, and these races count just as much as anything else.
Yeah.
So yeah, Adele is making the most of every opportunity indeed.
And he's getting big prize checks this week as well. 3 winners yesterday, 50 grand at least to the winner, Saudi Riyal, that is. And again, another 50,000 Saudi Riyal there. So he'll take his, 8% share?
Yeah.
He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, he's going to go on and enjoy himself. I mean, there's no real pressure on him at this point. Like when you're a distant second, you're just trying to ride winners.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be pressured to try to win the championship at this point. I think he'll just enjoy giving Alex a scare.
Yeah.
Or Camilo a scare.
Absolutely. Adele has got plenty more good-looking rides as well on the rest of the card, so I'm sure that's not his last win. As we see the trophies being awarded to Connections.
To Hassam Abdullah Al Damar, the winning owner, with Shahed Gouda. Here we go. This is, it's the same trainer at, let's see, there we go. Well done to Connections. This is interesting that they, an interesting spot, because I don't know what you do as far as the handicapping standpoint. They need 1 or 2 more races to even remotely have any kind of mark on these horses. The Arabians are so hard to pull apart, as it were.
Yeah, I don't know what the back end of the scheduling program looks like for these 3-year-old Arabians. There'll probably be some open races at some point. I imagine there's plenty of maidens as well. Obviously, this winner can't run in the maiden, but in an open race, he'll go in there as probably one of the favourites, given how impressive he was today. I liked how he pricked his ears after the line. Yeah, we don't know what he beat, but at the same time, he looks pretty smart.
Yeah, indeed. This is a for what it was. I feel like this was an impressive performance, all things considered. The horse, most horses we put a line straight through after those kinds of antics in the parade ring, and I think Adele in the beginning was probably just as happy to stay on the horse in general as to win. We'll go to Alex, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for our 5th race of the evening, or 6th race of the evening.
Thanks, Michael. Yes, plenty more to get stuck into here. This is a maiden event again, at 1,200 metres once again. Non-runners here. Well, 1, 2, 3 for a start. They've all gone. So take out numbers 1, 2, and 3. Number 4 will be Amsiati. Eddie Castro will be on board. Number 5 is Hazal. That one is Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 6 is Samad Pro for Abdullah Al-Rashid. Number 7, the runner in shot there, is Abiat Al-Shuhab. Number 8 is Raid Al-Bahar. That's Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 9 is Tag Al-Shabibia. Nawaf Al-Farouz. Number 10 is Shmuksjar. Adel Al-Furedi looking to go back to back. Number 11 is Kafu Aldam. That's Forwas Wanas. 12 is Dor, Ahmed Al-Shura. Number 13 is Bandi Al-Bubail, Abdullah Saudi. Number 14 is Amthal Al-Maghirat, Mohammed.
Sorry for the interruption there. We'll go through some of these in just a moment. The horses are looking quite well and quite content in the parade ring. This is going to be another one, the second race of day 2 of the festival. And yeah, you have your work cut out for you. I do as well. We're going to try to pull them apart. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, difficult race. We at least know something about some of these horses. There are a fair few debutants in here as well. There was a couple I couldn't find form on, so I presume they're debutants. If I'm wrong and you know, please whack it in the comments. But I've done my best to find some form on these, and hopefully we can find the winner.
And then in the comments, hello to Khalid, and also Jose Martinez is in there. Good morning from the USA. He says, back to the Jcsa YouTube channel. And some nice comments as well from our Arabic sorts. So that's always good. I always glad to see people tuning in, and hopefully keep the comments coming, because these Arabian races are tough to pull apart. And if you have some sort of inclination or any kind of information that you want to let us know about it, just let us know. Looking forward to seeing whether or not we can see some breakout performances of some young, sort of unexposed horses here. Not necessarily in this race, but moving forward throughout the card before we get to the big dance in race 12.
Yeah, for sure. This race coming up, we have lots of 4-year-olds, obviously. So there's plenty of horses that have only had 1 start, some horses that have had a couple of starts and a couple with more experience. But as you say, as we go through these Arabian races on the latter part of the card, it gets better, and race 12 really is the feature. Please, if you are watching this right now, or if you're not and you scroll back later, but we've got races to come, make sure you tune in for race 12. It's a Grade 1 or Group 1 contest worth $1.5 million, featuring 2 of, if not the best, 2 of close to the best Arabian horses in the Middle East.
In the world.
Yeah,
especially on the grass. I mean, on the dirt, rather. I'd say Al Qadir may be holding the title as the best turf Arabian in the world for Al Shakab Racing, based in France. But we'll see. One of these days they'll all match up, and we'll see what we can do. Maybe even in the Saudi Cup coming up, where we have the Al Manifa Cup over the grass, Group 1 worth $1 million, and the $2 million Obaya Arabian Classic worth, as I said, $2 million in Group 1 as well. And that race was won by Talal Al-Khaladia last year in a canter.
Yeah, it was a good performance. I watched that back this morning, actually, and yeah, it was a scintillating display. But Talal Al-Khaladia hasn't run since, so fitness is a bit of concern there for me.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And obviously, we saw a paid workout last week from Asfar.
Yeah, the 1200.
Yeah, let us know if this is going to be. It's going to be talk all day. It's $1.5 million race, so I hope that it lives up to its billing. I'd love to see a nice head-to-head battle all the way down the stretch.
It would be nice. I would like to see a duel. It might happen. It definitely might happen. But I think at the end of the day, we both believe the Al-Khaladia stables are going to dominate the featured contest this evening.
Yeah, probably so. Looking forward to it. This is going to be this contest in and of itself. You're looking at, you have 3 scratches here. You have the 1, Hammam is out. Al Massa, number 2, is also out. And Riyuf Al Ansari is also out, number 3. Number 18, Shagaf Al Bahubal is out. And number 21, the reserve, Saklawi Al Khaladia, is also out as well. So that leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That leaves us with 15 horses. 16 horses in the running, which is going to be incredibly difficult to pull apart. It's a polar opposite of the last race, where we just had a handful of horses. We had to get lucky with deciding like where not only where the jockeys were going, who is probably rumored to have a little bit of talent, but this time it's going to be, they do have a tiny bit of form to go on.
Yeah, as soon as they walk into the paddock, we will go through the runner by runner, but it's taking them a little while at this stage. The race is due off in around 12 minutes, so I'm not sure if we're going to go off on time or not.
Let's go to Shamila and see what she has to say.
Thank you very much, Michael. It's the 6th race of the day and the 2nd Arabian race of the day. The horses are just coming out of the saddling enclosure now, which is also the pre-parade ring. They've been walking around for about 10 to 5 minutes, depending on how warm they want to get the horses, just saddling them up. And I'll just explain to you a little bit about how Arabians are different from thoroughbreds and in the way that they look. They're they're obviously smaller than thoroughbreds. They're usually like 15, 16 hands high. They have curved necks, a little bit smaller heads, smaller action as well when they're running on in their knees and everything like that. They're a little bit like greyhounds, like I said before. So they are smaller. They can be slimmer as well. So it's not always a bad thing to see a skinny Arabian like we would see if it was a thoroughbred that was under condition. Here is my selection coming out now, horse number 15. He is absolutely gorgeous, and we'll just follow him along here for a second. This is one of the Al Khaladia runners in this race, and we saw Al Khaladia running away with a few trophies yesterday. So this is Motabasil Al Khaladia, who will be ridden by Naif Al Anazi. Obviously, one to keep on. The Al Khaladia horses are always super strong. Horse number 10 as well, Shamouk Shar. I think that from what we have just seen, Adel Al-Faredi is the jockey to watch for the rest of these contests. I think that this is only the start of his domination. His brother Fahad has already had a double. Adel is now chasing that double, but I think he's going to get many more winners after that.
All right, thank you, Shamila. The horses are in the parade ring, and hopefully don't see the camera guy with the horses now, so we'll just go ahead and start with our runner by runners. The first one there is number 4. All right. Number 4 is Azmiati, owned by Abdulwahed Al Musa, also the trainer. Eddie Castro has the ride.
That horse finished 19th on debut, just a complete no-show and needs to improve from there.
Number 5 is Hazal Al Mutazal Stud, owns this one. Al Garbi trains, and Al Mamoni will be in the saddle.
Big player in this race, Hazal, horse number 5. Consistent, finished 4th in an open race last time.
6 is Sarmad Pro, comes in here with Al Rashid in the stable. Al Ghafiri trains.
Yes, 7th over 2,000 metres last time. This trip has got to be a concern.
Aibat Al Shahib is number 7 there in shot. 4-year-old mare.
16th on debut, didn't show enough that day.
4-year-old filly, rather. Raid Al Bahar is number 8 in shot right there. Al Bahar Stud owns this one. Tariq Al Mansour in form in the saddle.
The race card suggests this horse has run before. I couldn't find any form.
Tag Al Shabiba is number 9 there. Al Irani is the owner, and Al Farouz will be in the saddle.
17th on debut. Again, didn't show much that day and needs to improve.
Shmouk Shar is number 10, being shot in just a second there. There it is. Ibrahim Al Huati owns this one. Al Rashid trains, and Adel Al Faredi in form in the saddle.
Twice finished 2nd over this trip. This is the horse to beat for me.
Number 11, Kafu Adam, will now be ridden by Fawaz Wanas. This 4-year-old grey gelding is owned by Shabib Al Otabi.
Finished 12th on debut. Again, yet another horse in here that's only had the one outing and needs to take a step forward.
Number 12 is Daw, 4-year-old bay mare, owned by Sultan bin Shagar.
Finished 8th, and the best effort that came in June. More experienced than most of these.
13 looking well. There's Bandar Abu Habel. Abu Habel Stud owns this one. Al Mansouri trains this one. Al Sadi is in the saddle.
Making his debut in this race today.
All right, Athal Al Mugirat. Ibrahim owns this one and trains it. Al Daham in the saddle.
Another horse that is making their debut in this race. Mohammed Al Daham's at least very experienced in the saddle.
15 looking quite well as Mostabsul Al Khaladia. Is that our first Al Khaladia of the day?
It is.
All right, and from plenty more to come. Naif Al Anazi in the saddle.
Another debutant in this race, but powerful connections. Naif Al Anazi, Mutlaq bin Mishrif, Al Khaladia stables can never be overlooked. 16
is Hadid, 4-year-old grey horse, owned by Ahmed Al Shamri.
2nd on the debut. It wasn't a bad run at all. Needs a mile though. This 6 furlong trip is a little sharp.
Rams Gouda will try to follow up the previous Gouda and win 2 in a row.
Finished 16th first up. Another horse that needs to take a leap forward.
19th we saw a second ago as Wale Al Dahab, 4-year-old grey filly, will be ridden by Rakan Obeid.
Makes a debut in this race for a wide draw.
And last but not least in shot there is Katuf Al Majid, 4-year-old grey filly, and it will carry the colours of Hakaya Stud.
Finished 18th first up, highly likely to be out the back today.
Interesting. 8 looking well there. This is a tough one to pull apart. You're looking at these jockey assignments. Obviously, Adele jumps off the page for you.
Yeah, I really like the fact that Adel Al-Faredi is on number 10, Shmouk Shar. It's not even just that. It's the fact that he's definitely on the horse to beat anyway in terms of form. Jockey bookings are quite key. But in this race, I also want a horse with plenty of talent because the majority of these just showed nothing on either their last outing or on debut. To be fair, there's probably only 3 or 4 that I think have a realistic chance of winning. Now, that's obviously saying that some of these debutants can't win, but you know, there's a relatively high bar set by horse number 5, Hazal, horse number 10, which is my selection, Shmoksha, and then you've got the debutant from the Al Khaladia stables, horse number 15, Mustabsil Al Khaladia. I think it's between those three, but Shmoksha is going to be my pick.
Yeah, I'm going to side with the Al Khaladia horse. The horse looked really well, and you wouldn't know it. I mean, I didn't know it immediately until I saw the colors of the guys leading him. So we'll just go with that one. Also, one that looked well, though I'm not as confident in with the connections, would be Bandar Al Bahabo, number 13, and shot there on the right. Very good looking horse. Very much a quintessential Arabian look to it. So it doesn't mean that it's going to jump off the page and run well, but at least looks well.
You never know, though, with any of these Arabians, do you?
Yeah.
We don't really have proper pedigrees to go off that we know inside and out, and any of these debutants could easily just be better than these. We never know. The most likely one to do that is the Al Khaladia stables horse that you're siding with, Mustabsil Al Khaladia, just because we know the pedigree behind the connections and that they can easily produce.
Extremely well in the center of the screen right now.
They can produce a lot of very sharp first-time starters, and Naif Al-Nazi's got to be a positive jockey booking there. But yeah, I'm going to stick with one of the ones that's just more obvious in Shmoksha.
Oof. There's the, looks like the 20 acting up a little bit. That is Katufa Majid. He's very, very keen right now going down the post. Not overly so, just is definitely keeping his rider in check.
Absolutely.
But I mean, if our last race was any sign at all, we shouldn't worry about it too much.
We apparently have a loose horse on the track. We can see there. That's horse number 17, it looks
Rams
like.
Gouda.
Yes. Mohammed Al Hubayl has been unshipped, as we see the brilliant outriders as they...
This is a very, we'll say about the Arabians, they sometimes can be more difficult because they are very clever.
Yeah.
Not to any insult to the thoroughbreds at all, but it's quite well known that the Arabians are just slightly smarter than thoroughbreds.
He's just messing. Just messing around. There we go. Outriders. Perfectly. Slowed him down. And Mohammed Al Hubayl is apparently okay down at the start. Maybe this horse runs, maybe he doesn't. We'll soon find out.
You know, he got a nice little warm-up in there, and it's actually not a bad-looking horse. So we'll see. We'll see. Not impossible. They probably want to get the run in. And if the horse is unscathed, I'm sure that the veterinarians will look it over from head to toe and make sure all is well. But yeah, there we go. Al Hubayl looking well, getting ready to go back, and obviously looks to be ready to hopefully saddle up and go. We will know more about that in just a moment. So you are going to stick with?
Horse number 10, Shmoksha for me.
I'm going to go with Mustabsil Al Khaladia, number 15. And we'll go to Alex. Alex, who do you like?
That is a very good question, Michael. Pass. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, Mustabsil Al Khaladia did look quite a nice looking individual going down to the start. Good to see that both horse and rider are fine after that incident with the 17, Rams Gouda. You can see some adjustments here for the 5, Hazal, down at the starting point. The 15 does look rather well. Mustabsil Al Khaladia. Little on toes is Shmoksha. Now there is Mohammed Al Hubayl just waiting to see what's going on with the horse, who is there, coming back towards the starting point. Rams Gouda. Both all okay though. Looks as though Rams Gouda's needing a bit of encouragement to actually head off to the start, having run the other way. So hopefully horse and rider will be reunited in a few moments' time. Sarmad Pro. Just getting the girth tightened as well. Abdullah Al-Rashid has jumped off and will soon be back aboard. Connections all together in the parade ring before the off here of our 6th race of the afternoon, but the 2nd of these Arabian contests as we continue with this 2nd day of Arabian action. A reminder, this is the first time this World Cup meeting has been run here at Riyadh. It's normally run at the Khaladia Farm Track a little further up the road here from Riyadh. So good to see them getting this action on the big stage for everyone and building up to that terrific 12th race. Very much looking forwards to that. The concluding event, which sees the Al Khaladia battle off later on. So it won't be far from a load here. Still no news with regards to the 17 Rams Gooder, but we'll keep an eye and see whether that one does run. Looks as though we are starting to put some in now, though. Adel Al-Faradi on Shmuk Shah. Well picked out and selected before the off. Tom keen on following the jockey bookings here. Of course, Adel seemed to very good effect in our previous race aboard Shahid Gooder, who got that lovely gap through on the inside, which proved to be very decisive. Right, horse and rider reunited, as you can see. Mohammed Al Hubair is back on board. Hopefully behaving himself and joining the rest of them at the start will be the next destination for Rams Gooder. Well, there's a few waves from the paddock. Always nice to see plenty in enjoying themselves. Right, they are going in at quite a pace. Down at the start now. Amthal Al-Mugirat has just gone in. Going up is Katuf Al-Majd. Will be still 20. There's the 7. Abiyat Al-Shuhab. Forwards into the stalls. Still got about 4 left to go down at the start, and we're still waiting for the appearance of Rams Gooder. You can see there has now got a handler joining to lead to the stalls. Runners out the back include Shmuk Shah. Mostabshir Al-Khaladiya still yet to go in. Banda Al-Buhabel is still out the back, as is Rams Gooder, of course. Door is another one still to go. A couple of these coming up together. A little bit on the warm side, it's been on toes for quite a while, Shmuk Shah. Did notice that down at the start. Rather hot between the legs now as well, actually. So Shmuk Shah, well, possibly over the top, who knows? Right, last one's coming on their way forwards here. Rams Gooder has gone in, so we've got 2 to go. There's Shmuk Shah, and Mostabshir Al-Khaladiya is the final one. Standing by. They're off. Runners are sent away. Here they go over the 1,200-meter trip in this maiden action. Looking at the start, well, it was a handful quite slow. Banda Al-Buhabel, Amthal Al-Mugirat, Mostabshir Al-Khaladiya right on the back foot early on. They are well adrift, those 3. A very smart start, though, made by Tag Al-Shabibia on the outside, who's crossing over to lead up. Also Hazal and Amsiati are not far away. They're being followed by Raid Al-Bahar, who races in advance of Abiyat Al-Shuhabay, and they're followed then by Samad Pro. That runner is in conjunction with Shmuk Shah, who's racing towards the outside. The orange nose band a little bit deeper out as they take the turn. One thing's for sure, Mostabshir Al-Khaladiya will need to do much better than that to win. Top of the home straight, levelling for the judge now, and it's Hazal who's taken over. Hazal has gone on. Raid Al-Bahar is up into second. Back on the inside is Tag Al-Shabibia. Down the centre, Shmuk Shah is continuing to run on a bit, but going inside the final 100, Hazal is clear, away and gone, and is far too good. Khaled Al-Mimoni on Hazal is going to run out a wide margin winner. It's going to be quite close for the placings late on. It will be Hadid, who got up for second late in the piece. Come from nowhere to deny Shmuk Shah, and they were followed in by Wale Al-Dahab, who was another runner coming late on the scene. Very taking winner there. Wide margin stuff from Hazal. Stretching clear, Connections delighted with this one's performance today. Has gone on to win it in a time of 1:20.51. Streaking clear. Decent start, always up there. Sent for home. Wide margin stuff, simple as that. Hazal goes on to win. Just waiting for the distance here. It's 8 3/4 lengths. 8 3/4 lengths. Hadid did get second late on the scene there for second in advance of Jcsa, who has run pretty well but was always trapped in a wide position. Rams Gooder was the eventual fourth horse home, who's run very well, having got loose early on. Rams Gooder there on the inside did well to get up for fourth. Right, order of finish, race 6 was 5, 16 and 10.
A one-sided performance there by these 75, possibly even to be raised upon that. Hazal, number 5. Al-Mamoni in the saddle.
Yeah, this probably was the horse to beat in the lineup. Rated 75, so top rated in the field. Last time up, finished 4th in an open. This was just a maiden, so there was a lot to suggest that Hazal was the one to beat. Only had £2 in hand on ratings over Jcsa, but has beaten that horse quite comprehensively today. Was always in a good position throughout the race, as you can see from this drone shot.
Sitting in second right there.
In second, exactly. Jcsa, the eventual third place finisher, who's in the black with the yellow V, back in around 6th. And the runner-up came from absolutely nowhere. Flew from way out of the pack, and is potentially the horse to take out the race.
Yeah, and the Al-Khalidia horse in this race, you can see in the back of the field.
Well, he also made a big late run. Not the one on the outside there. He comes up the inside in a second, but I think he finishes 5th or 6th, and definitely is another horse to take out of things.
Yeah, it was just far too out of it to really make a dent.
For sure.
Yeah, the winner is very impressive here. Won like just much the best in the end, and it's definitely a horse that moving forward at the right time. You never really know what to expect sometimes these younger horses, especially the Arabians. But this one was a one-sided affair. This four-year-old colt got it done properly.
8 3/4 length winning margin for Hazal in this race, so very one-sided. In a relatively good time as well of 1:20.51. The runner-up was Hadid, the horse that came from absolutely nowhere. That horse was also second on debut, and I said in our preview runner-by-runner piece that he needs a mile, so there was no surprise to him to see him stay on very well over the 1200 today. I think when they step him up eventually to the mile, Hadid will be winning races, that's for sure. And Shmoksha has run a fair race back in third, probably to the rating, and this win is just much better than a mark of 75 suggests.
Bit of a hop at the start for the 4 there, Jcsa. Probably didn't affect its chances too much as he recovered quite quickly.
Yeah, exactly. There were plenty that hopped a little bit at the start in this race. It was a big field, so you've got to kind of expect a few blips at the time the gates open.
I will say that from the get-go, the winner never seemed... I mean, he was handled with a lot of confidence. He was just never really put a foot wrong the entire way around.
No, he was way the best, wasn't he, in this race? There's no doubt in that. He just travelled lovely, jumped well, kicked clear, power to the line, decisive win.
Yeah, so the stakes only literally get higher after this.
Yeah, exactly that. But it's a good win. I mean, if you're ever going to break your maiden, it's going to be in a race worth 50,000 Saudi Riyadh to the winner. I think that's a perfect piece of placing.
Yeah, and any horses to take out of this other than the Al-Khalidia horse or...
Hadid, yeah. I think those are the two, like the 16 and the 15. They both ran home from terrible positions in the race, and, you know, they're both probably going to be suited by a lot longer trip. The 6 furlongs is, like, it's a difficult race for most Arabian horses, isn't it? A difficult trip. They generally want further. They are a breed that is used to running endurance. You do get the 6 furlong specialists, but those two that we've mentioned, Mustabsil, Al-Khalidia and Hadid, horse number 15 and 16, were the two that I would take out with longer trips in mind.
Any chance at a longer trip for the winner?
Potentially, but I don't really know. I mean, he's won the 6 furlongs incredibly well.
Yeah.
He could stay at the distance, but he
seemed to travel well too.
He could be better.
He's never seemed like he was absolutely asked for everything either.
Could be better over a mile. We just don't know.
Yeah.
We've only seen him over this kind of trip, so.
And you often see with the purebred Arabians a little more trip versatility with them.
Exactly that, exactly. I imagine he could probably go 1600 right now if they wanted him to. But when there's a 1200 metre race and you've got a horse with speed and a kick, then this is the right spot.
Yeah, it was a very impressive, just a one-sided affair when it looked like a bit of a wide open race where at least I have 3 or 4 horses who look to be in the mix. So well done to Connections. We'll see them take the trophies in just a moment. We see plenty of people enjoying themselves with the races. She looks like she's having a great time. But yes.
Must have been following our selections.
Yeah, she's following our selections. There they are. See, these are more traditional.
Yeah, very traditional.
This is like the Kentucky Derby trophy.
Have they got, is that 2 handles or is that 4 handles?
It's one conjoined handle.
Is it? Right,
yes.
okay.
Yes, it's
that at least separates it from a normal trophy. At least there's a bit of artistry in the handle side of things there.
Yeah, but a handle not quite designed for actual hands.
No.
But fingers.
Yeah,
really.
Exactly that.
But yeah, there's a shot from the back. Or is that from the front? No, that's from the front. No, from the front. That's the other side. Here we go. Everybody going down to collect. Winning Connections going down to collect their hardware. Mutazah stud is your winning owner. Obviously, this is a horse on the rise, 75 rated.
I think he's better than that.
Yeah, considering it was only 2 pounds above your selection, Smokestar. There, I'm not. How far? Well, it all depends, I guess, on how far below the 73 you think Smokestar ran.
I don't think that far below. I reckon maybe to mark of 70-ish. I mean, he ran his race. There were no excuses. Yeah. He was always in a relatively good position. He had a clear run. There was nothing really to suggest that Shmoksha would drastically underperform today. So, say he ran to 70. Say Hadid, the runner-up, ran to around 72-ish. I'd say this winner's a 80, 80.
He's flying into the 80s at this point.
Yeah, 100%. He's got to be an 80-plus horse. And they're so inexperienced that these horses can easily take jumps up. So although he had a mark of 75, I think he's a little bit better. We see Khalid Damamoni on the winning podium right now with that mullet. The mullet I love.
It's a tiny mullet. It's not a pure mullet.
It's getting there. It's getting there.
Yes. He's going to take home the I guess 10% of 50,000. So he's taking $5,000 out of this race. Not too bad. Not
Pretty nice.
Not
Pretty
too
nice.
bad for an easy ride home.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, we're going to move on to our 7th race. Purebred Arabians 4-year-old Nup Open. The stakes are getting higher. Let's go to Alex for the runners and riders.
Thanks, gents. Runners getting saddled up ahead of this 7th race, then 1600 here, the trip this time. Number 1 is Humama. Khalid Al-Mimoni will be on board that one for the Ajmal stable. Number 2 is Shalrea. Abdullah Sadi will steer. Number 3 is Game Over. Ali Al-Mimoni, the jockey for number 3. Number 4, Sir Aymer Mohammed Al-Hubayl. Number 5, Shawahid Al-Khaladiya. Abdulaziz Aliyesh on board. Number 16 is Hatimat Al-Khaladiya. Adel Al-Faradi. Number 7 is Ta'oun for Norwef Amriani. Number 8 is Anon. No 8 here, that doesn't go. Number 9 is Jamal Al-Hana. Abdullah Al-Kredis. 10 is Zaza, Thurb Timyat. 11 is Tawak Al-Khaladiya. The 11 and the 12 is Al-Doha Wa Al-Cham. Rounding out the field for Mohammed Al-Nasser, and is another one for the Ajmal stable. One absentee here then. The 8 doesn't go in this field, leaving 11 of them in race 7.
All right, we got them in the parade ring, which is lovely to see when they're on time. So we're going to go through runner by runner here in just a moment. Obviously, we have a Khaldiya in here. We have Sir Amr in here for Sheikh Abdullah Asaba. So you got some well-known owners, some high-end, both jockeys, owners, trainers going into this spot. 100,000 up for grabs once again.
Yeah, it's another good race. This is definitely a step up in terms of what we've seen so far. I'm looking forward to really deciding who I like in this race. There are 2 horses that really stand out. However, on my race card, one of them wasn't there originally, so it's kind of a last-minute adjustment for me. It didn't print out properly, and that was horse number 11, Tawak Al-Khaladiya. The other horse that I like in this race is horse number 4, Sir Arma. Dama Al-Dahani doesn't have many, if any, other Arabian horses. So it's interesting that he has one in here, and it's owned.
There he is in shot right.
Yeah, just there, number 4. Owned by Sheikh Abdullah Amalak Al Sabah, who again is very well known in the thoroughbred side of things, with plenty of horses in the UK and over here, but not necessarily in the Arabian side.
Yeah, we see Shamila in the background getting her good view of everything before she will tell us who she likes. she is enjoying herself out there. She's enjoying especially these horses, as this is an upgrade, as we mentioned, in the Arabians.
I'll tell you what I want to know. Is it cold? Because we're going to go out there for our end of show.
You never know what she means. Like, she's always wearing a coat.
She's well prepared.
I think she's being sponsored by a coat company, and we have no idea. Burlington Coat Factory is sponsoring her today. But no, this is... We're going to look forward to... we see the camera guy lining up just eventually with the horses here. And yeah, like you say, on ratings alone, you have 106 rated horses, you have 103 rated horses, 2 Al-Khalidiyas in here, 1 for the actual Al-Khalidiya operation. Yeah. The other one gets a Del Al-Faradi. Yeah, I'm just not sure about this horse, though. Look, an Al-Khalidiya bred horse with a Del on board has to be key, but we'll get back to that horse in time. I believe Shamila's got something for us in the paddock.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, this is my paddock selection for this 7th race of the evening. It's Sir Amr, trained by Thamar Al-Dehani. And Thamar Al-Dehani isn't usually known for having Arabian horses. So he's well known for coming up on these big days and taking the trophies and taking away the big prize money. So that's what we know Thamar Al-Dehani best for. So it wouldn't be so surprising if Sir Amr got up and got him another trophy to add to his mantelpiece, as Tom said yesterday. But a lot of these horses, I mean, the racing is just getting stronger as we head to the 12th race of the evening. This is also worth 100,000 Saudi Riyal. So I could very much see Thamar Al-Dehani walking away with this prize with Mohammed Al-Hubayl on board, and he had a little bit of a spill in the last race, so hopefully he redeems himself in this next contest.
All right, thank you so much. There's a delay with the 9 in there. That is Jamal Al-Hana. Qatari bred getting a little bit of an adjustment. at this point. Not sure what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know what they're adjusting.
Looks like he's queuing up for a shawarma there next to the window.
God, I love one of those right now, I tell you.
Hamuma is number 1 here. Sami Amatari trains this. Khalid Al-Mamoni going for the double will be in the settle.
I think this is the debut in Saudi Arabia for this 4-year-old mare. I didn't manage to find any form, but French bred, so suggests this horse either had been running in France or is yet to make a first
The
start.
way she is carrying herself, she's carrying it quite well. And this number 2 there. We have number 3 isn't shot. That is game over.
Yeah, multiple winner. This horse, 5-time winner. Twice in the US, 3 times here. Definitely a player.
Yeah, 2 is still in the pre-parade, so he'll be there. It's just the second to 4. We mentioned earlier Sir Amr, big player.
Yeah, big player, nice looking type. 4th in an open last time behind Hamtani Khalid Al-Khaladia, who ran well yesterday.
Shall we had Al-Khaladia?
0 from 7 so far. Finished 2nd in a maiden, needs to improve.
We'll get to the 6 in just a moment. This is 7 Ta'on.
This horse is 0 from 3 and yet to figure so far.
Looking well, looking well. This is number 10. This is Zaza.
Yeah, we're skipping the odd horse here.
Yeah.
This is this horse's debut.
Yeah.
6-year-old.
Yeah, we'll get the 9 and the other ones as well. Number 12 in there. We'll get the 11 eventually as well. Number 12 is Abdoha Walasham.
Again, another horse making their debut in this race and just looks outmatched.
Yeah, this is a fun race. Hopefully we'll be able to show you all the horses. That'd be great. Moving forward, I think that on rating you have 3 or 4 horses that kind of tower.
Definitely.
Other ones that we don't have really enough information on to really create a valid sort of analysis. But we do know that the one in shot right now, the 4, is definitely one of the ones to beat.
Sir Armour, yeah, he's got very short tails, Sir Armour. We have seen plenty of short-tailed horses out here, but this one's very, very short, much shorter than you're seeing currently in this insert. Here he runs 4th. It's a creditable performance, as I say, behind Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia, who ran well yesterday in the featured race. He's just a good horse, and he's out in front dominating in those black and white famous silks. If you're using a form bearer or a form flagger in this race, it's Umran in the orange silks up the rail, who eventually finishes 5th, just behind Sir Armour. Umran, I believe, is rated 96 and runs either today or tomorrow. I think it might be tomorrow, which suggests that Sir Armour ran to around 96, 97. We'll need to improve on that to win today.
Would a longer tail have made up any ground?
No, but it's like very short.
No, we do have just a note on this. The one Hamuma has been acting up and has unshipped Khalid Al-Mamoni. Hopefully all is well there in that regard. There they are in the background. Seem to be reunited and in good form. Good looking horse though. To be fair, this is the one fading in the background. Hamuma is the one catching my eye, especially on the physical.
Yeah, making the debut here, as I say. I couldn't find the French form, if there is any French form, so kind of leaves us in the dark in that regard.
So we had Al-Khaladia, another Al-Khaladia, but out of a rare bay by Laith Al-Khaladia.
Yeah, generally grey horses. Again, another horse that needs to improve. I think this is probably between 3 runners in here. They are obviously Sir Armour, who we've talked about, Tawak Al-Khaladia, who is undergoing plenty of additions, it seems to be, in the prelims, and horse number 3, Game Over, who's got those 2 US wins, which you don't see too many Arabian horses over here with US wins. So those 3. I am ruling out the 6, Hatamat Al-Khaladia, with a Del Al-Faradi on board, rated 103. Maybe that's foolish. This horse obviously has talent, but he's only 3 from 23 in his career. He regularly runs in the open races, but so does Sir Armour, so does Tawak Al-Khaladia, and I'd rather either of those. Shamila's gone for Sir Armour, so I'll be a bit different and go for Tawak Al-Khaladia.
And I'm going to give, I'm just simply on the fact that the horse looks fantastic. I thought Hamuma has shown a little bit of pep beforehand, and
Fair enough.
see if she will show that in the race. She is only but a 4-year-old. French breds definitely catch my eye. We'll see if Hamuma can get it done. This is going to be fun. I mean, these horses are very much they've kept it interesting. We'll just say that today so far. There's been lots of Arabians who know that there's big money on the line, and they're keeping the entertainment value up at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. They are walking pretty nicely now, though, as they go behind the stalls. Only a few minutes before this race is off. It's currently 6:18, and the race is off at 6:20 local time. So we are back to running to time, it seems, and hopefully we get a nice, safe race and a formful one too.
Yeah, you see the outriders basically making sure that the riders, the runners and riders can get back there. As we mentioned before, they are a bit of unsung heroes who are investing in the safety very much so here. We see the trophies that they all have to run for 100,000 Rials on the line, 50,000 to the winner. So it's going to be fun. I think Hamuma's got, I mean, well, hopefully this horse, there she is in the background right now. She's getting not too warm, looking well, but she's definitely got some opinions. She goes to the goes behind the gate to get going here. Being that it is a mile, it's 1,600 meters, speed always is going to be interesting as pace makes the race, and if they go too fast early, you never know if something will close. It's not going to be like the 6 furlong race last time where you definitely want to be a little bit more handy.
Yeah, pace is generally held up in most of the races today, but even in, especially in Arabian races, you want to be forward over the sprint trips. Now stepping up to a mile, we're going to see a truer run race. I imagine we're going to see the main form players come out on top here, but hopefully, as I say, we get a good, entertaining contest, and one of us picks the winners.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Well, they're about to go in, so we're going to go up to Alex as we go up to as we bring on our 7th race.
Thanks both. Yeah, going forwards here pretty well. Just some adjustments needed with Sharia down at the start. Abdullah Sadi just off the back there, needing some last-minute adjustments. Thought Game Over was a fascinating runner here, so would be cheering him on personally as they load up and into the stalls. So Sharia goes forwards and into the starting stalls, just confirming there's no number 11 here, so Tawak Al-Khaladia is not going in this race. The rest of them are just about set. They're off. They're racing away from the starting stalls. Jamal Al-Hana was shifting right, lugging down on both of those drawn wider. Cesar and Al-Doha Walad Kecham. A good start on the inside by Game Over. Going forwards with the noseband, head a little bit up in the air though, but Game Over does lead the way. Sir Armour not far away, also pretty handy is Humayma, who's on the inside and will probably just shuffle up and into second place. Next wave of runners at this point in time, they include Shawahid Al-Khaladia, Ta'oun, wider out, even deeper is Al-Doha Wal Al-Cham, another trio being left long behind. Zaza, Sharia, and also Jamal Al-Hana can't get to them at all. Starting the spin back towards home then. Out in front with the lead continues to be Game Over. Leading up only narrowly though. Game Over with the narrow advantage. Umama is coming with a good effort. On the outside, Sir Armour is now being pushed along and in fact being more firmly ridden as they now reach the top of the home straight. 3 of them bunching up together. Round the outside though, it's Sir Armour who's trying to launch the challenge here and has gone on. Sir Armour goes to the front and has started to try and open up here over the field. Being followed by Humama and Game Over. But as they go towards the line, going to be another easy winner, isn't it? Sir Armour running out a ready winner there. Goes on to score in good fashion in our 7th race of the day. Grab you the full result and the order of finish in a few seconds' time.
Well, isn't that a triumphant pick for the paddock selection team, aka myself? Unfortunately, Tom Collins was not on that horse with me because, you know, so I told you, Tom, you can't just not pick horses because I'm on them as well. I'm on them as well. But Sir Amr looked absolutely stunning in the parade ring, rated 106 for Thamar Al-Dehani, Mohammed Al-Hubail on board as well. Oh, Tom is claiming the win. Okay, I'll give that. Oh, I will give that win to Tom as his selection was a non-runner. So very well done to myself and Tom Collins for that. We'll head over to Thamar Al-Dehani, who's just making his way onto the stage. Hopefully we can get a few words with him as well. So the trainers just need to sign a consent form to say that their horses have won. So we'll follow him over here so he cannot escape us. But as I told you, Thamar just comes and sweeps up these trophies and takes all these big wins. So hopefully we can get a word with him. Congratulations, Thamar.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Were you expecting this win?
Yeah. With these horses, yeah, for sure.
He looked absolutely amazing in the parade ring.
He's a good horse, but since he ran the last time in Taif, his form go down too much. The last race for him, he was coming good and he came fourth. Since that day, I know him, he's coming back. Yeah. But today, you know, he see the time and see how he run and see how he win. He won very easy.
How's he been training at home? Do you think he's improved since then?
Yeah. He's good enough. I'm sure.
And Mohammed Al-Hubail as well.
Yeah. His jockey, all the time he ride him.
Yeah. And you're very loyal to your jockeys. Like usually if you have one jockey on one horse, they win on them. You keep them on. Like not many trainers do that.
Yeah. Sometimes we change if the horse don't like the jockey.
Yeah. And what's next for Sir Amr?
I don't know. I have to speak to the prince, but I think I am going to the big cup, the Imam Cup, you know, the mile and the King Race. Maybe he will go to the mile again.
Do you think you'll invest in some more Arabians now? I mean, you win big cup races, so I think you could have some more Arabians in your stable.
Yeah. We will have. We try to bought good horses, and until now, you know, we go to the sale. We pay more than 300,000 euro to pick a good horse, you know, for the prince. But until now, we don't have a luck. But maybe this year we have a luck.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, Thamar.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. Obviously, they're very confident going in, and they're confident coming out. This horse was easily the best.
Tell you what, I'd have been super confident going in if I knew the 11 wasn't in the field. What happened there?
I know.
Firstly,
we don't know.
Tawak Al-Khalidiyah wasn't on my race card. Then the horse was supposed to be running, and then he didn't run. I don't know. Anyway, Sir Amr was the horse to beat with Tawak Al-Khalidiyah not in the field, and he got the job done like the superior horse that he was. Your selection, though, ran nicely.
Ran well, yeah. Made a bit of a run, probably.
Got a bit tired late.
Yeah, a little tired late. Don't know if it was a fitness issue, if it was a class issue, but she was traveling.
Yeah,
and that's what you'd like to see. And obviously, just turned 4 years old, very unexposed sort. But yeah, see that one next time. Maybe dropped in trip, or at least given a second shot at these conditions.
Yeah, well, I said prior to the off, there were 3 horses in here with the form to win. Obviously, one of those didn't run, as we see the full race replay. A bit of interference out wide between the 9 and the 10 there. Jamata, Hannah and Zaza. I said there was 3 horses in here with form to win. 1 didn't run, the other 2 finished first and second in Sir Amr and game over. So the race went to the form, which is what we like. Mm-hmm. And your selection, which was a stab in the dark on a long shot, ran well for 3rd. So I think we summed up the race nicely, apart from the fact that we were talking about a horse that wasn't running. Otherwise, everything kind of went to plan. So Armour was the dominant force on figures.
Just keeping it interesting here, you know. Just.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the race card suggested that Tawak Al-Khalidiyah should have been in the field. Something must have happened.
Yeah, something went awry in the meantime, but it doesn't take away from a dominant performance from the 4 here. Sir Amr, who rated 106, definitely proved it. Probably even more so at this point. You're looking at a horse that he dusted, who was rated 98.
Yeah, Game Over's a horse who, as I say, a multiple winner, twice in the US, 3 times here. Very consistent and rated 98. 7-year-old probably run to that mark again today. Just Sir Amr's £9 better, or £7 better, sorry, based on the figs. As we see Thamar Al-Dehani lift the trophy there. That one will find its place on the mantelpiece, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is there we go. Connections, very, very happy, obviously. I mean, these owners, they have a lot of really nice horses, including Al Dasim, who runs tomorrow in the opener.
They're going dirt with that horse.
Yeah, trying him on the dirt, probably a prep, obviously, for the grass.
Yeah.
I would imagine if they can get him back to his best, he's rated high enough to be considered for the 1351 turf sprint.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got a Mohamed Al Hubay's been absolutely covered by the check there. Sarama's got to win tomorrow, or go close at least, just to show that he can run to a high level. He's the best horse in that race.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, here's a little bit of a overhead look at this race. He's just keeping him interested at this point, putting them away, and then basically rides the horse out nicely.
He runs through the line, the others don't necessarily.
Yes. Yeah, he's keeping him busy though. That's the thing. He's just not giving the horse too much of a chance to rest on his laurels.
No, that's for sure. Riding all the way to the line despite the clear margin. I think he won by 8 and a bit lengths. So it was an impressive display, a dominant display. 6.5, I'm told. Apologies. The runner-up, Game Over, was actually passed by your selection and then re-passed Hamuma, which suggests that Hamuma didn't get the trip.
Yeah, I mean, either that or just not quite fit enough to handle it at this point. Because we don't have a lot of information about background runs of this French bred, but if either maybe it might have been the dirt debut. I mean, we never even know. Could it be coming directly from France? But without a rating there, ran fairly well. I wouldn't be too far off of a
90-ish.
Yeah, well.
Say the runner-up ran to 98.
I'd give her, I mean, to be safe and be kind, I'd probably give her an 80 and see if she can improve on it.
I wish all handicappers were kind.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you never know, because this is it's an odd race, and obviously the conditions were a bit odd as well. So, but that nothing takes away from Sarama, who it would have been fun to see him go up against Tawaka Khaladia, but unfortunately that didn't occur.
Nope.
And handles these horses quite easily. Good-looking Arab, other than his tiny little tail.
Yeah, small tail. Talking about scratchings, and this one isn't as unexpected, but in the next race there's a key scratch. Horse number 7, Shibble Gouda, is out of the race. So if you're looking at the race card, you may be thinking, like I am, that it's a one-horse event now. We get these Arabian race scratchings late over the last couple of days, so make sure that you keep up to date by following the stewards on social media.
One of the jockeys I'm always highly amused when he wins, Mohamed Al Hubayl, just is so animated in his face when he wins, just smiled at the camera, knows exactly where it is. All right, we're going to move on to our aforementioned race 8, which is going to be a bit of a chess match where they're all going to try to beat one horse in here. We're going to go to Alex, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, let's have a look at this field then. We've got a field of 6 now, as you've heard already. Number 7, big news, big non-runner, no Shibble Gouda going here. Number 1 is Mubarizat Al-Khaladia. Nayfala Nazi will be on board. Number 2, Al-Anud, Abdullah Al-Kredis. Number 3 is Fahad Al-Maud, Abdullah Al-Rashid riding. Number 4, Afar Al-Fahab, Khaled Al-Mimoni. 5, Kalissa du Faust, Mohamed Al-Daham. And 6 is Ames Al-Khaladia for Fahad Al-Faradi. No number 7. Certainly a big surprise with the Shibble Gouda, changing the complexion of the race without a doubt. 6 of them go. Let's go back to Michael and Tom for their thoughts on this one.
Thanks so much. We're going to have to stretch this out a bit because there's not much to say about this race. It's really just around one horse, and it's whether or not he runs to his race.
Yeah, Mubarizat Al-Khaladia. He's rated 102 in here, facing horses rated 85, 65, 80, and then 2 horses without a mark so far. One of those is making their debut in Saudi Arabia, and the other I couldn't find any form for, arguably going to be a debutant in here. So, yeah, it's all about the one, Mutlaq bin Mishrif, Nayfal Nazi. Al-Khaladia Stable's looking for another win over the course of these 2 days.
No, it doesn't mean I won't try to beat him.
we know how you work. You'll find a horse in here, I'm sure you will.
I've already narrowed it down to 2. So we're going to see how it works out. You see the big favorite there, Mubarizat in shot number 1, looking quite well. So yeah, they're going to go 1,600 meters yet again. It'd be interesting to see how they stack up time-wise, because he's not a huge amount of difference in class between the last race and this one.
No, exactly. I think it might be a bit of a trial, basically, for horse number 1. I think he'll win quite comfortably, but we'll see. If he's pushed out all the way to the line, maybe he can test Sa'ama's time.
Here we go. The horses are coming into the parade ring nicely behind us and looking quite well. To me, it's these races are always interesting because you often do find a bit of an upset. Do you think that they're trialing this horse, or they? I mean, one would say that one could easily just as much say that they possibly are not as confident in the horse.
Maybe. I think they're just kind of splitting up their horses because obviously the Al Qaladir stables are sponsoring these whole 2 days, so they want to win as many races as possible.
To get their money back?
Yeah, basically. They're putting on a lot of prize money, to be fair, over all of these events. So why wouldn't you split them up to try and win as many races, save as much prize money as you possibly can, and yeah, just get as many trophies as possible as well. This just seems the ideal spot for Mubarazat Al Qaladir. I mean, this mare wouldn't want to be taking on some of the horses that we're going to see later on. She would be way outclassed.
And she's just turned 4, so basically has a her future ahead of her. And so far, what has her career been like so far?
She's 1 from 5 in her career. She finished 2nd over the 2,000 metres last time. She's a very capable performer. I don't think she's ever been out of the first 3 actually, if my memory serves me correctly. She's unexposed, obviously hasn't had too many starts with just the 5 outings, but we know that she's relatively talented, and you can see her right now.
Shot.
Really nice looking individual, isn't she?
Yeah, she's lovely. I mean, absolutely. She is fantastic looking. I think I will be shocked. I haven't even seen the rest of the horses, but I'll be shocked if Shamila doesn't choose this one as far as her paddock
I'd
selection.
say it's almost guaranteed.
It's almost the 2 is Al-Anud. Al-Anud is owned by Khalid Hoshan. Al-Credes will be in the saddle here. This is a sort with a rating of 85, bred in Qatar.
0 from 15 so far in her career. Her last 4 runs have all seen her finish 2nd. If you're looking for a 2nd place finisher today, Al-Anud.
Yes, she's literally kind of a bridesmaid here, looking very, very Arabian as number 3. That is Fahara Muad. 1 victory from the 5 runs. Abdul Malik Ahmad Al-San is the owner here. And we have a rider change to Abdullah Rashid is in the saddle, not Naif Al Nazi.
Yeah, I couldn't find the form for this horse, I have to admit, so I don't know too much about her.
Number 4 is Afar Al-Thahab. We got Khalid Amamoni in the saddle.
0 from 3 so far in his career. Only a 4-year-old again in this race, as they all are. Just hasn't shown enough, looks outclassed against
Just
these.
the rating of 65 on him as well. Number 5 there is Khalisa de Faust. 1 win from 2 starts. Ajmal stable owns this one. Mohammed Al-Baham in the saddle.
Debut in Saudi Arabia for the 5, Khalisa de Faust. This horse could be a threat for 2nd place if Al-Anud isn't at her best.
Shamila likes the 6 that we can see on the screen right now. Let's see what she has to say.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm delighted after that last winner, and I'm just feeling generous, so I just gave it to Tom as well. I have decided to go against what you would think that I would go for, which is horse number 1. Even though this horse does look really well, I am going with the other Khaladia horse number 6, partnered with Fahad Al Faradi on board. They will jump out of stall number 6, and I just think this is the best looking horse in the parade ring. I mean, sometimes I might have biases of who the jockey is or who the trainer is or the owners, but ultimately, I have to go with the best looking horse in the parade ring, and that is horse number 6. So hopefully Fahad Al Faradi can continue the Al Faradi streak and get that 3rd win of the day as well. And this horse is by Layth Al Qaladir, so got that strong Al Qaladir bloodlines. Obviously, number 1 is by Layth Al Qaladir as well, who is ultimately the sire of Asfan Al Qaladir, who we will be seeing in the last race of the day. I also really have to highlight horse number 4 as a good looker. Khalid Al Mamoni has already had a winner today as well, but I think Fahad Al Faradi can get the job done.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. I definitely agree that the major threat comes from the call is coming from inside the house here. I feel like the major threat is from the same yard.
Yeah, probably. Azam Al Qaladir drawn in 6. I mean, I just find it hard to make a real solid case for anything other than the 1, Mubarazat Al Qaladir, in here. I just think she's a clear standout in the race, and yeah, I mean, it's horse racing, they're not all machines, and we could see a below par run, but she would have to underperform by 20 lengths to lose this race.
And what has Azam Al Qaladir's career been like so far?
Again, very similar to Mubarazat Al Qaladir in terms of literal numbers, 1 from 5, the same as the horse number 1 in here. Finished 3rd last time in an open race, that came over 1,400 metres, so steps up in trip, whereas Mubarazat Al Khalidi drops down. I think Azam Al Khalidi will be used as not necessarily a bunny, but a pacemaker in terms of just to make sure the races run at a consistent and steady gallop rather than a dawdle, because the one wouldn't want that. So I think Azam Al Khalidi will go to the front. Mubarazat Al Khalidi will track through and then power to the line, whereas Azam Al Khalidi could come under pressure for second by Al Anud.
And this will be interesting to see the, as we said, a bit of a chess match with the smaller field. There's your big favorite right there, Mubarazat Al Khalidi. Without Shibal Gouda in the race, it is definitely hers to lose. And we'll take a chance against her with Azam Al Khalidi. Maybe we can get a little bit of a Fahad Al Faredi magic for a third win of the day. Let's look at Mubarazat Al Khalidi last out. This is the second on the 9th of December.
This was behind a horse called Vizier, who we'll see later today, I believe, in the featured race. He's a very good animal out in front, rated, again, memory serves me, but 115, I think, Vizier, or very close to that, if not. And you can see him just run away from Mubarazat Al Khalidi. He was rated 102, so this was a proper effort back in second. No match for the winner, but way clear of the third and the rest of the field.
Yeah, no repeat of that effort, but it definitely puts her on top.
Yeah, I think so. Look, she's not facing anything like Vizier in this race today. It's worth noting that David in the comments says, I like number 2, Al Anud, the horse has finished second 4 times in a row. Would that put you off? A potential bridesmaid?
No, not in this spot, but smaller field. You never know what could happen in this race. So yeah, 100,000 up for grabs once again. There's the trophy. Where review of the trophies?
Average for this
Average.
one. Compared to the rest, yeah. I mean, I prefer other trophies. I wouldn't complain at winning any of them though.
Would those silks be allowed? Those are yellow and black and white silks in the UK?
I don't think so. No.
They have specifics, sort of
shaping.
Yeah, that they have to have.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's just I'm highly amused by the differences in different jurisdictions. In the States, we can have the weirdest things.
Yeah.
One of my favorites is a guy named David Burnson who owns a bunch of stakes horses, including has some in the UAE. Where it's a Siamese cat drinking a martini, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I think our most out there silks in the UK is a dartboard on the silk, but we don't have anything really outstanding other than that.
It's fantastic. The more traditional would be the Al Khalidi silks that you see at the bottom of your screen, and in the middle there, the black and the white with sort of a what would you call it? Not a chevron, a V down the front. Through there, yeah, those are the silks we were referencing earlier. Quite easy to see. I'm sure that Alex Fusty's going to be super happy to see those later. It'll be easy to see, but I don't think with the 5 horses here he's going to have too much trouble. We'll get to him in a few minutes. Yeah, the 4 looking well there. That is a Farah Thahab. Obviously needs to improve upon the 65 rating. A lot of these horses just have to kind of step up in a big way. And they're just, considering there's 5 horses, this place, everybody's going home happy because this race pays down through 5th.
Exactly, yeah. We've got plenty of prize money on offer here, and yeah, the majority of these will take it. Mubarazat Al Khalidi is going to be my pick, as I'm sure you'd all imagine.
Yes, you're going with the obvious one, and I'm going to go with the other Khalidi, along with Shamila. We're teaming up again so we can lose with dignity. Azam Al Khalidi. What does Alex like?
Oh, I'm joining Team Tom, so 2 against 2 here. I'll go for Mubarazat Al Khalidi and join him. So we'll see which way it all pans out in a few moments' time, because runners are getting down to the starting point. They will file off behind and start their load pretty swiftly, because we are nearly round to our scheduled off time for this 1600-meter contest. Don't forget the very interesting Shibal Gouda not going here. So no number 7 in this field. So they are moving behind, and they will start to load. Bang on, won't they? They'll go straight in. Afar Al Thahab, one of the first to be offered up to the starting stalls. There's the white cap of Azam Al Khalidi, black cap for Mubarazat Al Khalidi. He's got the position on the inside. Last push for the 6 horse, who is in, set to go. They're off. racing away over 1,600 meters this time. A little bit short of room was Afar Al-Fahab from the stalls, but goes back to the inside and will get through into second. Mubarizat Al-Khaladia is going forwards early, will lead up the black cap. Al-Anud is not far away, blue and white colours. Away to the outside, to the left as we're looking on, is Calicia Dufaus. Back in behind them now, Al-Anud in fourth, and then the other pair. Fahad Al-Mord, and on the outside is Azam Al-Khaladia. Well bunched, only 3 or 4 lengths between them. Mubarizat Al-Khaladia just ahead narrowly. Naif Al-Anazi taking down his goggles, shows up by about half a length. Behind, pushed along, Afar Al-Fahab. On the outside, Calicia Dufaust is running quite big. Between horses, Fahad Al-Mord tries to latch on. On the inner is Al-Anud at the back of the field. Azam Al-Khaladia. Lots of work to be done there. It is Mubarizat Al-Khaladia out in front and cruising along. Al-Anazi has a leisurely look in behind. Mubarizat Al-Khaladia sent for home now, top of the straight with 400 meters to cover, and is fully 5-6 lengths clear. Al-Anud in second place. Fahad Al-Mord is in third. No real showing from Azam Al-Khaladia, who's running on a little bit to the inside. May pressurize the placings. The leader is tired and wandering, shifting out towards the center of the track. But Mubarizat Al-Khaladia got the race won surely at the top of the straight, and despite being very tired late on, is too good. Mubarizat Al-Khaladia will win. Race-winning move earlier on to beat Fahad Al-Mord, and in third, Azam Al-Khaladia, never really putting in a winning bid at all. Mubarizat Al-Khaladia then is the winner, goes on to score in a time of 1:50 and 40. And got very tired late on, but very much won the race a long way before that, before the end of the piece. Goes on to win in the end by 2 1/4 lengths. It was a diminishing margin to beat Fahad Al-Mord, who was one paced in second. Azam Al-Khaladia, disappointing really on the whole, I thought. Could never really get on terms and has just plugged on up the rail for a remote third. Naif Al-Anazi then with victory here. And race 8 goes the way of the one horse. It's 1, 3 and 6, our order of finish.
second win of the weekend for jockey Naif Al-Anazi on Mubazarat Al-Khaladia for Al-Khaladia Stables. So they will be taking these trophies back home with them to the Al-Khaladia farm. So very well done to all involved in the Al-Khaladia and Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz, of course, as well. And sometimes, I feel like I should let my biases let me pick the horses, because if the lads didn't bully me about this, I probably would have picked this horse. So, yeah. But very well done to the Al-Khaladia stables as well. This is a beautiful 4-year-old horse by Layth Al-Khaladia, but out of Bint Shamouk Al-Khaladia. So Al-Khaladia bloodlines running strong there, and you can just see all the Al-Khaladia connections. And Saeed Mutlaq, the trainer as well, just getting in on the winner pictures. And I don't think this is going to be their last win of the evening. They're going to take a lot of the prize money back home with them to Al-Khaladia Farm, but this is a really, really stunning horse, rated 102, so was definitely up there and was probably meant to win this race. Definitely. Naif also has a few more nice rides throughout the remainder of the evening, so he could be back in the winners' enclosure before we know it, but it's great to have Naif in the winners' enclosure yet again this weekend. Just his love for the horses is unmatched. He just loves every single horse that he rides, and he cares for them greatly as well, and he posts a lot of pictures during the week with the horses that he wins on and he rides, so it's great to see. So just a big hug there from Mutlaq's son, who is also the assistant trainer for Al-Khaladia Stables. So it's great to have them in the winners' enclosure. Always, they are very, very dominant stable, and they should not be overlooked in any Arabian race or anything like that. So Naif is just going to pop back and say well done to a lot of the people. So hopefully we will grab a word with him very shortly. He is getting a lot of media attention, but he is a bit of a media superstar here. He's a great personality, and he's the type of jockey we'd love to see him, go international as well, because he is a great ambassador for the sport. So just doing a little social media interview here before we step in and get a little word with Naif, because I love talking to Naif post races. So and I hope he likes talking to me as well. So yeah, it's great, and you can just see how much passion he has for the sport. So it'll be really interesting to see what he has to say about that race, because there was a little bit of a battle. So and he's running off again, but saying just congratulations to the winning connections and the winning trainer Mutlaq as well. So we'll grab him quickly. Congratulations, Nate.
Thank you, Shamila. Thanks God about this one.
Tell me a little bit about the race. Was it difficult for you?
Yeah, first time I ride this filly. She's class filly. She's fantastic. Thanks God she come front. She little bit. She's scared because come 200 just the car with him. She's little scared, but when I gave strong wave, she come with me. Thanks God. I hope inshallah more future for me and Khaldia stable. Thanks my big brother Mutlaq bin Mishrif. Thanks for Prince Khalid bin Sultan. All the team for Khaldia.
It looked like you actually won the race coming around the last bend, to be honest.
Yeah, today difficult distance. She come front all the time. She come from last, and she come back all the time. She not win. She come in second or three. Today, thanks God, from the beginning I go, and I hope so inshallah more.
And what does it mean to you to win in these Khaladia silks as well and win on Arabians?
When me win for Khaldia Shimi, this big proud for me because there's big farm from the warlord, big stables, there's Khaldia. I have to say thank for all the team for trust me for ride the Khaldia racing, because the Khaldia the championship for all Arabic horses. Thanks God.
Well done, Nate.
Thank you, Shamila.
Yeah, this was he's very straightforward performance. The horse was very much the best.
Yeah, dominant display on the front end for this mare. Naif Al-Anazi rode a great race. I thought maybe the other Al-Khaladia horse will be put in as a bit of a pacemaker for Mubarazat Al-Khaladia, but Naif Al-Anazi just wanted to take matter in his own hands, go straight to the front on this mare, and she's done it well in the end. I don't even know if she was tired, to be honest. I think she was maybe a little bit messing around.
That's the only thing there's up for debate, is whether or not she was really just...
Look at her ears prick there after the wire.
Tired or completely distracted.
Yeah.
So from the start here, Al-Anud breaks out really well from the 2, but it's quickly put to bed as Mubazarat comes up and takes takes control of the race.
Yeah, and Nath was extremely keen to go to the front, as you can see. Jockey on horse 4, Khalid Abumoni, again, really wanted to get to the rail. He broke slow and then moved straight across in behind the eventual leader and winner, which was Mubarak Al Khaladia. And to be honest, from here, there was never a moment's doubt in my mind. This horse ran over 2,000 last time. The step down in trip, getting on the front end, just super hard to pass.
Connections going up to accept the trophy. We'll go back to the replay in just a moment, but the congratulations to the Connections. Obviously, the Al Khaladia team is taking back the money that they put up for the race.
And further proof of their dominance across all Arabian racing, really. They can win the biggest events, they can win smaller events. They're just outstanding. Desmond Abumoni currently holding the trophy.
Yeah, the Godolphin of Arabian racing, basically,
so.
here in this country.
Very much so.
Yeah, they are getting it done really well. I mean, the only interesting thing I thought was maybe the trip of my selection, Azam Al Khaladia, basically looked like he was going to finish 30 lengths last, going around the bend, and then made another run up the rail.
Yeah, made a late run. Last time ran over the 1400, the step up, 1600 wasn't a massive negative for the horse. Again, I was surprised in the way that he was ridden and not overly aggressive, but they obviously didn't want to challenge their other horse in the race who eventually went on to win. Maybe Azam Al Khaladia has a better future against slightly weaker opposition than this.
Yeah, carried 2 kilos more than the winner, but obviously that didn't make any difference. In the end, it just looked like was chasing on for third, but getting a bit of is the 6 on the outside we're talking about, and about the 5 path out is I don't know what's going on. Maybe Fahad is just sort of relaxing the horse as much as possible out there, just trying to get it to make some sort of dent, but loses ground on these horses.
Yeah, could have. I mean, I'm not one to criticise Farhad. He's had a great day. He's had 2 winners in the thoroughbred races earlier, but he could have saved a little bit more ground earlier on to try and ride for second in here, I think.
At least I thought it was a really smart move to shift all the way down, just to not lose any more ground than she has to, and give her a rail to run up against.
Yeah, maybe could have done this a little bit earlier. As you can see, he gets short of room there. Farhad obviously screamed out, and the horse in front, who was backpedaling at the time, moved out of the way to allow Farhad the seam. But I think he finished third, right, in the wire. He probably could have been second if he was a little bit more efficient, covered a bit less ground in the early part of the race.
Coming up on the outside, that is Fahala Mawad, finishing a decent second here.
Another fair run for an Al Rashid horse. Quite a few of his horses have run very well over the last day and a half, and I think he's got a couple more to come, so wouldn't be surprised if he picked up another nice check.
And we see the margin of victory dwindles at the end, but I don't think it was any less dominant.
No, she won she won by much more than the winning margin suggests. She destroyed these rivals on the turn, and she was just messing around, in my opinion. She may have been a little bit tired because she was ridden so aggressively, but you can see her prick her ears there. There was a little bit left in the tank, and she's listening to everything.
Yeah, and in the end, you know, that 102 rating, does she, final thought, does she run to that? Does it change at all? You just keep it as is?
Well, Anna Nude was rated 85 and was way back in the field. Azam Al Khaladia rated 80, a little bit further back. I mean, she might have run to 95 rather than 102. I don't think it mattered too much today. I'd keep her on 102 and see where she goes next.
All right. Yeah, this is a one-sided performance. Not the most thrilling race in the end of the world at the end of the day, but you know, this is a filly that is definitely moving forward and has embraced her 4-year-old season well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And obviously, Nath El Anazi was over the moon with her. He really thinks a lot of her. And that to me says that maybe she was indeed waiting on horses in the end.
Yeah, Nath's got a couple of rides later on. He rides Mubarak Al Khaladia in race 11 in these silks, and he also has a mount in the last race on Turkey Al Khaladia again in these silks, but it'll be a different cap there because that'll be the Al Khaladia's third string in the race. Onwards
and upwards we go to a purebred Arabian handicap 0 to 70. We're going to go out to Alex for the runners and riders.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, handicap company coming up here then. This 0 to 70. Number 1, Mutahed Al Khaladia, Mohammed Al Hubayr will ride. Number 2 is Hawisan, Abdullah Al Credis. Number 3, Jcsa Al Khaladia, Luis Morales. Number 4, Sahrihat Al Khaladia, Adel Al Faradi. Number 5, Rahifat Al Khaladia, Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 6, Seaford Al Mori, Norwef Al Bimoni. 7 is Sasha, waiting for jockey confirmation on Sasha, actually. No number 8 here. Number 9 is Monfard, Sultan Al Mimoni. And 10 is Halal Al Dam, which will be the mount of Abdullah Saadi. So they are the field of 9, with the 8 being the absentee here. Plenty of Al Khalidiyas in this one as runners go into the paddock.
All right, not too complicated of a race. We're going to try to pull this one apart, and it looks like a few of them obviously look like the main players.
Yeah, as per the majority of races, you can have a couple of horses on the shortlist and then several who don't look to have major claims. However, this is wide open in terms of handicap ratings alone. You have obviously the top-rated horse rated 70 in here, Sarihat Al Khalidiyah. The horse that was actually featured on our menu at the top of the show is a non-runner, Scratch, Jcsa Al Dahab. So we go down to a horse rated 67, and there are other horses in the 60s. There's one horse in the 50s that we can write off, but otherwise, competitive race.
Yeah. It's going to be fun to see if it will be fun for the handicapper afterwards to see how some of these stack up against each other. They're all in the parade ring right now. We'll go horse by horse in just a moment. Some of the jockey bookings are interesting here. You got Adela Faradi in there on Sahira Al Khalidiyah. Khalid Al Mamoni obviously riding well. He's in there. Do we have a jockey yet for number 7?
Not as of yet. Hopefully we get that
We're just
through.
going to have to get creative with that as soon as we get there.
Oh, I can confirm it's Tariq Al Mansour.
There we
on
go.
The 7. Tariq Al Mansour on the 7.
The joy of
He picks
live
up a
television.
lot of spares, doesn't he, Al Mansour?
Yeah, that happens a lot when you're a hungry, probably quite literally, a jockey on the rise here. He's only 16 years old and he rides light, so the world is his oyster when it comes to picking up mounts.
Absolutely, he wants to take every opportunity that arises, I think, at the moment, and why not?
Right. So we have 4 Al Khalidiyas in here? 1, 2, 3? Yeah, 4 Al Khalidiyas in here, and none for the Al Khalidiyah ownership.
No, they've all been sold, bred on the barn, but bred on the farm, sorry, but none of them in the silks. Largely because it's a 0 to 70 handicap, so they don't want to keep horses at this level.
Interesting. The 70 rating is the highest. That's going to be Sarihat. Carries, but carries 56.5 kgs. Explain that to those unaware of penalties, etc.
I wish I could. I have no idea. The race card is laid out in a completely different format than our usual race card, so that is a question that I would like to be answered, have answered as well.
Well, it is a mare. Does she get? Maybe gets 1.5 kilos. I'm not quite
Well, I thought
sure
that, but then Jcsa Al Dahab, who's scratched, was also rated 70 and a mare, but she was carrying 60, so I do not know.
Let's go to Shamila. Let's see what she thinks. She's got a nice view of them right now.
Thank you very much, guys. I will be taking horse number 9 as my paddock selection for this race. The horses are just coming round here now. Number 9 was actually acting a little bit colty there in the parade ring, so a little bit of concern for me. But we've seen a lot of these horses acting up in the parade ring, and actually Adel Al Faradi's first win of the day got loose and still managed to win. So I think I'll be sticking with my guns and sticking with horse number 9, who is just coming up behind my cameraman now. Hopefully can give you a nice shot of him. He's a grey horse here, sporting some black blinkers. But I love how the grooms tend to match with the horses, and they usually match the bandages as well as the tack with the horses as well. So they're very easy to identify, but it's really great. And we actually, this trainer had a winner yesterday. We spoke to him, Saeed Al Ghamdi, so hopefully he can have another winner today. That would be great to see him back in the spotlight for this race. And Sultan Al Mamoni is on board as well, so got a fantastic jockey booking there for this horse. Jumps out of stall 9 and hopefully can get in front and dominate the rest of the field.
Thank you so much, Shamila. Yes, she's going to go with number 9, Monfard. A Saudi bred. And definitely not the one I expected her to, but I'm happy we got some variety here today.
I was not expecting that either, I have to admit. It's some different choices from Shamila, but I like it. It means we're not siding with the same horse all the time. This is a wide open race as well.
You don't like her siding with you?
No, I don't mind it. Just it seems like the last few days we've literally been picking the same horse in every single race.
Ah, yes. Glad she got hers out first so she doesn't have to copy you.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good. Good for her. No, we love Shamila. We're glad she's out there doing her job and picking out the best looking horse in the parade ring, form or not. Catching my eye over the corner. Here's the one, Mutahad Al-Khaladia. Good-looking animal. We'll see him in shot in just a minute there. That's the one. It's the immediate one that I think looks well. A lot of these are decent-looking animals. It's not a bad one, not a bad heat at all when it comes to horseflesh. It's just a lot of them with the low rating. They're really going to have to step it up here. There we go. One looking well, pretty fit horse. This is Mutahad Al-Khaladia. 2 wins to 3 runs.
Well, yeah, I don't know what's going on with this race card. He's won from 15 in his career. I had to go on the Fruzier website.
There you go.
Not won since January 2022.
The more you know.
Yeah, Mohamed Al Hubayl rides. That's a bonus.
All right. Hawassan is number 2. You see right there in the black and white blinkers. Mohamed Saad Al-Creedy has the ride on this one.
0 from 5 for this gelding. He finished 17th last time out.
Jcsa Al-Khaladia is the 3 right there. Qasim Al-Anzi owns this one. This one's is 10 years old, so the elder statesman of the field.
14th over 2,000 metres when last seen. Now drops all the way down to 1,200 metres. 0 from 13 so far in his career, and he's a 10-year-old, so not for me.
The chestnut right there, Sarihad Al-Khaladia, leads the field in rating at 70.
This is the horse I like, horse number 4. Maiden winner last time, drops in trip today, but gets a Del Alfaredi.
All right, number 5 is Rafihat Al-Khaladia, a nice slender sort.
Only had the one outing, 4-year-old, finished 12th. That came on debut, obviously. Khalid Al-Mamoni's been riding well in these Arabian races.
Sifort Al-Mari is in shot there. Mohamed Al-Khatani owns this one and trains this one. And definitely is one to consider at 65 rated.
Potentially. Finished 18th on the return, though, so will need to take a step forward, but is by Munjis.
Sasha is number 7. Al-Sayed Stud owns this one. It's a 4-year-old filly.
0 from 3.
It's Tariq Al-Mansour. Not a bad idea.
Gets Tariq Al-Mansour. Been 11th on every start. Unfortunately, that trend will not happen today as there's only 9 runners.
Oh, good. Montfire, the previously mentioned paddock selection of Shamila, looking well, a little bit tall. Not my paddock selection, but that's up to her.
Montfard, 0 from 3, 15th last time up. We have seen the trainer have a winner at this festival.
Halal Al-Dam, looking pretty well in the flesh, at least there. Ajmal Stable owns this one.
Looks more thoroughbred-y than horse number 9, that's for sure. 0 from 3, long breaks between every single start, which is a big worry.
Yeah, Ajmal Stables had a couple of horses run fairly well today, so we'll see if they can break through at the top level.
I wonder if Del Alfaredi is actually getting instructions or whether they let him do it. In the UK, with the leading riders, virtually all trainers would just let them go around and do what they think is best. So I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder if he's telling them at that point what he's going to do. Yeah,
it could easily be that. I would trust Adele with my life out there. I think he's one of the best, if not the best rider currently. So yeah, the fact he's on the force, Sariyat Al-Khaladia, has to be a huge uptick there for the horse, and that's why, along with her form, that's why I'm going to select her in the race.
Yeah, this is it's going to be, to me, a fun race to sort of not pull apart, but just to watch, because a lot of these, I mean, on rating, there shouldn't be much separating them.
No, they shouldn't. They're only split between, well, the majority are only split between around £5, so there's not much between them all in here. Take out horse number 2, Hawaisan, and horse number 7, Sasha, who are rated a little bit lower, 55 and 60 respectively. And you've got a well-grouped selection of horses. It's just, some of those ratings I struggle to think are actually reflective of their ability based on what they've achieved on the track. We'll find out if that's true. Maybe I'm wrong. I just think there are 2, or maybe even just 1 proper standout in terms of form alone.
All right. So the jockeys are getting atop, and obviously the riders are going to have to navigate what's going to be a fun race from 1,200 meters, so 6 furlongs, a lot of speed. Where do you think it's coming from?
All of them. The majority of these have speed. I mean, there are a couple in here who are taking a huge drop in trip. Number 3, Jcsa Al-Khaladia, ran over 2,000 last time. Halal Al-Dam as well has been running over further. A couple of others as well in here, but maybe those 2 will be outpaced in the early stages of the race. I imagine there'll be a scramble for the lead. The jockeys will try and find a good spot, whether that be in front if they can get their horse there, or in a prominent stalking position from there.
All right, they're going on. 4 looking fairly well there. Your selection,
yeah,
very well within itself.
Looks very nice. Abdullah Al-Mosa, the trainer and the owner of this horse, have some very good horses in their barn. So I think this is pretty confident selection for me. I know there's not much splitting all of these on handicap figures, but I do really like the 4.
10 looking well in there. I think the 1, I'm going to give the 1 a shot in here. And if nothing else, to get another smile at the camera from Al Hobel. But yeah, you see there's that pink and green silks in the back of Ajmal Stables. They've had a couple decent runs with horses today, as mentioned. They take a 2 shots in here. They have number 5, Rafihat Al Khalidia, and also Halal Al Dam. Halal Al Dam looks fairly well. A little piece of form here from Sarihat Al Khalidia, as aforementioned. Was a winner on the 14th of December.
This was a maiden win, as I say, last time up. Impressive off the front end, showed good speed throughout the race. Gets tired late in the day and almost gets caught, but this was in a better contest than this, I'm pretty sure. Drops in trip, which again, judged on this evidence, this horse needs to drop in trip because barely clambering over the distance. So the 6 furlongs should be absolutely perfect. And you don't say that about too many Arabian horses.
Yeah, just cutting back, definitely. But trip-wise, do you think that this one has to be forward?
I think that will be the aim, just because she's got natural early speed. Why not use her main asset? I mean, you should go forward so that she doesn't pull or is keen in behind. Give her the best possible chance of winning, which Adel Al-Faredi always does. He's not the most aggressive rider from the stalls, but in this instance, I think he'll try and get straight to the front.
This will be fun to see what comes of the pace scenario. We're getting a lead down there on number 2, Hawasan, one of the lowest, if not the lowest rated in the field. Any chance that this one can step up? Because in the end, there's only 15 pounds separating these horses.
No, in short. 0 from 5 last time. I mean, look, of course there's a little chance this horse. I can't just say outright no. Inexperienced, 4-year-old, only had the 5 outings. You never know what these Arabians are going to do, but last time finished 17th in a weaker race. I just struggle to imagine that Hawasan can play a part.
All right, so I'm going to go here with Mutahad Al Khalidia, give number 1 a chance to jump up and improve upon that 64 rating. You're going with Sarihat Al Khalidia?
Yeah, confident selection on the 4.
And we have number 9, Monfard. It's going to be for Shamila Hanley. And look at the comments on YouTube. David Ballin says he's going to go with number 10, Halal Al Dam. So we'll see. He's definitely he's dominating the comments right now with lots of. And thank you for tuning in, David, as always. Yeah, this will be interesting. And just we're looking forward to seeing more people commenting, especially as we get closer to the big race, on who's going to win the rubber match between Asfan Al Khalidia and Talal Al Khalidia later on in the day. Was it $750,000 winner's prize?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that race. Really looking forward to it. And it's not even just a 2-horse race either. It's I mean, in all intents and purposes, it is, because they're 2 outstanding Arabians. But the field is full of other very good horses. I mean, Turkey Al Khalidi is rated 122. Bint Khaliat Al Khalidi is rated 115. Jcsa 113. Vizier 115. There are some nice runners in the field, but
in the meantime, we have 70 rated Kasahirat Al Khalidia, who's leading this field right here, and he's heading to post. And we've seen our herder selections. Let's hear who Alex likes as we move into our very next race.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, well, I'm sticking with me and Tom siding up together. It worked well last time, so Sarihat Al Khalidia would be my idea here. I think definitely got the strongest chance in this lineup as runners get down to the starting point, just away from them at the moment. That particular runner, actually, Sarihat Al Khalidia, will be just working on over with Adel Al-Faredi on board, just coming over to join the main group of them, and they start the load. So we're not far away from our 9th race of the day, this Arabian handicap, 0 to 70, as you've heard. Sitting right at the top of that handicap is Sarihat Al Khalidia. Reminder, we've got 4 of those in the lineup here, haven't we? Al Khalidias, so plenty of those to twist the tongue around. First 3 are in. Mutahid Al Khalidia. Hawisan is locked away, as is Halal Al Dam. Monfard has just gone in. So we've got 4 of them installed. Rahifat Al Khalidia coming up to gate 5, no problems. Seafort Al Mori going in, also Sarihat Al Khalidi is there as well, as is Sasha. And moving in is Jcsa Al Khalidi. All aboard. Gates cranked back, they're off and away, racing here then over the 1200 meter trip in this 0 to 70 handicap. Pretty level on the start. Just dropping to the back now is Rafifat Al Khalidi. Good start made by Sarihat Al Khalidi, who's going forwards with Mutahed Al Khalidi on the inside. Wider on the track is Sasha, and even deeper still is Monfard, the red, white and black combination. Trapped out very wide is Halal Al-Dam, looking to tuck back a little. Is in company with the same ownership's Rahifat Al Khalidi. Up on the inside of those runners then is Jcsa Al Khalidi. Hawayshan is very much outpaced at the back of the field, and Seafort Al Mori is last of all. Top of the straight, heading for home. Mutahed Al Khalidi is just ahead here, leads up by a length, with Monfard emerging as a big old danger. The pair of them stretching clear. In behind them is Sarihat Al Khalidi with an improving Sasha, but it's Monfard who's in front, leading now by almost 2 lengths over Mutahed Al Khalidi. Still running on is Sasha as they go inside the final 100 meters. Monfard all out in front. Sasha is lunging strongly and might have got there. That's very tight. Sasha with big late momentum has joined Monfard. Mutahed Al Khalidi dropped off them and eventually third. Stirring finish, and Sasha's got up with a late rattle. Sasha gets there to take it in a time of 1:20.67. Monfard, well, had every chance of taking it at the top of the straight, but head up, weary, tired, not sure. Whole combination of factors perhaps. Sultan Al Mimoni looks gutted going over the line, letting out a cry almost there, I think, in the saddle, knowing full well that he's been pipped by Sasha and Tariq Al Mansour, the late rider pickup. It's been a very good pickup indeed. Sasha gets up then, 1:20.67 to win by a neck and beat Monfard. Mutahed Al Khalidi was in behind those for third. Very dramatic late stages in that race. Our 9th race, the order 7, 9 and 1.
Our star apprentice jockey Tariq Al Mansour wins the 9th race of the evening on board Jcsa for Mutlaq Al Ruwais for Al Said Stud. So huge congratulations to them. Jcsa absolutely flew out the stall 7 into contention, and there was absolutely no doubt that he was going to win this race. And the jockey Tariq Al Mansour is only 16 years old. So there will be a lot more to come from him in the future seasons, and he is very much respected in the weigh room already as well. So very well done to Tariq Al Mansour for picking up this ride, and very well done. We don't usually see him on the Arabians that often, but hopefully this can change now and he will grab a lot more Arabian rides, because he's proven himself over thoroughbreds, Arabians now. So very well done to him in this 9th race of the day, and picked up a nice little check as well, 50,000 Saudi Riyal for first place in the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz World Cup 2nd day.
Yeah, and hats off to Tariq Al Mansour. Very, very nice ride. Very determined, to be honest. Just you see here coming down the lane, just isn't overly abusing the horse by any means. He's just keeping it busy.
Looks like Tariq right now is trying to get the horse outside, or even just like get a toe into the race and then pounce really late. It was a patient ride, wasn't it? Goes out of shot, as you can see, on the far left. We're about to see now.
Zoom out. He's like, oh, I got a chance now.
Yeah, hanging a touch to the right of the wire. I do feel for Shmila's selection, though. That's a tough beat.
It's a better angle for you.
I feel for you there. Montford, was hitting the front of this stage and looked way the most likely winner. But just gets collared late. Tough defeat for Said Al Ghamdi and Sultan Al Mamoni on the runner-up. That was pretty rough.
Right about now, he realizes this horse has a lot of run in it left, and the other one, the horse in front of him, the leader at this point, Montford, is getting a little bit late in the saddle here.
Yeah, I think Sultan probably should have focused more on winning the race than watching the race.
I think that was.
He's a very young jockey though, Sultan. He rode in the International Jockeys Challenge in Deauville. He actually rode the winner, 40-1 shot. In that race, which basically everyone was counting out. So he's proved it on the international stage, but he doesn't really get the rides here, and he'll be disappointed that he didn't win this, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, you want to win on these festival days and these festival races, but good effort nonetheless. Just a very determined ride from a very hungry Tariq Al Mansour, who's just, he's riding out of his skin right now. It was his second win of the weekend so far.
Yeah, did he have one earlier or was it yesterday? He definitely had. He's definitely had one so far this week. So, yeah, this is a jockey who's 16 years old, proving himself day in, day out. Picks up lots of spare rides for numerous different connections, and he really does take the opportunities well.
And it's very rare that he's actually on what we consider a favorite horse.
Yeah, exactly. I think he had the winner yesterday, and in that race he was very good as well.
He is coming up on he is 3rd right now, not closing any ground quite yet.
Just hangs a little bit inside, again, just away from the crop.
He's just trying to get the horse to run in a straight line at this point. Now the horse is starting to pick it up.
Really engages, and albeit it's going forward, it's going out to the right at every tap with the crop.
Trying to.
It was well timed. It really was well timed.
Yes. I'm sure he had it in the back of his mind. I'm going to win this on the line.
Yeah,
yes.
sure.
No, obviously trophy presentation coming up. This is a very a well-earned performance, a well-earned victory rather. So Tariq Al Mansour continues his rise at 16 years old as one of the top young riders anywhere.
I have to say this filly was absolutely impossible to find on form, by the way. Had 3 previous outings, finished 11th on each of those starts, so just absolutely impossible on form. But that's by the by at this point.
And Asayed Stud gets it done. Obviously, it's not the performance that we expected to see from your horse, Riyadh Al Khalidiyah. Any excuses?
Don't think so. Just really disappointing. Tracked the pace, was there with a shot to if the horse was good enough to win, and just wasn't in the end. Faded back through the pack. Eventually finished just 5th in the race. Jcsa beat Montford, beat Mutahad Al Khalidiyah, and then 4th was horse number 5, Rahifat Al Khalidiyah.
Yeah, this is just So it really doesn't tell. The only thing it confirms at this point is probably that the middle of the track is going very well right now, as always.
Yeah, or that was just a pretty weak race. I mean, Sasha was one of the two that I couldn't have in the field based on previous experience and handicap figures.
Yeah, this is always have to pull these races apart, especially when they're so well matched in this spot. For me, it's a situation where you do your best to pull it apart. You do your best to figure out who's going to be who are the leading candidates, and then something shocking happens. We had it happen earlier today where a horse that had no real chance.
No. We've had it a fair few times today, to be fair. A couple in the thoroughbred races, a couple of the Arabian races have been very difficult to predict. But that's horse racing, they're not machines. Horses can show dramatic improvement, can regress very quickly, and that's all part and parcel of the game.
Yeah. Well, hats off to Tariq Al-Mansour and the connections of Sasha, because this was a performance none of us expected, but got it done nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. Good ride and perfect spare to pick up. Tariq Al-Mansour will probably keep this ride now going forward.
Yeah, indeed. He has deserved it. And it'd be interesting if we start seeing him on more fancied horses, more favorites, because I think that we might see a rider really on the rise at that point.
For sure. He's going to get a real good job, a proper retainer in the near future. I'm absolutely sure about it. Obviously, you've got Camilo with the white stable, you've got Moreno riding the Amandil horses, Morales picks up a lot of the red stable horses, and Abdullah Al-Alfi as well, mixing it with the red stables and Al-Khaladir stables. So there aren't many proper retainers. There are lots of freelance riders here, but...
Do you think somebody's going to pick him up for next season?
Yeah, I think why wouldn't you? He's young, he's got a huge career ahead of him, he's only going to improve, and he's already proving that he's capable of mixing with the best.
Such a brutal loss. We have to relive it again. so separated. The camera guy doesn't know where to go. They're so far apart, and it's only getting worse as they come closer to the line. But I would imagine at this point, Tariq is like, we're just going to ride it out no matter how much we're fading, because the horse is moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good stuff. Trophy. So, there we go. The trophy. Oh, there we go. Connections going up to accept the trophy of Al Sayed Stud, the winning owner here. Mutlaq Al-Rawes is the winning trainer, and Tariq Al-Mansour, obviously, the winning jockey. Congratulations to all involved. A well-earned $50,000 or 50,000 Saudi Riyal payday. We have a few more races left up here. We have go up to race 10. We're going to go to Alex for runners and riders for this Purebred Arabian handicap, 70 to 90.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, a bit better grade now, isn't it? 70 to 90 this time. Field of 8 in here. No changes to the original listings. Number 1 is Risky Foul. Eddie Castro on board. Got an 81 rating, so towards the top end. Number 2, Assawan. We've seen him run a few times already. Ali Al-Mimoni. 3, Madkour for Naif Al-Anazi. Then you've got the 4, Al-Sabek, Adel Al-Faradi. 5, Janubi Al-Khaladir. Wigberto Ramos. Not had too many rides so far today, Wigberto. Number 6, Mersht Isa. Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. Number 7 is Kaka Al-Khaladir, which is Norwef Al-Madiani. And 8 is Al-Muzan. Louis Morales will be on board the 8 horse here. Arabians on their way into the paddock, and can't believe I'm saying it, Michael, but no changes here.
Well done. Yes, we'll try to figure out our best way around this sort. No changes. We have no, for now.
No, yeah, for now.
For now, the horses haven't gone out yet.
I'll see it when I believe it.
Yeah, we'll see a fairly well-matched field. We have ratings ranging from, I think the top here is 84?
Yes.
84 down to 71. So anything can happen. Very similar situation as our last race.
Yeah, it's relatively wide open. As I say, you can't completely write off any of these horses in the handicaps, because Arabian horses can have going days. They can have days where they're not willing to run at all. So all of these are relatively similar in terms of ability.
It'd be interesting to see if we can see another. I think Eddie Castro is due for a win. Do you think he's got a shot here on the one?
Oh, I mean, all of these definitely have a shot. I mean, both of this horse's victories, Risky Fowl is the one in question, have come over the 1600. So my one concern about Risky Fowl would be the trip up to 2002.
Yeah, a bit of a stamina sapper here. They're going to come all the way back in the chute. They got about a 4.5, 5 furlong run into about a 5.5 furlong run into the bend.
Yeah, long way to the first bend. It's all about getting your position and holding it.
Yeah, this will be fun to see what comes of it. We get the runners and riders in just a moment. For me, it's these races are always so difficult to pull apart, and even with the smaller field, it doesn't get any easier.
No, it really doesn't. It's a very, very small field. I had 3 or 4 on my shortlist. I am going to side with the Del Alfredi again in here on the 4 Al Sabek. But it's a tentative selection.
Yeah, I think these Arabian races. It makes me look forward to the race at the end of the day. I'm looking forward to Talal Al-Khalidia upending Asfan. Let's go to Shamila. She's in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Michael. It is our 10th race of the evening, and I'm just making my way down here so you can have a look at my paddock selection, which is horse number 8. But I do have to give a shout out as well to horse number 4, just coming past me now, HM Al Sabek, looking really well in the parade ring. However, I could not take my eyes off this horse. I haven't had a great evening, to be honest. Obviously, I've had Sir Amr as one of my Arabian winners, but I haven't had a great day, to be honest. So I'm going to chance my arm and go with horse number 8, ZF Al Muzin, who is partnered with Louis Morales. He was getting a little bit hot behind the saddle, but has seemed to calm down perfectly now. Just a really nice looking horse, 5-year-old for Bajas Al Nasser and owned by Adel Al Mazuri. Jumps out of stall 8, so will be the widest horse in this contest, but he looks pretty fit and ready to go, to be honest. It was a little bit difficult for me to do my paddock selection for this race because, I'm just trying to find out what horse stands out to me in the parade ring, and it did take a couple of rounds for this horse to stand out to me. I did initially like horse number 3 as well, Naif Al Nazi's mount. I think that could go well as well. One paddock negative for you, and that is horse number 1, Risky Fowl, just looking to carry a little bit too much condition. Now, many people might not know this about Arabian racing, but the breeding can be very, very different because there are ovarian transfers that can be done. It's really nice to see how different Arabian racing can be highlighted here, and how we can teach people about how it is very, very different from thoroughbred racing. A lot of people may think that Arabian racing is a little bit boring because the horses are a little bit slower, but I find it so interesting. So it's great to have them highlighted here on the big stage at the race course. I will be sticking with my initial pick, horse number 8, hopefully.
Thank you so much, Shamila. That was a riveting commentary on the differences in ovarian transfers between thoroughbreds and which are the more traditional thoroughbreds and the purebred Arabians, which are more like quarter horses in the States, where they can go any which way as long as it's the correct mother and father.
Correct, exactly that. I'm surprised that Shamila's put up Al Muzin as well, another left field selection, but I don't mind it in this
well
spot.
With the last one.
Yeah, and I really don't mind this one either, to be honest. Al Muzin finished 2nd last time, so he's definitely in form and gets Louis Morales. Not only is he a great rider, but it would mean we also have an interview after the race.
That's very true. We're always happy to have that. Yeah, we'll go through the runners here. We have Risky Fowl will be number 1. Risky Fowl is owned by Tamim Al Abdul Karim stud. Eddie Castro will be in the saddle for the 6-year-old.
2 wins so far this season, both over the 1600 metres. I'm concerned about the trip. And Eddie Castro doesn't ride too many Arabian horses, so bit of an odd jockey booking for me. He's obviously a very talented rider and has been throughout his whole career, but I don't know if he's ridden this horse before or not.
Jockey's going to top right now. Al Dawaya studs. Aswan is number 2. This 9-year-old entire will have Abdul Mamoni in the saddle.
Just 1 from 29 in this horse's career, not prolific at all. By Darhes, one of the better sires, but there's been big regression lately.
Madcore is number 3 here. Naif Al Nazi will take the ride.
2 from 11 in this horse's career. 1 over 2,400 metres last time up, stepping down in distance, but we know that he stays well.
All right. Al Sabek is number 4, which will be your selection, obviously. Gets Adel Alfredi in the saddle.
Third over this trip on the penultimate run. That day finished behind an Athbar stable horse and an Al Khaladia horse. It was a good run.
Speaking of, there was Janobi Al Khaladia, number 5, Justin shot a second ago. Looks like it has 2 wins from 29 runs.
Yeah, 2 from 36 actually in his career. The race card should say that. Very experienced individual, not experienced in winning, but as a 12-year-old now, he knows what this sport's all about.
Number 6 is Murshid Isa. Khaled Mimman owns this one. Al-Yesh is in the saddle.
Finished 4th in a 0 to 75 last time. Not completely right in this horse off. Was bred in the UAE.
Horse is still heading out there. That's number 2, Aswan. We mentioned earlier, looking quite well in the flesh. It'll be interesting to see whether or not that one can run to its 2 and beyond. It would have to in its 73 rating. Moving on to number 7 is Kakala Khaladia. Kakala Khaladia is the second Khaladia of this field. Neither are owned by Al Khaladia. 6-year-old Antire Al-Menyani will be riding.
Finished down the field in an 80 to 95 handicap last time. It's just 1 from 12 so far in his career, as we can see him right now. Nice looking type, big white blaze, perfectly cunning coat as well, nice and shiny. So yeah, I wouldn't rule him out, that's for sure. He looks one of the nicer individuals.
Indeed. Yeah, and then Al Muzin, who's going to be Shamila's selection. Obviously, Louis Morales in the saddle. It can't be discounted.
In form, finished second in a 70 to 85 handicap last time, as we see Nathan Anazi. And Al Muzin
looks really well.
Al Muzin definitely needs to improve a touch to win against these, but it's not out of the question.
I'm leaning towards a 3 in here. I think that just looks well, looks fit. And I'm just gonna go on appearances alone. Don't mind the drop back and trip.
Madcore, yeah, is a very strong stayer. If he's there with, say, a length or 2 to find, with 200 meters to run, I think he'd find it. The issue is, will he be there? He can get outpaced in the middle part of his races, and that led to me just going away from him with Al Sabek, who finished 3rd over this trip, as I say, behind an Athbar stable horse, behind an Al Khaladia horse. 2 very nice performers. Actually, the Athbar horse, I believe, runs tomorrow. So hopefully that form can be franked and Al Sabek can provide Adel Al-Faredi with another winner.
All right. Pace-wise, this is obviously going to be a slower run race in theory, unless somebody gets stupid up front.
Yeah.
But you know, where do you see it coming from?
It's difficult again with these Arabians. I mean, they're all going to go out as hard as they possibly can. Yeah. They're going to come out as hard as they can. Maybe Merchandise will go forward. Maybe Risky Fowl, who's been running over shorter trips. One of those 2, I imagine, will make the pace. But we'll see after the first furlong or 2 and work out how the setup is going, whether they're going hard or slow, and from there determine the likely winner.
What's your confidence level on Al Sabek?
Relative. I was confident in the last race. That didn't go to plan. I've been confident on a few today. It's been a bit of a mixed bag. I'm confident with the jockey. Adel Al-Faredi will give you the perfect ride. The horse has the best recent form, but look, as I say,
if the horse were riding the jockey, you'd be more confident?
I would.
Okay.
Yeah. Adel is the best rider in the race, no doubt about that.
Okay. Well, I'm confident Madcore is going to win by open lengths here. I'm just going to throw it out there, lay it on the line, and when it happens, I'll look like a genius.
Yeah.
I'll look like and hats off to Shamila. She's going to go with number 8. We'll go to Alex, who's going to, as the horses come together and go through race 10.
Thank you, guys. Liking the confidence there. We will see how that plays out in a few moments' time as runners are starting to assemble down at the starting point. A little bit keen on the way down to the post was Al Sabek. Just trying to keep wraps of that particular runner at the moment is Adel Al-Faredi. They're just a little way off the start still at the moment. Been quite a trip over down to the 2,000 meter starting point. Going up in trip here, aren't we, to 2,000, and we'll go up even further for our next race, race 11, over 2,400 before dropping back again with our 12th and final race today, over 1,800 meters. The starting stalls are in their sights now. Definitely Al Sabek was on the keener side out of all of these in terms of making their way down to that start. The rest were pretty calm. Interesting that Wigberto Ramos gets the ride on the 5 here. Janobi Al Khaladia. Wigberto not had too many scheduled rides today at all. You shall keep an eye and see out how he gets on. Traditional draw in terms of the starting stalls positions here. Don't forget they're 1 through to 8 and in those positions in the gates when they arrive there, for which they are nearly down there now. And then they will spin straight into line, I would suspect, because we are at our scheduled off time of 22. Looks as though last runner is just getting down to the start now. Asuwan is there in shot, just getting over to the starting point. And then they will go behind. Madcore is with that one. If you're following that one, you've got blue and white, the combination of colours to keep an eye out for Naif El Anazi. Del Al Faradi on Al Sabek is in that quite pinkish jacket. He's got a white sash on the body. Behind they go. There's the one going through shot, risky foul, white and red colours, Eddie Castro. Out of No Risk Al Mori, risky foul. No Risk Al Mori, a very, very good Arabian performer. So we are now about to move in. That last runner you just saw in the shot was Al Sabek, their pink and white combo of colours. For our 10th race, time flies. 10th race here on this second day of the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz World Cup Arabian meeting. And a welcome addition, of course, having these Arabian races here at Riyadh instead of the Khalidia Fal. So we've got a trio of runners that remain. They're numbers 6, 7 and 8. Murshid Jcsa, Kaka Al-Khalidia and Al-Muz. Murshid Jcsa locked away, so 2 to go. In goes Kaka Al-Khalidia and the final runner, Al-Muzan, coming up into the stalls and sets. Al Sabek restless in 4, but they are now off and away. Racing here over 2,000 meters from the gates there. Al-Muzan was just hanging a little left, caused a bit of a bump to Kaka Al-Khalidia. No one mad keen on going forwards, it would appear, and the pace early is rather moderate, with Al Sabek there, pink and white. On the inner is Risky Foul, white and red colours, and to their outside, yellow bridle, nose-banded runner Al-Muzan. These trio, a race in advance of Janobi Al-Khalidia. Next wave of runners, including Murshid Jcsa. On the inside, Madkour. At the back of the field is Kaka Al-Khalidia. So, Al Sabek on the outside of Risky Foul. The front pair continue to bowl along. They're clocking just shy of 54 kilometers an hour. Midway down the back they go. These two continue a couple of lengths clear over Al-Muzan in third. One of the greys on the outside next, and that is Janobi Al-Khalidia. On the inside of that runner, Murshid Jcsa is pushed along. Back trio, Asuwan, Kaka Al-Khalidia and Madkour, who will have to make up 8 lengths as they turn back towards home. Over the 50 kilometers an hour mark now, increasing pace. Around the outside, it is Al-Muzan who goes on. Length and a half, maybe a shade more over Al Sabek and Adel Al Faradi. 2 or 3 away. Murshid Jcsa on the outside. Janobi Al-Khalidia. Lots of these are struggling in behind. Al-Muzan breezing clear at the top of the home run. Al-Muzan is fully 6 ahead. Down the outside, late progress from Madkour, who's coming, trying to latch on the back of Janobi Al-Khalidia. Murshid Jcsa still on the inside of those, but Al-Muzan still has a 7th length break on the field. Al-Muzan is clear. And Almazan will not be caught now to the line. Is going to win for Louis Morales. Almazan impressive. It's going to be close for second. Madcour joined on the outside, Janubi Al-Khaladia, and then Jcsa. Well, that was rather easy stuff for Almazan, who goes on to land the prize for Louis Morales. Has done so in a time of 2:20.87. Holding a nice position on the outside, just off the pace before taking it up before the home bend. Going clear and never looking like being caught. Madcour has got up for second late on, but was 3 1/4 lengths behind the eventual winner. And Janubi Al-Khaladia there, as you can see at the line, just pipped for that minor spot and will be home in third. Nice easy winner then in race 10. Almazan takes it with comfort. The order 8, 3 and 5.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah.
Tell me about him. How is he and how this race?
He's very sharp. He wants to go from the beginning, but and then the horses go make the pace. So I take it easy till the 700, and then he wants to move. I let him go slowly, and he continue very strong in the end. In the last 400, mashallah, he's still strong. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I think so. He can go easy. Thank you.
That was an absolutely brilliant performance, pretty much a walk in the park for horse number 8, Almazan, who was my paddock selection as well. I liked him throughout the preliminary stages, and he just went to prove that he was the best horse in the race by winning this contest. And of course, it's a double for jockey Louis Morales, and both of his kids are getting in on the picture as well. That's great to see. His kids are here supporting him in all his winners. So very well done to all the Morales family for that win. It was the 10th race of the day, a purebred Arabian handicap rated 70 to 90 horses. This horse was rated 74, so one of the lower rated horses in this contest, only carrying 55 kilos. So that was definitely an advantage for him, and an advantage to have Louis Morales on board as well. So he'll just pop his things down and we'll get a quick word with him. Congratulations on your double, Louis.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alhamdulillah.
And this was a really easy race, what looked like for your horse.
Pretty nice. I expect I expect the race to be more slower, because I don't see any speed. I want to go to the lead, but suddenly they move forward, so I sit third. But he was pulling from the 1,000 meters he wanted to go today. He was very strong today.
And do you think it could be a little bit hard sometimes, like to know when to go, to let your horse go, whether the others will chase behind you or whether they'll have more energy?
Well, I checked in the last 1,000 when he was pulling me too much, so I don't want to fight with him. And I checked, I was like 2 or 3 lengths away from the another horses, so I said, okay, let him go a little bit comfortable and happy. Then I hold him back again in the last 600 till 200, and he continues strong. Yeah. I think he's okay.
You're having a lot of luck on these Arabians these days.
Well, in the last days, good. In the past, not much, but alhamdulillah, I'm chasing and trying.
And you've got Prince Amr in the next race. What do you think of their chances?
Well, he was performing really good last year, and also he qualified for the Saudi Day Cup. So probably, I don't know, maybe.
And what about the last race? Do you think that Tagdir can beat Asfan Al Khalidiyya, or?
You know, you never say never. Everything is possible, but they are strong. I respect them a lot. So let's see what's happened. You know.
Well done on your double, Louis.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
As always, pragmatic.
That's going to be my new sign-off in the outro. A couple of fist bumps and a little salute as well. I'm going to take that from now on.
Yeah, that's good. That's how we'll sign off today. You better do that at the end of the day.
I will, yeah. Stick around, you will see that.
To be able to do that. If we're outside for that, are you going to be able to do it? Or
It depends how much
freezing
I'm
and have your hands.
Depends how cold it is out there.
Hats off to Louis. Good ride here. Very smart ride on the pace.
Yeah, he broke there. You can see he just broke inwards to the left and caused a bit of a scrimmage inside for horses 7, 6, and 5. Janobi Al Khalidiyya, the big grey horse, was fine, took the bump well, but the 6 and the 7, Jcsa and Kaka Al Khalidiyya, were both badly inconvenienced and raced up in last and second last in the early part of the race. Louis managed to get Al Muzan back into stride and found a good spot at this point.
Yeah, he's gone and basically allowed the other horses to do a little bit of the dirty work.
Yeah, I think they probably went a little too hard up front. Risky Fowl, who was the speed in the race, went forward, as did Al Sabek, my selection, who was way too keen and just finished off so tired. Disappointing run from that horse. Those two went too hard up front. Back in third at this stage is the eventual winner, Al Muzan, who is 4 lengths behind. Then you have Jcsa, who did recover a touch from the interference at the start. Janobi Al Khalidiyya is racing in 5th at this stage. Aswan back in 6th. And your selection, who ends up finishing 2nd in the race, Mad Core, is way back in the pack, back in around 7th at this stage. It was a good ride from Louis. Right now he's moving a touch further forward, as you can see, just 2 lengths behind the early pace setter Al Sabek, and Louis is about to attack the front.
Yeah, this is I mean, right here he looks like an odds-on choice, just taking control of the race. Just really well done, and pace-wise he basically allowed them to go and do all the dirty work ahead of him. They went a little bit, obviously you said a little bit too fast, but it just very much not only in the right spot, but with the strongest horse.
Well, the 2 speed horses, one of them's already out the back of the TV. That is Risky Fowl, and the other one, Al Sabek, my selection in the pink, is going to fall out as well. Eventually only beat 1 horse home, so they did go too hard, but Louis was always in the best position.
Like even the pace tendency of this track today could not save them.
No, and actually if you watch this leader, Al Muzan, right now only horse in shot, but when you get close to the line, they are really eroding the deficit. So even he is paying for using that
being
energy
a little bit
early.
Close to a quick pace.
Exactly.
You know, it's always these races. It's always a little bit tough, especially this 2,000 meters. No matter what the breed is, it is a taxing, especially around one bend. I always find it is actually more taxing than 2 bends.
Yeah, definitely. They tend to go a little bit harder around the 1 bend. As you can see there, your horse is really picking up well late.
Yeah,
he's a proper 2,400
stays for days.
Yeah,
just stays for days.
Needs a mile and a half.
I was like, if the winner was going to get leg weary at all in this race, maybe there was a chance, but in the end, just needed another probably 150 meters.
Yeah, 200 meters, he'd definitely be in front at that point of the race.
And just tanking along.
To be fair, he would have been better suited in the next contest, which is over the 2,400, but unfortunately, he was entered in this race instead.
Indeed. Yeah, this is it's an interesting set of affairs today. We've seen the track play in different ways, but speed is definitely holding earlier in the day. We're seeing horses close fairly well as the day goes on.
Yes, there's been a fair few closers that have played some sort of part in the finish in some of these races, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a bad thing to be on the front. It all just depends on how quick they go in the early stages of the race.
Yeah, and we kind of shift to, we've seen a lot of the sprint races already. We've seen a 10 furlong race, 12 furlong race. Moving on into the next one would be, I mean, it's obviously the extreme. It's the farthest they're going to go here. But do you find that it becomes did you find that it becomes a pretty volatile race where like any horse can win from anywhere? Or do you want horses that are going to have a little bit more speed and pace and cadence to them? You know what I mean? Like horses that you can put into a race that are kind of one-paced.
Mainly, I think any of these races could be won by any of them. Any of these Arabian races.
Especially the Arabian races.
Yeah,
They're just so difficult.
But this next race, I think generally you just, as long as you ride your horse efficiently, that's all that matters. If they go hard up front, then you've got to take a pull. If they go slow up front, you can easily go to the front. I don't think there's necessarily a track bias at this point of the day. I think it's more ride your horse efficiently, go the ideal sectionals, and then try and win from there.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be fun to see moving forward. Obviously, the Khalidiyas are going to be, foremost in the next two races. Obviously, they have a horse with a big chance coming up in Rabah Khalidiyya, and obviously the big horses in the 12th race. There's just in the top class runners in the very end of the day. So this is Prince. There we go. We have in attendance here. We have Prince Khalid bin. What's that? Not in shot yet. But yeah, they're all settling in. Dignitaries settling in for the very end of the meeting here, especially as they are probably just as excited as we are to see two of the best Arabians on the planet clash. And it's not just those two in the race. We'll get to that race when we get to it, but their horses, every horse in the race is rated over 100. The lowest rating is 106 in the nightcap today, and it's $1.5 million on the line. So we're gonna see, we're gonna see if anybody can step up to those two. I don't think they can though. We're gonna move on slowly but surely to our 11th race here, 0 to 95 handicap over the 12 furlongs. Let's go to Alex.
Thanks, guys. Let's have a look at this field then for the 11th, this 0 to 95 event. So decent quality coming up here. Number 1 is Mirba Al Khalidiyya, looking to give those Al Khalidiyya stables a winner. Nifal Nazi. Then you've got 2, Aham Athbar, Adel Al Faradi. 3 is Djilama, Khalid Al Mimoni, as we see the packed stands with the dignitaries here for these big races. 4, Shibal Nima Rakan Obeid. Number 5 is Prince Amir Louis Morales. 6, Montasa Al Amal, Yasser Al Bakawi. And 7, Badr Al Cham, Mohammed Al Hubayl. So we have 7 of them, and it looks like plenty of eyes will be on this Al Khalidiyya runner, of course. But right at the top end of this handicap is Aham Athbar, who's got the 95 rated. Let's find out who the gents like this time around as runners go into the paddock.
Great to see many dignitaries in attendance, including Pascal bin Sultan, who's in attendance, obviously, to see some of the best runners they have. Here's the trophy presentation as well from the 10th race. We're moving on slowly but surely to our 11th race of the evening, which is going to be a purebred Arabian handicap for 0 to 95 that Alex was so kind to go over some of the runners in this race. Here we go. Trophy presentation continues. We'll get to those runners in just a moment. They are currently circling behind us in the parade ring. Congratulations to the connections of the previous winner. Obviously, look at Louis Morales getting the trophy earlier. Well done to him as he continues what has been a very productive season.
It has. He's had a great year so far. He's not touching the top 2 in the standings in Adel Al Faradi and also Camilo Ospina, but he has been one of the leading lights since racing moved here to Riyadh.
Yeah, and this is going to be, the stakes are getting higher, the horses are getting better as we move along, and no horses right now are better than those that are leading toward the Saudi Cup. Just to touch on some news, we have Isolate, who has been confirmed, who won the Maktoum Mile a couple weeks ago in the Group 2 company at Meydan, won it very impressively. He also won the Godolphin Mile. Very, very exciting horse for Doug Watson, who's one of the nicest people in racing, and he's 8-time champion trainer in the UAE. He's bringing that horse. It's going to be his first runner in the big race. Isolate's owned by Triple R Racing of Sheikh Rashid bin Al Nuami of the Crown Prince of Ajman. Very, very good horse. Isolate. Any chance to stretch out to the 9 furlongs?
You'd hope that it would be a possibility. Tyler Gaffalione went all the way to Dubai to ride him last time from America, just a one main ride. So you can see that the gaffer will want to ride in the Saudi Cup. You know, that's his main ambition. That's why he rode him last time up, and he was a very good horse in the US prior to moving to the United Arab Emirates as well. So he's got a chance.
Speaking of the U.S., that's where his main competition is going to come from. White Barrio, along Saudi Crown and National Treasure are all possibles for the race. Let's go to Shamila as we get to our 11th race.
Thank you very much, Michael. You can just see my paddock selection behind me here. This is Murba Al Khaladia. The horses are just heading out onto the racetrack as we speak. The process was very quick as getting the jockeys up on board. Only 7 runners in this race, but it does not lack quality. Luis Morales is just running. He accepted his trophy and he is getting legged up onto his horse now. This is my selection, Murba Al Khaladia. Naif Al Anazi has already had one winner today for Al Khaladia's stables, so I think that he could possibly be on another winner. It's great to see Al Khaladia stables giving Naif Al Anazi these chances as well, because they usually use Adel Al Faraidi, Abdullah Al Ofi, jockeys like that, so it's great to see Naif get his day in the sun, and I think that he could very much get a double today. Another horse that caught my eye, horse number 5, I think Luis Morales could be on for a hat trick today. Prince Amer looks really nice in the parade ring, really nice stride to him, a lot bigger than the rest of the horses in this field as well, so definitely one to watch, but I will be sticking with Murba Al Khaladia. 2 horses to note as well, not for negatives, but they were just very much on their toes. Horse number 4, Shibble Nimmer, and horse number 6, Montasser Amal, on their toes throughout the preliminary stages.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. She's with Murba Al Khaladia. Obviously, a nice, safe one. You know, obviously with the connections.
To be fair to Shamila, though, her last 2 selections were both a bit left field, so I'll give her this one.
Yeah, and she had the winner in the last.
She did, and a very unlucky second race before. So
hats off.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in proper form right now. Yeah. And obviously, let's go through the runners and riders. I mean, not the runner, through the horses here. We have Murba Al Khaladia, as mentioned. Obviously, a big chance here. Naif Al Anazi in the saddle.
He's 2 from 7, Murba Al Khaladia. 3rd in an 85 to 100 handicap last time up, over the 2,000 metres. First attempt at 2,400. That's the one question for me.
I am Athba's number 2. You have Adel Al Faraidi in the saddle. Obviously, makes him a serious choice.
2 from 28, finished 2nd in a 75 to 95 handicap over this trip last time.
Jalamer is number 3. Khalid Al Mamoni in the saddle.
Career record of 1 from 15, 13th last time up.
Shibble Nimmer will be number 4. Rakan Obeid has the ride.
1 from 13, 15th last time up.
Prince Amer must be respected here. Luis Morales in the saddle.
2 from 28, 11th last time. Just lacks that gear, but this trip should help.
Montasser Al-Amal is number 6. Al-Bakawi in the saddle.
Just outclassed against these.
Yeah, very much must improve upon that 50 rating. And last but not least, we have Badi Al-Sham, rated 77.
Finished 11th on debut in Saudi Arabia.
All right, so we got ratings from all the way up to the utmost of 95 and down to 50. So
yes, a wide range of horse in this race over the 2,400. It looks like a mismatched group, really.
Yeah, you have basically 4 horses at the minimum and 2 horses at the top of the market.
Yeah, exactly that. Plenty out of the handicap in here as well. There are, I think, just 2 major players, Murba Al Khaladia and Aham Athba. I know that Shamila's gone for Murba Al Khaladia, so I'm going to go for the 2, Aham Athba. Stick with my Adel Al Faraidi trend and hope that one of us has the victory. Who do you like?
This is going to be...
Come on, it's got to be one of the 2.
I know.
Yeah.
Out of the 2, I thought that Aham Athba looked slightly better in the parade ring. So I will, a rarity. We do have a winning strike rate.
We're over 50. 4 from 7.
Yeah,
right?
I think we're 4 from 7 together.
Yeah.
We're either going to knock it down to a still respectable 50% here, or we're going to improve upon our incredible strike rate when tuning up. So yeah, I'm going to go with Aham Athba in here. I think that, like you say, there are only 2 horses that seem like the logical winners. Yeah. They're both drawn down inside. They seem like they can dictate from there. And they will most likely both get the trip quite well with 2 of the best riders here. So what is not to like? You just have to decide which one is better. And I will go with the 95 rated, topping the market, Aham Athba. Can he best Murba Al Khaladia despite giving him 3.5 kilos?
Hopefully so. It's going to be a close match between the 2. I don't really have a huge preference for Aham Athba. It's between the 2. It's basically 50-50 and take a pick at one of them. The only positive of Ayam Athbar that I have that I don't have for Merba Al Khalidiyah is that he's proven over the trip, whereas Merba Al Khalidiyah has only run over 2,000 and shorter. So we know if it's a match in the closing stages over the 200 metres, final 200 metres, that Adel Al-Faradi's definitely got the stamina reserves.
All right, so we're looking to pick with Ayam Athbar. Shamila's going to go with Merba Al Khalidiyah. We'll go over to Alex, see who he likes in here.
Thank you, guys. We haven't got too many more to go in. I quite like that one in shot there. I'll side with the Al Khalidiyah stables runner, Merba Al Khalidiyah, and see if Al-Anasi can do his magic once more. We've only got a couple to go at the moment. Prince Amr is out the back. And also Ayam Athbar, who's behind the tape at the moment, but I think is coming back to join them now. There's the 5. Prince Amr. And the 2 is now with them. So they will go in as one here. Both sliding in together, and we are set to race. They're off. Very slow to go was Badi Al-Sham at the back of the field. Missed it by 3 or 4 lengths. For this handicap, 0 to 95. Good start made by Montasa Al-Amal on the outside, and will go on to lead through the end of the first couple of 100 metres. Shows up in advance of Merba Al Khalidiyah, another length away to the improving Badi Al-Sham, who's coming wider and will now take 3rd under the line first time. Back in 4th place will be Prince Amr as they go into this bend, and then we have a wave of 3 together. On the inside is Ayam Athbar with that runner, Jcsa, and on the outside, and now the back of them is Shibble Nema, who's just dropped to the tail. Over to the far side we head. There'll be about 7 lengths front to back, and on the wide outside, an improving Badi Al-Sham will be right there with the leaders as they go around the corner. Still on the fence is Montasa Al-Amal. Between the pair, Merba Al Khalidiyah is travelling well. Another couple of lengths away to the 2 greys who are together. On the outside is the black and yellow Prince Amr, who's just going wider actually. Looks to be hunting up the leaders and trying to inject a bit of speed. Back between horses is Jcsa, and at the back of the field we've got Shibble Nemir and also Montasa Al-Amal. So all changing now, really uplifting here, aren't we? Badi Al-Sham leads the way, but on the inside, Merba Al Khalidiyah is being stoked up for more. On the outside of those, Prince Amr is going quite well now and appears to be running over the top to join issue. The trio start to try and press on now. They're starting to try and up it as they swing back towards home. They've still got over 400 metres to cover. Merba Al Khalidiyah, firmly ridden by Naif Al-Anazi, asking for much more. On the outside, Prince Amr and Luis Morales is trying to raise the effort, but is also now coming under driving. Back in 3rd place is Badi Al-Sham, and Merba Al Khalidiyah is still rolling. Heading to the top of the home run then, Merba Al Khalidiyah still shows by 2 lengths. Prince Amr is trying very hard in 2nd. Right in behind them, 3rd place still with Badi Al-Sham. It's Merba Al Khalidiyah who's drifting under pressure to the centre of the course, but is still 4-5 lengths clear and heading towards the final 200. Al-Anasi at his best. He had to stoke this one up from a long way out, but Merba Al Khalidiyah has responded very well and is a wide margin winner. Saluting the crowd over the line to beat Badi Al-Sham into 2nd, and Prince Amr was in 3rd. But it's all about Merba Al Khalidiyah, who has gone on to win in fine style, was under pressure, needed some firm riding down the back straight, but eventually shot clear and stuck it out well to the line. Naif Al-Anazi is having a rather good afternoon's work, as you can see, in splendid isolation come the finish. And a salute to the crowd, to the dignitaries from Al-Anazi on board, taking out race 11, this 0 to 95 handicap. We are just seeing them cross the line here. There is your winner. Going to be quite a while before you see the next ones. There we are. Time's come up now. It's 2:51.69 on the clock. 2:51.69 is confirmed. And we just need the official distances for you. It's 10 lengths. There you go. 10 lengths is the margin. And it's 1 beating the 7, 5 in third place in race 11.
كيف تعاملت مع الشوط نايف؟
A double on the card for the brilliant jockey Naif Al-Anazi, and a double for Al Khaladia Stables as well. This time for horse number 1, Murba Al Khaladia, rated 88, and jumped out of stall number 1. This is a 6-year-old colt by Hatem Al Khaladia out of a mare called Al Sofat Al Khaladia. So he's absolutely delighted with that. It's great to see him having multiple winners on the card on the same day. And it means so much to him to have a winner for Al Khaladia Stables as well. Fantastic training performance from Sheikh Mutlik as well. So I'd say everybody is very much happy with that. Naif will just pop his helmet on and he's coming over for a chat for this now. Congratulations, Naif, a double for you.
Yeah, thank you, Shimera. Thanks, God. Second win with this horse, Murba Al Khaladia. Congratulations for the brains, for the trainer Saad bin Mutlaq, for Mutlaq bin Mishrif, all the team for Khaladia.
You seemed really confident because you let him go quite early on.
Yeah, actually, Shimi, this horse is good horse, but he's all the time he tired the jockey. This horse all the way you need to help him. Thanks God today from 600. I know my horse, he's keep going.
He looked like he was flying.
Yeah, he's keep going. If you pushing, if you give him wave, strong wave, he maybe 2-3 rounds, he's not stop that horse. But thanks God. I hope so, inshallah, more future for the next race, inshallah.
Could you feel the jockey coming up behind you? They were a little bit close in the end.
Yeah, but this horse, Shami, when the coming horse, like he help him, he coming again, you know, he's go. Thanks God. I hope so, inshallah, today and tomorrow win for me and all my brothers.
And you have Turkey Al Khaladia in the next race. It's a nice horse for Al Khaladia Stables, but do you think he can beat Asfan?
I hope so. He have a good brother with him, Talal, you know this horse, mashallah. And also Fizir, I think this is good horse. I hope, inshallah, for me, win from this horse, inshallah.
Good luck, Naif.
Thank you, Shimela.
exciting stuff. This horse, he decided that one lean was not good enough. Maybe 3 or 4 would suit him better. And maybe not really quite getting tired, just sort of looking around.
Super aggressive ride by Nath though, wasn't it? He got this horse off the bridle very early. Didn't corner well, but Nath was sure to correct that immediately. And in the straight, he was super aggressive to keep this horse running. Obviously, just needs plenty of encouragement. And when Nath gives it to him, Merbat Al-Khalidiyah really was responding, and he's won decisively.
Yeah, just it was between 2 horses, and the other one didn't lift a hoof.
No, exactly that. Yeah, what happened to Ayham Athbar? Rated 95, £7 better than the eventual winner. Beaten probably, I can actually check, beaten approximately 61 lengths.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to help his rating.
No.
But, you know, it's just how it goes sometimes with these Arabians. They decide whether or not what they're going to do, and he just definitely wasn't with it today. But hats off to the winner. Obviously, Merbat Al-Khalidiyah stables, Ben Mutlaq the trainer, and Al-Nazi is obviously quite over the moon to get his second win, especially in these silks today. He's going to be trying again in the next race. So he's got, let me see, he has Turkey Al-Khalidiyah in the next race for a race that is Al-Khalidiyah out.
Yeah, it's Al-Khalidiyah dominated. Maybe we should move on and talk about it because, you know, this is the big race of the day.
Yeah.
We can review that race as much as we want, but basically it was a one-horse affair in the end, and Nath did a great job. So let's move on to the Group 1 contest. $1.5 million.
Yeah, it's an insane amount of money for these horses. But to be fair, I mean, this is a really great race placing-wise, because this is supposed to set them up for, it's a handicap, obviously. They're going to have to carry top weights if they're on the top of the market. But I do think the race sets up really as a nice prep as well for the races we see in Saudi Cup Day in about 7 weeks.
Yeah, it does. We've got some very good horses in here, all of whom are using this as a prep, as you say. I mean, it's obviously a good target to have anyway.
Any other final thoughts on race 11 here? Any other than you know, pace made the race and and the best horse won?
Yeah, Montasa Alamal didn't stay, it wasn't good enough. Ayham Athbar, majorly disappointing. Badil Al Sham didn't break and then was beaten a fair way by the line. Prince Arma, readily beaten. Shibal Nima, readily beaten. There were no real excuses for any horse in the race. The best horses just dominated.
Yeah, this is the overhead shot. You see the winner there in second with Nath. Basically, it just seemed that not that he was hell-bent on getting to the front, he was just hell-bent on sort of keeping this horse as handy as possible.
Keeping Merbat Al-Khalidiyah in that top gear.
Yeah, and that way he could basically dictate things from the side. You see down at the rail in the very back of the field, that was the very disappointing selection of ours. Ayham Athbar, who just didn't really lift a hoof. He just, at this point, he's getting urged along to even keep up.
I don't know
so
what
hopefully
happened.
the horse is okay.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I saw him finish the race and Adele just pulled him straight up and went straight into the unsaddling enclosure. You can see his stable companion and the pacemaker in him, Montasa Alamal, is already going backwards ahead in the blue with the white dots. That horse is going to virtually be pulled up across the line. I mean, even pulled up now, to be fair. It does cross the line, though. Completes the race, but in here they've already split up into 2 groups. Yeah,
it's 2 separate races at this point, and basically for Nath now he's just got to worry about whether or not anything within 3 lengths of him has any finish to him, and he's already working on his horse just to keep him interested. Maybe this is just one of those horses that, well, he is doing a little bit of inadvertent herding right there.
Yeah.
I think his horse just doesn't like to run a straight line. He's tapping him for steering instead of actually encouragement at this point.
Yeah, for sure. He's just using that. That's a good reason for why the crop is necessary in some races, because the horse clearly didn't want to turn properly there. And if Nath didn't have it, then he would be struggling to steer Merbat Al-Khalidiyah. In the end, he's just way the best, isn't he? He just draws clear of Prince Arma back in second. And yeah, there was just no match for him at the end.
Had to be quite the cardio workout to get these horses home. They are just,
yeah.
Not only are you trying to keep a straight line and get them home as well as you can, but they just sometimes need encouragement the entire way around, or at least control the entire way around.
Nath is one of the, I would guess, I don't know for sure, but he's got to be one of the fittest jockeys in the weighing room. He's always active on his mounts. He's not the type to sit there looking pretty. He's down and dirty in the saddle, and you just saw it there too.
Now let's go to Alex Fussy for some big breaking news.
Yes, thank you, guys. There is big breaking news. I'm afraid Asfan Al-Khalidiyah is out. Does not go. There are 3 absentees now in this big race, the race we've all been looking forwards to. Numbers 2, Jcsa, 5, Al Mufham, and 6, Asfan Al Khaladiya do not go. So big breaking news. The unbeaten Asfan Al Khaladiya, the one we've all been talking about and looking forwards to, does not run in the big handicap, leaving us with a field of 6 now, I'm afraid. Let's touch upon the 6 that are left. Number 1 is Tawak Al Khaladiya, the mount of Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 3 is Vizier Mohammed Al Daham. 4, Tilal Al Khaladiya Adel Al Faradi. You've got 7, Bint Galiat Al Khaladiya Fahad Al Faradi. I suppose all eyes will now switch to Turkey Al Khaladiya, the 8, which has Naif Al Anazi. And 9 is Takdir Luis Morales. So the 2, 5, 6 don't go. And we will head back for thoughts on that big news with Michael and Tom. I've already seen Tom's face. I think it said it all.
Indeed. Tom, how does that affect your selection process now?
Oh dear. I've waited all day for this one race and for this one horse, and now he's been scratched. It's very disappointing, not for me necessarily, because who cares about my opinion, but for everyone actually, because this would have been a great match between Asfan Al Khaladiya and Talal Al Khaladiya, the 2 horses that won the 2 big Arabian races last week.
Great drone footage, by the way, of the actual new stable setup, which is fantastic here, where they've now got enough stalls basically for all the Saudi Cup Day horses when they come, and every horse that runs here in these 12 races as they set up for the day. So yeah, they've done such a great job with sort of creating. They've not only beautified the place here over the last 4 seasons that I've been coming to King Abdulaziz, but they've also made this place sort of updated, modernized, and made it into one of the more logistically sound racetracks I've ever been to.
Yeah, all I can think about is Asfan Al Khaladiya, so I apologise, but I have no response to that.
he's just like okay,
disappointed.
So Bitter Betty to my right is no longer going to comment on the race. So Al Khaladiya remains my selection.
Yeah, well,
you shall select against me at your own peril.
I won't. I'll be with you. I'll tell you. It was a 2-horse race, in my opinion, between Talal Al Khaladiya and Asfan Al Khaladiya. I was very confident with Asfan Al Khaladiya, I have to say. I would love to know why he's not running. We're not going to find out, but
maybe Talal was going to stuff him like a turkey, and they were afraid to ruin it.
Well, I disagree with that, but I don't know whether maybe they've just decided not to run him. They can probably do what they want in that regard. In the UK, you have to have a proper reason, but I mean, even UK trainers don't stick to that.
We are told that it is by order of the stewards that the horse was scratched.
Maybe
that is the extent of our information.
I hope he's okay. Is what I'm trying
we
to
always
get.
hope that he's okay.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Yeah.
Number 1 is Tawak Al Khaladiya. Al Gayal Center owns this one. Khalid Al Mimoni will be in the saddle.
The only foreign challenger in here, Qatar racer, 1 from 6 in his career, 8th over 1800 metres in an open last time. Generally not this quality.
All right, number 2 is scratched. That is Jcsa. Number 3 will be in shot in just a moment. A horse that I selected to win last time, which is a rarity, and I'm going to celebrate it. Vizier, all caps. Ajmal stable in this one. Mohammed Al Daham will be in the saddle.
Just a solid performer, rated 115. We talked
stays, doesn't
yeah,
he?
we talked about this horse earlier. Has natural pace as well. 4 from 8 in his career. He's won 2 in a row.
Talal Al Khaladiya, who is a lovely creature, and this is exactly what he looked like before he won the Obaya. He is always on his toes.
That's a concern for me. I know if you do it all the time, it's less of a concern, but still, if Asfan
Being
Al
as
Khaladiya
warm as he
was
is, though, considering it's what, like 12 degrees outside.
if that, I'm not looking forward to being out there, I tell you.
No, I mean it's never. You can even see from here. 3rd horse from the right, he is full of beans right now.
Just to touch on his career quickly, 7 from 8 so far. The race card and maybe the Frizia website will say 7 from 9, but he was withdrawn on one of his outings. So he's only been beaten once, and that came when early in his career when he finished 2nd.
2nd in the Manifa Cup, actually.
Yes.
$1 million now Group 1 race on the grass. So he is undefeated on the dirt.
Yeah.
This a second ago we just saw the 7 that was Bint Galiat Al Khaladiya for the Al Khaladiya stables as well. Fahad Al Faradi has the right.
She's been placed on her last 5 runs. She's 6 from 18 in her career. Should be placed again.
The holiday season is over. That doesn't mean we don't have Turkey Al Khalidia. It's number 8 right there, 5-year-old horse.
3 from 9 so far in his career. He's won over 1,400 and 1,600 metres recently, stepping up to the 1,800 today. He was smashed by Asfan Al Khalidia in the past over this trip, but obviously that rival's not running.
They have one more to go, but beforehand we're going to go to Shamila, who is in the parade ring for this highly anticipated $1.5 million race.
Oh, well, I'm absolutely deflated, if I'm honest, that Asfan Al Khalidia is a non-runner, and it was a late scratching as well. And I was talking to the connections of Khalidia Stables, and I'm glad to report that Asfan Khalidia is absolutely fine. He is A-OK. They just thought it was too much of a quick turnaround for him to face Talal Al Khalidia. They didn't want his reputation to be anything. So he's absolutely fine. So hopefully we will see him in 2 weeks' time. I think that's the plan for Asfan Khalidia. So he will be back in action in about 2 weeks. So my paddock selection, of course, it has to go to horse number 4, Talal Al Khalidia, the Obeya Classic winning horse. We haven't seen him since then. Adil Al Faradi is on board, jumps out of stall. He is drawn in 4. There are a few non-runners, horse number 2, 5 and 6, all non-runners in this race. So a lot of big players here have been scratched, and I think that Talal Al Khalidia can definitely get the job done, being rated at 125. So I think Al Khalidia Stables will walk away with another big trophy for them under their names, and Adil Al Faradi can continue his winning streak for this weekend. So I'm definitely going to go with that. He is getting a little bit hot behind the saddle, but I think he is just getting ready to go, and I think that all the Al Khalidia horses have a fantastic chance in this race. So back to you lads in the studio.
Deflated or not, we are still excited to hear your riveting analysis. So speaking of analysis, let's take a quick look at Talal Al Khalidia winning the Obeya Arabian Classic over the fantastic 5-time Grade 1 winner, Rich Like Me.
Does it well in the end, just draws clear in the closing stages for a dominant success. The horses back in the pack maybe aren't overly strong, but the runner-up is a good horse, as is the Al Khalidia horse that's going to stay on for 3rd. And Talal Al Khalidia just puts them away with a good late burst, as you can see in shot.
His name who ran yesterday,
Hamdani.
30. Yeah, that is Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidia. Yes.
That's it.
And Rich Like Me in second has since won 2 group stakes, 2 group 1s.
Yeah, one in Maidan 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, so and one last week.
Yeah.
Came back on 2 weeks rest. So here's another piece of form here. We have
Vizier.
This is Vizier winning like a good thing last time, just outstaying these horses and putting them to bed pretty easily.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a race, this. These are your classic open races in the Arabian Sphere right now. The horse in second is Al Hareth, back on the rail. In the Orange Silks is Umran. Most of these horses are running tomorrow actually in defeat, but they're sub 110 horses. So Vizier deserved to win, and he did. He won quite comfortably as expected.
And how much did he go up in this one? Do you know? Like
I think he stayed the same. 115.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well done. And last but not least, we have Turkey Al Khalidia, number 8, you see in shot there on the 16th of December. Was quite the impressive winner as well.
Naif Al-Anazi rides, you can see. He's in great form, winning 2 races so far this evening.
Going for the hat trick.
Yeah, this came over 1,600 metres. Most of Turkey Al Khalidia's victories have been over shorter trips, 1,400, 1,600. The step up in distance isn't sure to suit, but I like how strong he is in the closing stages over this distance. He has tactical speed. Interesting to see how they ride him, whether they go forward or not. Naif is always at his best on forward-going horses. As I say, he was absolutely hammered by Asfan Al Khalidia earlier in the year. So if you think Talal Al Khalidia is as good as Asfan Al Khalidia, then Turkey Al Khalidia has no chance in it.
That is true. I mean, the only thing that we have to worry about is whether or not, well, 2 things. Whether or not he's a little bit too keen right now. He always is kind of keen beforehand, Talal Al Khalidia. And if he will have issues off the layoff.
Yeah, maybe he hasn't run for a long time, since February, when he won the Obeya, so there is a bit of a concern there, 11 months off the track. I don't know, with Arabian horses, I think there's a big discrepancy between very good, good, average and poor. I think there's a lot bigger difference than there is in thoroughbred. And if we think Talal Al Khalidia is very good...
Do you think Talal Al Khalidia?
No, I do. I don't think he's as good as Asfan, but I think compared to the rest of these, he is very good. And in the whole Arabian sphere, he's very good. So I think he's the only very good Arabian in the race, to be honest. There are plenty of good Arabians, Turki Al-Khalidiyah, Bint Ghalid Al-Khalidiyah, Vizier, and the others would fall into the average category for me. But
So you think the disparity between Asfan's 126 and Tilal's 125 is larger?
I think the difference between 125 of Tilal and 122 of Turkey, 115 of Bint Ghaliyat is larger. I think Asfan and Tilal are around the same, and it would have been a good match, but obviously Asfan's now not running. By the way, on that point, my personal opinion, that is a shocking reason for taking a horse out of a race. If you're entering a race, you cannot then decide to take the horse out. If you're in the race, it's got to be by the order of the vet or another instance where the horse isn't A-OK to run. If he's fine to run, I think he should be in the field.
All right. So we have a big race coming up, our big selection. Are you joining me on Tilal Al-Khalidiyah?
Yeah, we'll all three of us go on Tilal Al-Khalidiyah. I would like to see a good performance. That's what we all want, right?
All right, so we're on the big horse for the big race, and now to our big race caller. Let's go up to Alex Fassi one more time for $1.5 million on the line.
Thank you, guys. Thanks very much indeed. I must say, I have to agree with Tom. I mean, that's not really a reason to take a horse out. They just don't fancy it. So I would agree with that completely. There has to be some sort of valid reasoning to take a horse out of a race. But anyway, of course, rules and jurisdictions and all that jazz is different elsewhere. But it is disappointing, of course, not to have Asfan Al-Khalidiyah in the lineup here. The rest of the runners, though, are heading behind. So we won't be far away from this featured race of the day, and we will look forwards to it nevertheless. There will be 6 of them sent away over the 1,800-meter trip, this 100-plus handicap, and this Arabian Group 1. Reminder, the non-runners are numbers 2, Jcsa, 5, Al-Mufam, and 6, Asfan Al-Khalidiyah. So they do not go. If you're following the Al-Khalidiyah stables runners here, well, we've got 3 different combinations of cap colours, haven't we? Tilal Al-Khalidiyah, the traditional white cap. Bint Ghaliyat Al-Khalidiyah has a yellow cap. And you've got a black cap for Turki Al-Khalidiyah, who is number 8 on the card. There we see the dignitaries once again watching on, ready ahead of this big race of the day. And of course, the Al-Khalidiyah stable owners, Prince Khaled bin Sultan here, and keeping an eye over proceedings as well. Be hoping for another success for the Al-Khalidiyah stables in this race. We are going in. So loading up, underway. Vizier is coming up to stall 3. Already in the gates is Bint Ghaliyat Al-Khalidiyah. Blindfold is on Tawak Al-Khalidiyah. Stall 1, the destination. There's the light blue and the white jacket of Takdir. Goes in. Tawak Al-Khalidiyah is there. In goes Turki Al-Khalidiyah. And Tilal Al-Khalidiyah is the final runner forwards. A field of 6. The featured event. That's it. Ready. They're off. Racing away in this Group 1 Arabian handicap for 100 rated plus animals, and they're underway. A good beginning made by the well-fancied Tilal Al-Khalidiyah. White cap on the inside is going to bounce forwards. The hands of Al-Farid shows up here. Going quite keenly on the outside is Turki Al-Khalidiyah. Vizier pushing up between horses. Takdir is on the outside, the light blue and white. At the back of the field, at this stage, is Tawak Al-Khalidiyah in company with Bint Ghaliyat Al-Khalidiyah. So it is Tilal Al-Khalidiyah who leads the way for the Mutlaq team. Shows up by a length here over Vizier in second spot of the dark blue and orange. Up on the outside, Takdir is quite keen. Luis Morales has him posted 4 deep. On the inner of that runner is Turki Al-Khalidiyah. At the back end of the field, Bint Ghaliyat Al-Khalidiyah is ridden along, and Tawak Al-Khalidiyah is on the inside. They are starting the turn for home. Tilal Al-Khaladiya is in front and breezing along. Continues to have the lead by a length with the rider glancing right-handed and seeing he's in a comfortable position. Vizier is niggled at in second, but it's just about keeping tabs. Turkey Al-Khaladiya appears to have no more to offer. Takdir's on the outside. Bint Galiat Al-Khaladiya and back to the inside is Tawak Al-Khaladiya as they hit the top of the home run. Now Tilal Al-Khaladiya is asked for more. Vizier is running huge to the outside. Only a length between the pair. Trying to run on is Bint Galiat Al-Khaladiya up inside the final 100 meters. Tilal Al-Khaladiya is all out. Vizier is chipping away, getting ever closer. Vizier within a neck, now ahead. Vizier is getting on top, close home, and a turn up. Vizier's won the big one. Has got there to deny Tilal Al-Khaladiya in a terrific tussle. The pair pull clear of Bint Galiat Al-Khaladiya, who was a remote third. Well, how about it? Vizier has won it. Takes the Group 1 Arabian handicap and is denied Tilal Al-Khaladiya. Some scenes as well. Absolutely fantastic battle between the pair, and Vizier just kept on finding that bit extra and has got up to win in a time of 2:02.30 and by a neck. Look at these two going at it inside the final 100. Vizier, though, kept tabs with Tilal Al-Khaladiya all the way around that turn for home, kept latching on a length in behind, then it was a half and just managed to time it perfectly. Very well done to all concerned, the Ajmal stables, and of course Mohammed Al-Daham, who steered this Vizier to victory, as you can see, edging it late on to beat Tilal Al-Khaladiya, and the pair were 5 3/4 lengths in advance of Bint Galiat Al-Khaladiya, who will be in third place. Turkey Al-Khaladiya is fourth, but could never get to them. Tawak Al-Khaladiya finishes in fifth, and Takdir was a long last of the six. Well, the big one, we lost the big horse, but it turned in to a terrific race between two, and Vizier will be a bit of a shock for some. The connection's truly delighted and has landed this very, very handsome prize. Order of finish, race 12, 3, 4, and 7.
Wow, what an absolutely fantastic race that was. It might have lacked Asfan Al Khalidiyah, however, it did not lack any quality because Vizier has only gone and won the Group 1 Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup on the last race of the last day of the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Arabian World Cup. This race is worth 1.5 million US dollars and Mohammed Ad-Daham has only gone and won it. And we're going to go up to him very quickly to get a very quick word from him. Just saying congratulations. Congratulations, Mohammed Ad-Daham. Biggest race of the night. And yeah, no problem. We won't keep you too long. Biggest race of the night. Tell me about it.
First, thank the God and the owner, the trainer. He gave me this horse. Alhamdulillah, the God, he put me for this race. I win because tough horse, another one. But Alhamdulillah, my horse, I can catch him last meter.
Did you think you were going to beat Talal Al Khalidiyah? Because this is like top quality horse.
Yeah, sure. Next time, not easy horse. Today, lucky for me, Alhamdulillah.
And what does it mean to you to win a race like, oh, and he's Mohammed Ad-Daham has been taken off by some of the connections, but that's absolutely fine. What an absolute privilege it has been to cover the last 2 days of the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Arabian World Cup. It's all back to normal from tomorrow. There will only be 2 Arabian races. So I hope you have enjoyed the coverage and see you again tomorrow live on YouTube with us at Jcsa.
All right, this was a thriller. Obviously, we thought that if there was one horse that could take it to him, possibly, maybe was Vizier, but we didn't think he'd step up this much today.
No, remarkable turnaround for Sami Umutari's 4-year-old. Fantastic performance. Battling Talal Al Khalidiyah in the closing stages. I was a little disappointed with the runner-up, I have to say. Vizier could have easily improved on the 115 rating, but I'd have still expected this leader to get the job done, even off the layoff.
In the way he was, I do love the way the runner-up travels. He just so emphatic in his stride.
Yeah.
I just thought that he would. I thought that he would. Yeah, as you say, I thought that he would just hold up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think he should have held him off, to be honest. I know that the horse can underperform first up, but if he's got real ambitions of winning on Saudi Cup Day, then I'd have expected him to beat a horse like Vizier. Now, that's not taking anything away from Vizier and his victory, remarkable and all that. Well done to Connections to beating the Al Khalidiyah stables horses. But
he breaks out of the gate really well. He grabs the bit. This is not usually his MO. I mean, he likes to at least chase 1 or 2 horses. So that was a little bit against him. But at the same time, no real excuses. The winner at this point is sitting back down in 4th. He's really smart move here by Al-Daham.
It looks like he was just ridden forward out of actual choice, though. It's surprising to me. I'm going to say Asfan Al Khalidiyah would have won that race quite comfortably.
Probably so. But this was an extremely talented group of horses that went together nonetheless. And these two, we definitely were treated with some great racing today, including this final race worth $1.5 million Group 1. Thank you, everybody, who took the time this weekend on Jcsa English to join us. Thank you so much. We hope to have you back here tomorrow again. We have 12 more races, lots of thoroughbred action as well. See you soon. May all your photo finishes be winning ones.